Produced by David Widger. Memoirs of Napoleon Bonaparte. Complete. By Louis-Antoine Fauvelet de Bourrienne, his private secretary. Edited by R.W. Phipps Colonel, late Royal Artillery. 1891. Contents. Preface 1836 edition. Preface 1885 edition. Author's introduction. Note. Volume 1, 1769-1800. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter 20. Chapter 21. Chapter 22. Chapter 23. Chapter 24. Chapter 25. Chapter 26. Chapter 27. Chapter 28. Chapter 29. Chapter 30. Chapter 31. Chapter 32. Chapter 33. Chapter 34. Chapter 35. Volume 2, 1800-1805. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter 20. Chapter 21. Chapter 22. Chapter 23. Chapter 24. Chapter 25. Chapter XI. Chapter 27. Chapter 28. Chapter 29. Chapter 30. Chapter 31. Chapter 32. Chapter 33. Chapter 34. Volume 3, 1805-1814. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter 20. Chapter 21. Chapter 22. Chapter 23. Chapter 24. Chapter 25. Chapter 26. Chapter 27. Chapter 28. Chapter 29. Chapter 30. Chapter 31. Chapter 32. Chapter 33. Chapter 34. Chapter 35. Chapter 36. Volume 4, 1814-1821. Chapter 1. 1769-1783. Authentic date of Bonaparte's birth. His family ruined by the Jesuits. His taste for military amusement. Sham siege at the College of Brienne. The porter's wife and Napoleon. My intimacy with Bonaparte at college. His love for the mathematics and his dislike of Latin. He defends Pauli and blames his father. He is ridiculed by his comrades' ignorance of the monks' distribution of prizes at Brienne. Madame de Montesson and the Duke of Orleans' report of M. Coralio on Bonaparte. He leaves Brienne. Napoleon Bonaparte was born at Ajaccio, in Corsica, on the 15th of August 1769. The original orthography of his name was Buonaparte, but he suppressed the U during his first campaign in Italy. His motives for so doing were merely to render the spelling conformable with the pronunciation and to abridge his signature. He signed Buonaparte even after the famous 13th Vendemiaire. It has been affirmed that he was born in 1768 and that he represented himself to be a year younger than he really was. This is untrue. He always told me the 9th of August was his birthday, and, as I was born on the 9th of July, 1769, our proximity of age served to strengthen our union and friendship when we were both at the Military College of Brienne. The false and absurd charge of Bonaparte having misrepresented his age is decidedly refuted by a note in the register of M. Burton, sub-principal of the College of Brienne, in which it is stated that M. Napoleon de Bonaparte, Ecure, born in the city of Ajaccio, in Corsica, on the 15th of August 1769, left the Royal Military College of Brienne on the 17th October 1784. The stories about his low extraction are alike devoid of foundation. His family was poor, and he was educated at the public expense, an advantage of which many honorable families availed themselves. A memorial addressed by his father, Charles Bonaparte, to the Minister of War states that his fortune had been reduced by the failure of some enterprise in which he had engaged, and by the injustice of the Jesuits, by whom he had been deprived of an inheritance. The object of this memorial was to solicit a sub-lieutenant's commission for Napoleon, who was then 14 years of age, and to get Lucien entered a pupil of the military college. The minister wrote on the back of the memorial, "Give the usual answer, if there be a vacancy." And on the margin are these words, "This gentleman has been informed that his request is inadmissible as long as his second son remains at the school of Brienne. Two brothers cannot be placed at the same time in the military schools." When Napoleon was 15, he was sent to Paris until he should attain the requisite age for entering the army. Lucien was not received into the College of Brienne, at least not until his brother had quitted the military school of Paris. Bonaparte was undoubtedly a man of good family. I have seen an authentic account of his genealogy, which he obtained from Tuscany. A great deal has been said about the civil dissensions which forced his family to quit Italy and take refuge in Corsica. On this subject, I shall say nothing. Many and various accounts have been given of Bonaparte's youth. The following interesting trait of Napoleon's childhood is derived from the Memoirs of the Duchesse d'Arbranes. He was one day accused by one of his sisters of having eaten a basketful of grapes, figs, and citrons, which had come from the garden of his uncle the canon. None, but those who were acquainted with the Bonaparte family, can form any idea of the enormity of this offense. To eat fruit belonging to the uncle, the canon, was infinitely more criminal than to eat grapes and figs which might be claimed by anybody else. An inquiry took place. Napoleon denied the fact and was whipped. He was told that if he would beg pardon, he should be forgiven. He protested that he was innocent, but he was not believed. If I recollect rightly, his mother was at the time on a visit to M. de Marbeuf or some other friend. The result of Napoleon's obstinacy was that he was kept 3 whole days on bread and cheese, and that cheese was not Broxio. However, he would not cry. He was dull, but not sulky. At length, on the 4th day of his punishment, a little friend of Marion Bonaparte returned from the country, and on hearing of Napoleon's disgrace, she confessed that she and Marion had eaten the fruit. It was now Marion's turn to be punished. When Napoleon was asked why he had not accused his sister, he replied that though he suspected that she was guilty, yet out of consideration to her little friend, who had no share in the falsehood, he had said nothing. He was then only 7 years of age, volume IP9, edit. 1883. He has been described in terms of enthusiastic praise and exaggerated condemnation. It is ever thus with individuals who by talent or favorable circumstances are raised above their fellow creatures. Bonaparte himself laughed at all the stories which were got up for the purpose of embellishing or blackening his character in early life. An anonymous publication, entitled The History of Napoleon Bonaparte, from his birth to his last abdication, contains perhaps the greatest collection of false and ridiculous details about his boyhood. Among other things, it is stated that he fortified a garden to protect himself from the attacks of his comrades, who, a few lines lower down, are described as treating him with esteem and respect. I remember the circumstances which, probably, gave rise to the fabrication inserted in the work just mentioned. They were as follows. During the winter of 1783-84, so memorable for heavy falls of snow, Napoleon was greatly at a loss for those retired walks and outdoor recreations in which he used to take much delight. He had no alternative but to mingle with his comrades, and, for exercise, to walk with them up and down a spacious hall. Napoleon, weary of this monotonous promenade, told his comrades that he thought they might amuse themselves much better with the snow, in the great courtyard, if they would get shovels and make hornworks, dig trenches, raise parapets, cavaliers, etc. This being done, said he, we may divide ourselves into sections, form a siege, and I will undertake to direct the attacks. The proposal, which was received with enthusiasm, was immediately put into execution. This little sham war was carried on for the space of a fortnight, and did not cease until a quantity of gravel and small stones, having got mixed with the snow of which we made our bullets, many of the combatants, besiegers as well as besieged, were seriously wounded. I well remember that I was one of the worst sufferers from this sort of grapeshot fire. It is almost unnecessary to contradict the story about the ascent in the balloon. It is now very well known that the hero of that headlong adventure was not young Bonaparte, as has been alleged, but one of his comrades, Dudant de Chambon, who was somewhat eccentric. Of this, his subsequent conduct afforded sufficient proofs. Bonaparte's mind was directed to objects of a totally different kind. He turned his attention to political science. During some of his vacations, he enjoyed the society of the Abbé Raynal, who used to converse with him on government, legislation, commercial relations, etc. On festival days, when the inhabitants of Brienne were admitted to our amusements, posts were established for the maintenance of order. Nobody was permitted to enter the interior of the building without a card signed by the principal or vice principal. The rank of officers or sub-officers was conferred according to merit, and Bonaparte one day had the command of a post, when the following little adventure occurred, which affords an instance of his decision of character. The wife of the porter of the school. This woman, named Haute, was afterwards placed at Malmaison with her husband. They both died as concierges of Malmaison. This shows that Napoleon had a memory, Bourrienne, who was very well known because she used to sell milk, fruit, etc. to the pupils, presented herself one St. Louis day for admittance to the representation of the death of Caesar, corrected, in which I was to perform the part of Brutus. As the woman had no ticket and insisted on being admitted without one, some disturbance arose. The sergeant of the post reported the matter to the officer, Napoleon Bonaparte, who in an imperious tone of voice exclaimed, "Send away that woman, who comes here with her camp impudence." This was in 1782. Bonaparte and I were 8 years of age when our friendship commenced. It speedily became very intimate, for there was a certain sympathy of heart between us. I enjoyed this friendship and intimacy until 1784, when he was transferred from the Military College of Brienne to that of Paris. I was one among those of his youthful comrades who could best accommodate themselves to his stern character. His natural reserve, his disposition to meditate on the conquest of Corsica, and the impressions he had received in childhood respecting the misfortunes of his country and his family, led him to seek retirement, and rendered his general demeanor, though in appearance only, somewhat unpleasing. Our equality of age brought us together in the classes of the mathematics and belles letters. His ardent wish to acquire knowledge was remarkable from the very commencement of his studies. When he first came to the college, he spoke only the Corsican dialect and the Sieur Dupuis. He afterwards filled the post of librarian to Napoleon at Malmaison, who was vice principal before Father Burton gave him instructions in the French language. In this, he made such rapid progress that in a short time he commenced the first rudiments of Latin. But to this study, he evinced such a repugnance that at the age of 15 he was not out of the 4th class. There I left him very speedily, but I could never get before him in the mathematical class, in which he was undoubtedly the cleverest lad at the college. I used sometimes to help him with his Latin themes and versions in return for the aid he afforded me in the solution of problems, at which he evinced a degree of readiness and facility which perfectly astonished me. When at Brienne, Bonaparte was remarkable for the dark color of his complexion, which, subsequently, the climate of France somewhat changed, for his piercing and scrutinizing glance, and for the style of his conversation both with his masters and comrades. His conversation almost always bore the appearance of ill humor, and he was certainly not very amiable. This I attribute to the misfortunes his family had sustained and the impressions made on his mind by the conquest of his country. The pupils were invited by turns to dine with Father Burton, the head of the school. One day, it being Bonaparte's turn to enjoy this indulgence, some of the professors who were at table designedly made some disrespectful remarks on Pauli, of whom they knew the young Corsican was an enthusiastic admirer. Pauli, observed Bonaparte, was a great man, he loved his country, and I will never forgive my father, who was his adjutant, for having concurred in the union of Corsica with France. He ought to have followed Pauli's fortune and have fallen with him. The Duchesse de Brantz, speaking of the personal characteristics of Bonaparte in youth and manhood, says, Saveria told me that Napoleon was never a pretty boy, as Joseph was, for example. His head always appeared too large for his body, a defect common to the Bonaparte family. When Napoleon grew up, the peculiar charm of his countenance lay in his eye, especially in the mild expression it assumed in his moments of kindness. His anger, to be sure, was frightful, and though I am no coward, I never could look at him in his fits of rage without shuddering. Though his smile was captivating, yet the expression of his mouth when disdainful or angry could scarcely be seen without terror. But that forehead which seemed formed to bear the crowns of a whole world, those hands, of which the most coquettish women might have been vain, and whose white skin covered muscles of iron. In short, of all that personal beauty which distinguished Napoleon as a young man, no traces were discernible in the boy. Saveria spoke truly when she said that of all the children of Signora Laetitia, the emperor was the one from whom future greatness was least to be prognosticated. Volume IP 10, edit. 1883. Generally speaking, Bonaparte was not much liked by his comrades at Brienne. He was not social with them, and rarely took part in their amusements. His country's recent submission to France always caused in his mind a painful feeling, which estranged him from his schoolfellows. I, however, was almost his constant companion. During play hours he used to withdraw to the library, where he read with deep interest works of history, particularly Polybius and Plutarch. He was also fond of Arrianus, but did not care much for Quintus Curtius. I often went off to play with my comrades and left him by himself in the library. The temper of the young Corsican was not improved by the teasing he frequently experienced from his comrades, who were fond of ridiculing him about his Christian name Napoleon and his country. He often said to me, I will do these French all the mischief I can. And when I tried to pacify him, he would say, but you do not ridicule me, you like me. Father Patrold, our mathematical professor, was much attached to Bonaparte. He was justly proud of him as a pupil. The other professors in whose classes he was not distinguished took little notice of him. He had no taste for the study of languages, polite literature, or the arts. As there were no indications of his ever becoming a scholar, the pedants of the establishment were inclined to think him stupid. His superior intelligence was, however, sufficiently perceptible, even through the reserve under which it was veiled. If the monks to whom the superintendence of the establishment was confided had understood the organization of his mind, if they had engaged more able mathematical professors, or if we had had any incitement to the study of chemistry, natural philosophy, astronomy, etc., I am convinced that Bonaparte would have pursued these sciences with all the genius and spirit of investigation which he displayed in a career, more brilliant it is true, but less useful to mankind. Unfortunately, the monks did not perceive this and were too poor to pay for good masters. However, after Bonaparte left the college, they found it necessary to engage 2 professors from Paris, otherwise the college would have fallen to nothing. These 2 new professors, Durfort and Dispels, finished my education, and I regretted that they did not come sooner. The often repeated assertion of Bonaparte having received a careful education at Brienne is therefore untrue. The monks were incapable of giving it him, and, for my own part, I must confess that the extended information of the present day is to me a painful contrast with the limited course of education I received at the military college. It is only surprising that the establishment should have produced a single able man. Though Bonaparte had no reason to be satisfied with the treatment he received from his comrades, yet he was above complaining of it. And when he had the supervision of any duty which they infringed, he would rather go to prison than denounce the criminals. I was one day his accomplice in omitting to enforce a duty which we were appointed to supervise. He prevailed on me to accompany him to prison, where we remained 3 days. We suffered this sort of punishment several times, but with less severity. In 1783, the Duke of Orleans and Madame de Montesson visited Brienne, and, for upwards of a month, the magnificent chateau of the Comte de Brienne was a Versailles in miniature. The series of brilliant entertainments which were given to the august travelers made them almost forget the royal magnificence they had left behind them. The Prince and Madame de Montesson expressed a wish to preside at the distribution of the prizes of our college. Bonaparte and I won the prizes in the class of mathematics, which, as I have already observed, was the branch of study to which he confined his attention, and in which he excelled. When I was called up for the 7th time, Madame de Montesson said to my mother, who had come from Sens to be present at the distribution, "Pray, Madame, crown your son this time. My hands are weary." There was an inspector of the military schools, whose business it was to make an annual report on each pupil, whether educated at the public expense or paid for by his family. I copied from the report of 1784 a note which was probably obtained surreptitiously from the War Office. I wanted to purchase the manuscript, but Louis Bonaparte bought it. I did not make a copy of the note which related to myself, because I should naturally have felt diffident in making any use of it. It would, however, have served to show how time and circumstances frequently reverse the distinctions which arise at school or college. Judging from the reports of the inspector of military schools, young Bonaparte was not, of all the pupils at Brienne in 1784, the one most calculated to excite prognostics of future greatness and glory. The note to which I have just alluded, and which was written by M. de Carvalho, then inspector of the military schools, describes Bonaparte in the following terms. Inspection of military schools. Report made for His Majesty by M. de Carvalho. M. de Bonaparte Napoleon, born 15th August 1769, height 4 feet 10 inches 10 lines, is in the 4th class, has a good constitution, excellent health, character obedient, upright, grateful, conduct very regular, has been always distinguished by his application to mathematics. He knows history and geography very passably. He is not well up in ornamental studies or in Latin, in which he is only in the 4th class. He will be an excellent sailor. He deserves to be passed on to the Military School of Paris. Father Burton, however, opposed Bonaparte's removal to Paris because he had not passed through the 4th Latin class, and the regulations required that he should be in the 3rd. I was informed by the vice-principal that a report relative to Napoleon was sent from the College of Brienne to that of Paris, in which he was described as being domineering, imperious, and obstinate. Napoleon remained upwards of 5 years at Brienne, from April till the latter end of 1784. In 1783, the Chevalier Carvalho, sub-inspector of the military schools, selected him to pass the year following to the military school at Paris, to which 3 of the best scholars were annually sent from each of the 12 provincial military schools of France. It is curious as well as satisfactory to know the opinion at this time entertained of him by those who were the best qualified to judge. His old master, Laguille, professor of history at Paris, boasted that, in a list of the different scholars, he had predicted his pupil's subsequent career. In fact, to the name of Bonaparte, the following note is added. A Corsican by birth and character, he will do something great if circumstances favor him. Menge was his instructor in geometry, who also entertained a high opinion of him. M. Bauer, his German master, was the only one who saw nothing in him, and was surprised at being told he was undergoing his examination for the artillery. Hazlitt. I knew Bonaparte well, and I think M. de Carvalho's report of him was exceedingly just, except, perhaps, that he might have said he was very well as to his progress in history and geography, and very backward in Latin, but certainly nothing indicated the probability of his being an excellent seaman. He himself had no thought of the navy. Bourrienne is certainly wrong as to Bonaparte having no thought of the navy. In a letter of 1784 to the Minister of War, his father says of Napoleon that, following the advice of the Comte de Marbeuf, he has turned his studies towards the navy. And so well has he succeeded that he was intended by M. de Carvalho for the School of Paris, and afterwards for the Department of Toulon. The retirement of the former professor, Carvalho, has changed the fate of my son. It was only on the failure of his intention to get into the navy that his father, on 15th July 1784, applied for permission for him to enter the artillery, Napoleon having a horror of the infantry, where he said they did nothing. It was on the success of this application that he was allowed to enter the School of Parts, Young, Tome IPP, -103. Oddly enough, in later years, on 30th August 1792, having just succeeded in getting himself reinstated as captain after his absence, overstaying leave, he applied to pass into the Artillerie de la Marine. The application was judged to be simply absurd and was filed with this note: S.R. sans réponse. Young, Tome Roman 2, p. 201. In consequence of M. de Carvalho's report, Bonaparte was transferred to the Military College of Paris, along with Montarby de Dampierre, de Casters, de Comminges, and de Laugier de Bellecourt, who were all, like him, educated at the public expense, and all at least as favorably reported. What could have induced Sir Walter Scott to say that Bonaparte was the pride of the college, that our mathematical master was exceedingly fond of him, and that the other professors in the different sciences had equal reason to be satisfied with him? What I have above stated, together with the report of M. de Carvalho, bear evidence of his backwardness in almost every branch of education except mathematics. Neither was it, as Sir Walter affirms, his precocious progress in mathematics that occasioned him to be removed to Paris. He had attained the proper age, and the report of him was favorable. Therefore, he was very naturally included among the number of the 5 who were chosen in 1784. In a biographical account of Bonaparte, I have read the following anecdote. When he was 14 years of age, he happened to be at a party where someone pronounced a high eulogium on Turenne, and a lady in the company observed that he certainly was a great man, but that she should like him better if he had not burned the Palatinate. "What signifies that," replied Bonaparte, "if it was necessary to the object he had in view? This is either an anachronism or a mere fabrication." Bonaparte was 14 in the year 1783. He was then at Brienne, where certainly he did not go into company, and least of all the company of ladies. Chapter 1. 1769–1783. Authentic date of Bonaparte's birth. His family ruined by the Jesuits. His taste for military amusement. Sham siege at the College of Brienne. The porter's wife and Napoleon. My intimacy with Bonaparte at college. His love for the mathematics and his dislike of Latin. He defends Pauli and blames his father. He is ridiculed by his comrades' ignorance of the monk's distribution of prizes at Brienne. Madame de Montesson and the Duke of Orleans' report of M. Carvalho on Bonaparte. He leaves Brienne. Napoleon Bonaparte was born at Ajaccio, in Corsica, on the 15th of August 1769. The original orthography of his name was Buonaparte, but he suppressed the U during his first campaign in Italy. His motives for so doing were merely to render the spelling conformable with the pronunciation and to abridge his signature. He signed Buonaparte even after the famous 13th Vendémiaire. It has been affirmed that he was born in 1768 and that he represented himself to be a year younger than he really was. This is untrue. He always told me the 9th of August was his birthday, and, as I was born on the 9th of July 1769, our proximity of age served to strengthen our union and friendship when we were both at the Military College of Brienne. The false and absurd charge of Bonaparte having misrepresented his age is decidedly refuted by a note in the register of M. Burton, sub-principal of the College of Brienne, in which it is stated that M. Napoleon de Buonaparte, Ecure, born in the city of Ajaccio, in Corsica, on the 15th of August 1769, left the Royal Military College of Brienne on the 17th October 1784. The stories about his low extraction are alike devoid of foundation. His family was poor, and he was educated at the public expense, an advantage of which many honorable families availed themselves. A memorial addressed by his father, Charles Buonaparte, to the Minister of War states that his fortune had been reduced by the failure of some enterprise in which he had engaged, and by the injustice of the Jesuits, by whom he had been deprived of an inheritance. The object of this memorial was to solicit a sub-lieutenant's commission for Napoleon, who was then 14 years of age, and to get Lucien entered a pupil of the military college. The minister wrote on the back of the memorial, "Give the usual answer, if there be a vacancy." And on the margin are these words, "This gentleman has been informed that his request is inadmissible as long as his second son remains at the school of Brienne. 2 brothers cannot be placed at the same time in the military schools." When Napoleon was 15, he was sent to Paris until he should attain the requisite age for entering the army. Lucien was not received into the College of Brienne, at least not until his brother had quitted the Military School of Paris. Bonaparte was undoubtedly a man of good family. I have seen an authentic account of his genealogy, which he obtained from Tuscany. A great deal has been said about the civil dissensions which forced his family to quit Italy and take refuge in Corsica. On this subject, I shall say nothing. Many and various accounts have been given of Bonaparte's youth. The following interesting trait of Napoleon's childhood is derived from the Memoirs of the Duchesse d'Arbranes. He was one day accused by one of his sisters of having eaten a basketful of grapes, figs, and citrons, which had come from the garden of his uncle the canon. None, but those who were acquainted with the Bonaparte family, can form any idea of the enormity of this offense. To eat fruit belonging to the uncle, the canon, was infinitely more criminal than to eat grapes and figs which might be claimed by anybody else. An inquiry took place. Napoleon denied the fact and was whipped. He was told that if he would beg pardon, he should be forgiven. He protested that he was innocent, but he was not believed. If I recollect rightly, his mother was at the time on a visit to M. de Marbeuf or some other friend. The result of Napoleon's obstinacy was that he was kept 3 whole days on bread and cheese, and that cheese was not Broxio. However, he would not cry. He was dull, but not sulky. At length, on the 4th day of his punishment, a little friend of Marion Bonaparte returned from the country, and on hearing of Napoleon's disgrace, she confessed that she and Marion had eaten the fruit. It was now Marion's turn to be punished. When Napoleon was asked why he had not accused his sister, he replied that though he suspected that she was guilty, yet out of consideration to her little friend, who had no share in the falsehood, he had said nothing. He was then only 7 years of age, volume IP9, edit. 1883. He has been described in terms of enthusiastic praise and exaggerated condemnation. It is ever thus with individuals who by talent or favorable circumstances are raised above their fellow creatures. Bonaparte himself laughed at all the stories which were got up for the purpose of embellishing or blackening his character in early life. An anonymous publication, entitled The History of Napoleon Bonaparte, from his birth to his last abdication, contains perhaps the greatest collection of false and ridiculous details about his boyhood. Among other things, it is stated that he fortified a garden to protect himself from the attacks of his comrades, who, a few lines lower down, are described as treating him with esteem and respect. I remember the circumstances which, probably, gave rise to the fabrication inserted in the work just mentioned. They were as follows. During the winter of 1783-84, so memorable for heavy falls of snow, Napoleon was greatly at a loss for those retired walks and outdoor recreations in which he used to take much delight. He had no alternative but to mingle with his comrades, and, for exercise, to walk with them up and down a spacious hall. Napoleon, weary of this monotonous promenade, told his comrades that he thought they might amuse themselves much better with the snow, in the great courtyard, if they would get shovels and make hornworks, dig trenches, raise parapets, cavaliers, etc. This being done, said he, we may divide ourselves into sections, form a siege, and I will undertake to direct the attacks. The proposal, which was received with enthusiasm, was immediately put into execution. This little sham war was carried on for the space of a fortnight, and did not cease until a quantity of gravel and small stones, having got mixed with the snow of which we made our bullets, many of the combatants, besiegers as well as besieged, were seriously wounded. I well remember that I was one of the worst sufferers from this sort of grapeshot fire. It is almost unnecessary to contradict the story about the ascent in the balloon. It is now very well known that the hero of that headlong adventure was not young Bonaparte, as has been alleged, but one of his comrades, Dudant de Chambon, who was somewhat eccentric. Of this, his subsequent conduct afforded sufficient proofs. Bonaparte's mind was directed to objects of a totally different kind. He turned his attention to political science. During some of his vacations, he enjoyed the society of the Abbé Raynal, who used to converse with him on government, legislation, commercial relations, etc. On festival days, when the inhabitants of Brienne were admitted to our amusements, posts were established for the maintenance of order. Nobody was permitted to enter the interior of the building without a card signed by the principal or vice-principal. The rank of officers or sub-officers was conferred according to merit, and Bonaparte one day had the command of a post, when the following little adventure occurred, which affords an instance of his decision of character. The wife of the porter of the school. This woman, named Haute, was afterwards placed at Malmaison with her husband. They both died as concierges of Malmaison. This shows that Napoleon had a memory, Bourrienne, who was very well known because she used to sell milk, fruit, etc. to the pupils, presented herself one St. Louis day for admittance to the representation of the death of Caesar, corrected, in which I was to perform the part of Brutus. As the woman had no ticket and insisted on being admitted without one, some disturbance arose. The sergeant of the post reported the matter to the officer, Napoleon Bonaparte, who in an imperious tone of voice exclaimed, "Send away that woman, who comes here with her camp impudence." This was in 1782. Bonaparte and I were 8 years of age when our friendship commenced. It speedily became very intimate, for there was a certain sympathy of heart between us. I enjoyed this friendship and intimacy until 1784, when he was transferred from the Military College of Brienne to that of Paris. I was one among those of his youthful comrades who could best accommodate themselves to his stern character. His natural reserve, his disposition to meditate on the conquest of Corsica, and the impressions he had received in childhood respecting the misfortunes of his country and his family, led him to seek retirement, and rendered his general demeanor, though in appearance only, somewhat unpleasing. Our equality of age brought us together in the classes of the mathematics and belles letters. His ardent wish to acquire knowledge was remarkable from the very commencement of his studies. When he first came to the college, he spoke only the Corsican dialect and the Sieur Dupuis. He afterwards filled the post of librarian to Napoleon at Malmaison, who was vice-principal before Father Burton gave him instructions in the French language. In this, he made such rapid progress that in a short time he commenced the first rudiments of Latin. But to this study, he evinced such a repugnance that at the age of 15 he was not out of the 4th class. There I left him very speedily, but I could never get before him in the mathematical class, in which he was undoubtedly the cleverest lad at the college. I used sometimes to help him with his Latin themes and versions in return for the aid he afforded me in the solution of problems, at which he evinced a degree of readiness and facility which perfectly astonished me. When at Brienne, Bonaparte was remarkable for the dark color of his complexion, which, subsequently, the climate of France somewhat changed, for his piercing and scrutinizing glance, and for the style of his conversation both with his masters and comrades. His conversation almost always bore the appearance of ill humor, and he was certainly not very amiable. This I attribute to the misfortunes his family had sustained and the impressions made on his mind by the conquest of his country. The pupils were invited by turns to dine with Father Burton, the head of the school. One day, it being Bonaparte's turn to enjoy this indulgence, some of the professors who were at table designedly made some disrespectful remarks on Pauli, of whom they knew the young Corsican was an enthusiastic admirer. Pauli, observed Bonaparte, was a great man, he loved his country, and I will never forgive my father, who was his adjutant, for having concurred in the union of Corsica with France. He ought to have followed Pauli's fortune and have fallen with him. The Duchesse de Brantz, speaking of the personal characteristics of Bonaparte in youth and manhood, says, "Saveria told me that Napoleon was never a pretty boy, as Joseph was, for example. His head always appeared too large for his body, a defect common to the Bonaparte family. When Napoleon grew up, the peculiar charm of his countenance lay in his eye, especially in the mild expression it assumed in his moments of kindness. His anger, to be sure, was frightful, and though I am no coward, I never could look at him in his fits of rage without shuddering. Though his smile was captivating, yet the expression of his mouth when disdainful or angry could scarcely be seen without terror. But that forehead which seemed formed to bear the crowns of a whole world, those hands, of which the most coquettish women might have been vain, and whose white skin covered muscles of iron. In short, of all that personal beauty which distinguished Napoleon as a young man, no traces were discernible in the boy." Saveria spoke truly when she said that of all the children of Signora Laetitia, the emperor was the one from whom future greatness was least to be prognosticated. Volume IP 10, edit. 1883. Generally speaking, Bonaparte was not much liked by his comrades at Brienne. He was not social with them, and rarely took part in their amusements. His country's recent submission to France always caused in his mind a painful feeling, which estranged him from his schoolfellows. I, however, was almost his constant companion. During play hours, he used to withdraw to the library, where he read with deep interest works of history, particularly Polybius and Plutarch. He was also fond of Arrianus, but did not care much for Quintus Curtius. I often went off to play with my comrades and left him by himself in the library. The temper of the young Corsican was not improved by the teasing he frequently experienced from his comrades, who were fond of ridiculing him about his Christian name Napoleon and his country. He often said to me, "I will do these French all the mischief I can." And when I tried to pacify him, he would say, "But you do not ridicule me, you like me." Father Patrold, our mathematical professor, was much attached to Bonaparte. He was justly proud of him as a pupil. The other professors in whose classes he was not distinguished took little notice of him. He had no taste for the study of languages, polite literature, or the arts. As there were no indications of his ever becoming a scholar, the pedants of the establishment were inclined to think him stupid. His superior intelligence was, however, sufficiently perceptible, even through the reserve under which it was veiled. If the monks to whom the superintendence of the establishment was confided had understood the organization of his mind, if they had engaged more able mathematical professors, or if we had had any incitement to the study of chemistry, natural philosophy, astronomy, etc., I am convinced that Bonaparte would have pursued these sciences with all the genius and spirit of investigation which he displayed in a career, more brilliant it is true, but less useful to mankind. Unfortunately, the monks did not perceive this and were too poor to pay for good masters. However, after Bonaparte left the college, they found it necessary to engage 2 professors from Paris, otherwise the college would have fallen to nothing. These 2 new professors, Durfort and Dispels, finished my education, and I regretted that they did not come sooner. The often repeated assertion of Bonaparte having received a careful education at Brienne is therefore untrue. The monks were incapable of giving it him, and, for my own part, I must confess that the extended information of the present day is to me a painful contrast with the limited course of education I received at the military college. It is only surprising that the establishment should have produced a single able man. Though Bonaparte had no reason to be satisfied with the treatment he received from his comrades, yet he was above complaining of it. And when he had the supervision of any duty which they infringed, he would rather go to prison than denounce the criminals. I was one day his accomplice in omitting to enforce a duty which we were appointed to supervise. He prevailed on me to accompany him to prison, where we remained 3 days. We suffered this sort of punishment several times, but with less severity. In 1783, the Duke of Orleans and Madame de Montesson visited Brienne, and, for upwards of a month, the magnificent chateau of the Comte de Bourrienne was a Versailles in miniature. The series of brilliant entertainments which were given to the august travelers made them almost forget the royal magnificence they had left behind them. The Prince and Madame de Montesson expressed a wish to preside at the distribution of the prizes of our college. Bonaparte and I won the prizes in the class of mathematics, which, as I have already observed, was the branch of study to which he confined his attention, and in which he excelled. When I was called up for the 7th time, Madame de Montesson said to my mother, who had come from Sens to be present at the distribution, "Pray, Madame, crown your son this time. My hands are weary." There was an inspector of the military schools, whose business it was to make an annual report on each pupil, whether educated at the public expense or paid for by his family. I copied from the report of 1784 a note which was probably obtained surreptitiously from the War Office. I wanted to purchase the manuscript, but Louis Bonaparte bought it. I did not make a copy of the note which related to myself, because I should naturally have felt diffident in making any use of it. It would, however, have served to show how time and circumstances frequently reverse the distinctions which arise at school or college. Judging from the reports of the inspector of military schools, young Bonaparte was not, of all the pupils at Brienne in 1784, the one most calculated to excite prognostics of future greatness and glory. The note to which I have just alluded, and which was written by M. de Caralho, then inspector of the military schools, describes Bonaparte in the following terms. Inspection of military schools. report made for His Majesty by M. de Carvalho. M. de Bonaparte Napoleon, born 15th August 1769, height 4 feet 10 inches 10 lines, is in the 4th class, has a good constitution, excellent health, character obedient, upright, grateful, conduct very regular, has been always distinguished by his application to mathematics. He knows history and geography very passably. He is not well up in ornamental studies or in Latin, in which he is only in the 4th class. He will be an excellent sailor. He deserves to be passed on to the Military School of Paris. Father Burton, however, opposed Bonaparte's removal to Paris because he had not passed through the 4th Latin class, and the regulations required that he should be in the 3rd. I was informed by the vice-principal that a report relative to Napoleon was sent from the College of Brienne to that of Paris, in which he was described as being domineering, imperious, and obstinate. Napoleon remained upwards of 5 years at Brienne, from April till the latter end of 1784. In 1783, the Chevalier Carvalho, sub-inspector of the military schools, selected him to pass the year following to the military school at Paris, to which 3 of the best scholars were annually sent from each of the 12 provincial military schools of France. It is curious as well as satisfactory to know the opinion at this time entertained of him by those who were the best qualified to judge. His old master, Leguil, professor of history at Paris, boasted that, in a list of the different scholars, he had predicted his pupil's subsequent career. In fact, to the name of Bonaparte, the following note is added: "A Corsican by birth and character, he will do something great if circumstances favor him." Menge was his instructor in geometry, who also entertained a high opinion of him. M. Bauer, his German master, was the only one who saw nothing in him, and was surprised at being told he was undergoing his examination for the artillery. Hazlitt. I knew Bonaparte well, and I think M. de Carvalho's report of him was exceedingly just, except, perhaps, that he might have said he was very well as to his progress in history and geography, and very backward in Latin, but certainly nothing indicated the probability of his being an excellent seaman. He himself had no thought of the navy. Bourrienne is certainly wrong as to Bonaparte having no thought of the navy. In a letter of 1784 to the Minister of War, his father says of Napoleon that, following the advice of the Comte de Marbeuf, he has turned his studies towards the navy. And so well has he succeeded that he was intended by M. de Carvalho for the School of Paris, and afterwards for the Department of Toulon. The retirement of the former professor, Carvalho, has changed the fate of my son. It was only on the failure of his intention to get into the navy that his father, on 15th July 1784, applied for permission for him to enter the artillery, Napoleon having a horror of the infantry, where he said they did nothing. It was on the success of this application that he was allowed to enter the School of Parts, Young, Tome IPP, -103. Oddly enough, in later years, on 30th August 1792, having just succeeded in getting himself reinstated as captain after his absence, overstaying leave, he applied to pass into the Artillerie de la Marine. The application was judged to be simply absurd, and was filed with this note: S.R. Sans réponse. Young, Tome Roman 2, p. 201. In consequence of M. de Carvalho's report, Bonaparte was transferred to the Military College of Paris, along with Montarby de Dampierre, de Casters, de Comminges, and de Laugier de Bellecourt, who were all, like him, educated at the public expense, and all at least as favorably reported. What could have induced Sir Walter Scott to say that Bonaparte was the pride of the college, that our mathematical master was exceedingly fond of him, and that the other professors in the different sciences had equal reason to be satisfied with him? What I have above stated, together with the report of M. de Carvalho, bear evidence of his backwardness in almost every branch of education except mathematics. Neither was it, as Sir Walter affirms, his precocious progress in mathematics that occasioned him to be removed to Paris. He had attained the proper age, and the report of him was favorable, therefore he was very naturally included among the number of the 5 who were chosen in 1784. In a biographical account of Bonaparte, I have read the following anecdote. When he was 14 years of age, he happened to be at a party where someone pronounced a high eulogium on Turenne, and a lady in the company observed that he certainly was a great man, but that she should like him better if he had not burned the Palatinate. "What signifies that?" replied Bonaparte, "if it was necessary to the object he had in view? This is either an anachronism or a mere fabrication." Bonaparte was 14 in the year 1783. He was then at Brienne, where certainly he did not go into company, and least of all the company of ladies. Chapter 2. 1814. Italy and Eugene siege of Danzig capitulation, concluded but not ratified. Rapp made prisoner, and sent to Cudevaust's refusal to believe the intelligence from Paris projected assassination of one of the French prince's departure of de Vaust and General Hogendorf. From Hamburg the affair of Manbreuil arrival of the commissioners of the Allied powers at Fontainebleau preference, shown by Napoleon to Colonel Campbell Bonaparte's address to General Kohler his farewell to his troops first day of Napoleon's journey. The Imperial Guard succeeded by the Cossacks' interview, with Augereau, the first white cockades Napoleon, hanged in effigy at Organ his escape, in the disguise of a courier scene, in the inn of La Calade or rival, at Aix the Princess Pauline Napoleon, embarks for Elba his life at Elba. I must now direct the attention of the reader to Italy, which was the cradle of Napoleon's glory, and towards which he transported himself in imagination from the palace of Fontainebleau. Eugene had succeeded in keeping up his means of defense until April, but on the 7th of that month, being positively informed of the overwhelming reverses of France, he found himself constrained to accede to the propositions of the Marshal de Bellegarde to treat for the evacuation of Italy. And on the 10th, a convention was concluded, in which it was stipulated that the French troops, under the command of Eugene, should return within the limits of Old France. The clauses of this convention were executed on the 19th of April. Lord William Bentinck and Sir Edward Pellew had taken Genoa on the 18th of April. Murat was in the field with the Austrians against the French. Eugene, thinking that the Senate of Milan was favorably disposed towards him, solicited that body to use its influence in obtaining the consent of the Allied powers to his continuance at the head of the government of Italy. But this proposition was rejected by the Senate. A feeling of irritation pervaded the public mind in Italy, and the army had not proceeded 3 marches beyond Mantua when an insurrection broke out in Milan. The finance minister, Pisna, was assassinated, and his residence demolished, and nothing would have saved the viceroy from a similar fate had he been in his capital. Amidst this popular excitement, and the eagerness of the Italians to be released from the dominion of the French, the friends of Eugene thought him fortunate in being able to join his father-in-law at Munich almost incognito. Some time after Eugene visited France and had a long audience of Louis Roman XVIII. He announced himself to that monarch by his father's title of Marquis de Beauharnais. The king immediately saluted him by the title of Monsieur le Marechal and proposed that he should reside in France with that rank. But this invitation Eugene declined, because as a French prince under the fallen government he had commanded the marshals, and he therefore could not submit to be the last in rank among those illustrious military chiefs, Bourrienne. Thus, at the expiration of 9 years, fell the iron crown which Napoleon had placed on his head, saying, Dieu me la donne, guerre qui la touche. I will now take a glance at the affairs of Germany. Rapp was not in France at the period of the fall of the empire. He had, with extraordinary courage and skill, defended himself against a year's siege at Danzig. At length, being reduced to the last extremity, and constrained to surrender, he opened the gates of the city, which presented nothing but heaps of ruins. Rapp had stipulated that the garrison of Danzig should return to France, and the Duke of Württemberg, who commanded the siege, had consented to that condition. But the Emperor of Russia having refused to ratify it, Rapp, having no means of defense, was made prisoner with his troops, and conducted to Kew, whence he afterwards returned to Paris, where I saw him. Hamburg still held out, but at the beginning of April intelligence was received there of the extraordinary events which had delivered Europe from her oppressor. De Vaust refused to believe this news, which at once annihilated all his hopes of power and greatness. This blindness was persisted in for some time at Hamburg. Several hawkers, who were marked out by the police as having been the circulators of Paris news, were shot. An agent of the government publicly announced his design of assassinating one of the French princes, in whose service he was said to have been as a page. He said he would go to His Royal Highness and solicit to be appointed one of his aides de camp, and that, if the application were refused, as it probably would be, the refusal would only confirm him in his purpose. At length, when the state of things was beyond the possibility of doubt, Davoust assembled the troops, acquainted them with the dethronement of the emperor, hoisted a flag of truce, and sent his adhesion to the provisional government. All then thought of their personal safety, without losing sight of their honestly acquired wealth. Diamonds and other objects of value and small bulk were hastily collected and packed up. The governor of Hamburg, Count Hogendorf, who, in spite of some signal instances of opposition, had too often cooperated in severe and vexatious measures, was the first to quit the city. He was, indeed, hurried off by Davoust, because he had mounted the Orange Cockade and wished to take his Dutch troops away with him. After consigning the command to General Gerard, Davoust quitted Hamburg and arrived at Paris on the 18th of June. I have left Napoleon at Fontainebleau. The period of his departure for Elba was near at hand. It was fixed for the 17th of April. On that day, Maubreuil, a man who has become unfortunately celebrated, presented himself at the post office and asked to speak with me. He showed me some written orders, signed by General Sacken, the commander of the Russian troops in Pauls, and by Baron Brackenhausen, chief of the staff. These orders set forth that Maubreuil was entrusted with an important mission, for the execution of which he was authorized to demand the assistance of the Russian troops, and the commanders of those men were enjoined to place at his disposal as many troops as he might apply for. Maubreuil was also the bearer of similar orders from General Dupont, the war minister, and from M. Angles, the provisional commissary general of the police, who directed all the other commissaries to obey the orders they might receive from Maubreuil. On seeing these documents, of the authenticity of which there was no doubt, I immediately ordered the different postmasters to provide Maubreuil promptly with any number of horses he might require. Some days after, I was informed that the object of Maubreuil's mission was to assassinate Napoleon. It may readily be imagined what was my astonishment on hearing this, after I had seen the signature of the commander of the Russian forces, and knowing as I did the intentions of the Emperor Alexander. The fact is, I did not, and never can, believe that such was the intention of Maubreuil. This man has been accused of having carried off the jewels of the Queen of Westphalia. Napoleon, having consented to proceed to the island of Elba, conformably with the treaty he had ratified on the 13th, requested to be accompanied to the place of embarkation by a commissioner from each of the Allied powers. Count Skowaloff was appointed by Russia, Colonel Neil Campbell by England, General Kohler by Austria, and Count Waldburg-Truchess by Prussia. On the 16th, the four commissioners came for the first time to Fontainebleau, where the emperor, who was still attended by Generals Drouot and Bertrand, gave to each a private audience on the following day. Though Napoleon received with coldness the commissioners whom he had himself solicited, yet that coldness was far from being manifested in an equal degree to all. He who experienced the best reception was Colonel Campbell, apparently because his person exhibited traces of wounds. Napoleon asked him in what battles he had received them, and on what occasions he had been invested with the orders he wore. He next questioned him as to the place of his birth, and Colonel Campbell having answered that he was a Scotchman, Napoleon congratulated him on being the countryman of Ossian, his favorite author, with whose poetry, however, he was only acquainted through the medium of wretched translations. On this first audience, Napoleon said to the colonel, "I have cordially hated the English. I have made war against you by every possible means, but I esteem your nation. I am convinced that there is more generosity in your government than in any other. I should like to be conveyed from Toulon to Elba by an English frigate." The Austrian and Russian commissioners were received coolly, but without any marked indications of displeasure. It was not so with the Prussian commissioner, to whom he said duly, "Are there any Prussians in my escort?" "No, sire." "Then why do you take the trouble to accompany me?" "Sire, it is not a trouble, but an honor." "These are mere words. You have nothing to do here." "Sire, I could not possibly decline the honorable mission with which the king my master has entrusted me." At these words, Napoleon turned his back on Count Truchess. The commissioners expected that Napoleon would be ready to set out without delay, but they were deceived. He asked for a sight of the itinerary of his route and wished to make some alterations in it. The commissioners were reluctant to oppose his wish, for they had been instructed to treat him with all the respect and etiquette due to a sovereign. They therefore suspended the departure, and, as they could not take upon themselves to acquiesce in the changes wished for by the emperor, they applied for fresh orders. On the night of the 18th of April, they received these orders, authorizing them to travel by any road the emperor might prefer. The departure was then definitively fixed for the 20th. Accordingly, at 10 on the morning of the 20th, the carriages were in readiness, and the imperial guard was drawn up in the grand court of the palace of Fontainebleau, called the Cour du Cheval Blanc. All the population of the town and the neighboring villages thronged round the palace. Napoleon sent for General Kohler, the Austrian commissioner, and said to him, "I have reflected on what I ought to do, and I am determined not to depart. The Allies are not faithful to their engagements with me. I can, therefore, revoke my abdication, which was only conditional. More than 1,000 addresses were delivered to me last night. I am conjured to resume the reins of government. I renounced my rights to the crown only to avert the horrors of a civil war, having never had any other object in view than the glory and happiness of France. But seeing as I now do, the dissatisfaction inspired by the measures of the new government, I can explain to my guard the reasons which induced me to revoke my abdication. It is true that the number of troops on which I can count will scarcely exceed 30,000 men, but it will be easy for me to increase their numbers to 130,000. Know then that I can also, without injuring my honor, say to my guard, that having nothing but the repose and happiness of the country at heart, I renounce all my rights and exhort my troops to follow my example and yield to the wish of the nation." I heard these words reported by General Kohler himself after his return from his mission. He did not disguise the embarrassment which this unexpected address had occasioned, and I recollect having remarked at the time that Bonaparte, at the commencement of the campaign of Paris, renounced his rights and returned to the rank of citizen, the immense masses of the Allies must have yielded to the efforts of France. General Kohler also stated that Napoleon complained of Maria Louisa not being allowed to accompany him, but at length, yielding to the reasons urged by those about him, he added, "Well, I prefer remaining faithful to my promise, but if I have any new ground of complaint, I will free myself from all my engagements." At 11 o'clock Comte de Bussy, one of the emperor's aides de camp, was sent by the Grand Marshal General Bertrand to announce that all was ready for departure. "Am I," said Napoleon, "to regulate my actions by the Grand Marshal's watch? I will go when I please. Perhaps I may not go at all. Leave me." All the forms of courtly etiquette which Napoleon loved so much were observed, and when at length he was pleased to leave his cabinet to enter the salon, where the commissioners were waiting, the doors were thrown open as usual, and the emperor was announced. But no sooner was the word uttered than he turned back again. However, he soon reappeared, rapidly crossed the gallery, and descended the staircase, and at 12 o'clock precisely he stood at the head of his guard, as if at a review in the court of the Tuileries in the brilliant days of the Consulate and the Empire. Then took place a really moving scene: Napoleon's farewell to his soldiers. Of this I may abstain from entering into any details, since they are known everywhere, and by everybody, but I may subjoin the emperor's last address to his old companions in arms, because it belongs to history. This address was pronounced in a voice as firm and sonorous as that in which Bonaparte used to harangue his troops in the days of his triumphs. It was as follows: "Soldiers of my old guard, I bid you farewell. For 20 years I have constantly accompanied you on the road to honor and glory. In these latter times, as in the days of our prosperity, you have invariably been models of courage and fidelity. With men such as you our cause could not be lost, but the war would have been interminable. It would have been civil war, and that would have entailed deeper misfortunes on France. I have sacrificed all my interests to those of the country. I go, but you, my friends, will continue to serve France. Her happiness was my only thought. It will still be the object of my wishes. Do not regret my fate. If I have consented to survive, it is to serve your glory. I intend to write the history of the great achievements we have performed together. Adieu, my friends. Would I could press you all to my heart." During the first day cries of "Vive l'Empereur" resounded along the road, and Napoleon, resorting to his usual dissimulation, censured the disloyalty of the people to their legitimate sovereign, which he did with ill-disguised irony. The guard accompanied him as far as Briars. At that place, Napoleon invited Colonel Campbell to breakfast with him. He conversed on the last war in Spain and spoke in complimentary terms of the English nation and the military talents of Wellington. Yet by that time, he must have heard of the Battle of Toulouse. On the night of the 21st, Napoleon slept at Nevers, where he was received by the acclamations of the people, who here, as in several other towns, mingled their cries in favor of their late sovereign with imprecations against the commissioners of the Allies. He left Nevers at 6 on the morning of the 22d. Napoleon was now no longer escorted by the guards, who were succeeded by a corps of Cossacks. The cries of "Vive l'Empereur" accordingly ceased, and he had the mortification to hear in its stead, "Vivent les Allies." However, I have been informed that at Lyons, through which the emperor passed on the 23d at 11 at night, the cry of "Vive l'Empereur" was still echoed among the groups who assembled before the post office during the change of horses. Augereau, who was still a Republican, though he accepted the title of Duke of Castiglione from Napoleon, had always been among the discontented. On the downfall of the emperor, he was one of that considerable number of persons who turned royalists not out of love for the Bourbons, but out of hatred to Bonaparte. He held a command in the south when he heard of the forfeiture of Napoleon pronounced by the Senate, and he was one of the first to send his recognition to the provisional government. Augereau, who, like all uneducated men, went to extremes in everything, had published under his name a proclamation extravagantly violent and even insulting to the emperor. Whether Napoleon was aware of this proclamation, I cannot pretend to say, but he affected ignorance of the matter if he was informed of it. For on the 24th, having met Augereau at a little distance from Valence, he stopped his carriage and immediately alighted. Augereau did the same, and they cordially embraced in the presence of the commissioners. It was remarked that in saluting, Napoleon took off his hat and Augereau kept on his. "Where are you going?" said the emperor. "To court." "No, I am going to Lyons. You have behaved very badly to me." Augereau, finding that the emperor addressed him in the second person singular, adopted the same familiarity, so they conversed as they were accustomed to do when they were both generals in Italy. "Of what do you complain?" said he. "Has not your insatiable ambition brought us to this? Have you not sacrificed everything to that ambition, even the happiness of France? I care no more for the Bourbons than for you. All I care for is the country." Upon this, Napoleon turned sharply away from the marshal, lifted his hat to him, and then stepped into his carriage. The commissioners, and all the persons in Napoleon's suite, were indignant at seeing Augereau stand in the road still covered, with his hands behind his back, and instead of bowing, merely making a contemptuous salutation to Napoleon with his hand. It was at the Tuileries that these haughty republicans should have shown their airs. To have done so on the road to Elba was a mean insult which recoiled upon themselves. The following letter, taken from Captain Bingham's recently published selections from the correspondence of the first Napoleon, indicates in emphatic language the emperor's recent dissatisfaction with Marshal Augereau when in command at Lyons during the death struggle of 1814. To Marshal Augereau. Nogent, 21st February, 1814. What? 6 hours after having received the first troops coming from Spain, you were not in the field. 6 hours' repose was sufficient. I won the action of Nogues with a brigade of dragoons coming from Spain which, since it had left Bayonne, had not unbridled its horses. The 6 battalions of the division of Nimes want clothes, equipment, and drilling, say you? What poor reasons you give me there, Augereau. I have destroyed 80,000 enemies with conscripts having nothing but knapsacks. The National Guards, say you, are pitiable. I have 4,000 here in round hats, without knapsacks, in wooden shoes, but with good muskets, and I get a great deal out of them. There is no money, you continue, and where do you hope to draw money from? You want wagons, take them wherever you can. You have no magazines, this is too ridiculous. I order you 12 hours after the reception of this letter to take the field. If you are still Augereau of Castiglione, keep the command, but if your 60 years weigh upon you, hand over the command to your senior general. The country is in danger, and can be saved by boldness and alacrity alone. Signed, Napoleon. At Valence, Napoleon, for the first time, saw French soldiers with the white cockade in their caps. They belonged to Augereau's corps. At Orange, the air resounded with tunes of Vive le Roi. Here the gaiety, real or feigned, which Napoleon had hitherto evinced, began to forsake him. Had the emperor arrived at Avignon 3 hours later than he did, there is no doubt that he would have been massacred. The royalist mob of Avignon massacred Marshal Brune in 1816. He did not change horses at Avignon, through which he passed at 5 in the morning, but at St. Andiol, where he arrived at 6. The emperor, who was fatigued with sitting in the carriage, alighted with Colonel Campbell and General Bertrand and walked with them up the first hill. His valet de chambre, who was also walking a little distance in advance, met one of the male couriers who said to him, "Those are the emperor's carriages coming this way." "No, they are the equipages of the Allies." "I say they are the emperor's carriages. I am an old soldier. I served in the campaign of Egypt, and I will save the life of my general. I tell you again, they are not the emperor's carriages. Do not attempt to deceive me. I have just passed through Organ, where the emperor has been hanged in effigy." The wretches erected a scaffold and hanged a figure dressed in a French uniform covered with blood. Perhaps I may get myself into a scrape by this confidence, but no matter. Do you profit by it? The courier then set off at full gallop. The valet de chambre took General Drouot apart and told him what he had heard. Drouot communicated the circumstance to General Bertrand, who himself related it to the emperor in the presence of the commissioners. The latter, justly indignant, held a sort of council on the highway, and it was determined that the emperor should go forward without his retinue. The valet de chambre was asked whether he had any clothes in the carriage. He produced a long blue cloak and a round hat. It was proposed to put a white cockade in the hat, but to this Napoleon would not consent. He went forward in the style of a courier, with Amadrou, one of the 2 outriders who had escorted his carriage, and dashed through Organ. When the Allied commissioners arrived there, the assembled population were uttering exclamations of "Down with the Corsican! Down with the brigand!" The mayor of Organ, the same man whom I had seen almost on his knees to General Bonaparte on his return from Egypt, addressed himself to Pellard, the emperor's valet de chambre, and said, "Do you follow that rascal?" "No," replied Pellard. "I am attached to the commissariers of the Allied powers." "Ah, that is well. I should like to hang the villain with my own hands." "Ah, if you knew, sir, how the scoundrel has deceived us. It was I who received him on his return from Egypt. We wish to take his horses out and draw his carriage. I should like to avenge myself now for the honors I rendered him at that time." The crowd augmented and continued to vociferate with a degree of fury which may be imagined by those who have heard the inhabitants of the South manifest, by cries, their joy or their hatred. Some more violent than the rest wished to force Napoleon's coachman to cry, "Vive le Roi!" He courageously refused, though threatened with a stroke of a saber, when, fortunately, the carriage being ready to start, he whipped the horses and set off at full gallop. The commissioners would not breakfast at Organ. They paid for what had been prepared and took some refreshments away with them. The carriages did not overtake the emperor until they came to La Calade, where he had arrived a quarter of an hour before with Amadrou. They found him standing by the fire in the kitchen of the inn talking with the landlady. She had asked him whether the tyrant was soon to pass that way. "Ah, sir," said she, "it is all nonsense to say we have got rid of him. I always have said and always will say that we shall never be sure of being done with him until he be laid at the bottom of a well, covered over with stones. I wish we had him safe in the well in our yard. You see, sir, the Directory sent him to Egypt to get rid of him, but he came back again. And he will come back again, you may be sure of that, sir. Unless," here the good woman, having finished skimming her pot, looked up and perceived that all the party were standing uncovered except the individual to whom she had been speaking. She was confounded, and the embarrassment she experienced at having spoken so ill of the emperor to the emperor himself banished all her anger, and she lavished every mark of attention and respect on Napoleon and his retinue. A messenger was immediately sent to Aix to purchase ribbons for making white cockades. All the carriages were brought into the courtyard of the inn, and the gate was closed. The landlady informed Napoleon that it would not be prudent for him to venture on passing through Aix, where a population of more than 20,000 were waiting to stone him. Meanwhile dinner was served, and Napoleon sat down to table. He admirably disguised the agitation which he could not fail to experience, and I have been assured, by some of the individuals who were present on that remarkable occasion, that he never made himself more agreeable. His conversation, which was enriched by the resources of his memory and his imagination, charmed everyone, and he remarked, with an air of indifference which was perhaps affected, "I believe the new French government has a design on my life." The commissioners, informed of what was going on at Aix, proposed sending to the mayor an order for closing the gates and adopting measures for securing the public tranquility. About 50 individuals had assembled round the inn, and one among them offered to carry a letter to the mayor of Aix. The commissioners accepted his services, and in their letter informed the mayor that if the gates of the town were not closed within an hour, they would advance with 2 regiments of Uhlans and 6 pieces of artillery, and would fire upon all who might oppose them. This threat had the desired effect, and the mayor returned for answer that the gates should be closed, and that he would take upon himself the responsibility of everything which might happen. The danger which threatened the emperor at Aix was thus averted, but there was another to be braved. During the 7 or 8 hours he passed at La Calade, a considerable number of people had gathered round the inn, and manifested every disposition to proceed to some excess. Most of them had in their hands 5-franc pieces, in order to recognize the emperor by his likeness on the coin. Napoleon, who had passed 2 nights without sleep, was in a little room adjoining the kitchen, where he had fallen into a slumber, reclining in the shoulder of his valet de chambre. In a moment of dejection he had said, "I now renounce the political world forever. I shall henceforth feel no interest about anything that may happen. At Porto Ferrajo I may be more happy than I have ever been. No, if the crown of Europe were now offered to me I would not accept it. I will devote myself to science. I was right never to esteem mankind. But France and the French people what ingratitude! I am disgusted with ambition, and I wish to rule no longer." When the moment for departure arrived, it was proposed that he should put on the greatcoat and fur cap of General Kohler, and that he should go into the carriage of the Austrian commissioner. The emperor, thus disguised, left the inn of La Calade, passing between 2 lines of spectators. On turning the walls of Aix, Napoleon had again the mortification to hear the cries of "Down with the tyrant! Down with Nicolas!" And these vociferations resounded at the distance of 1/4 of a league from the town. Bonaparte, dispirited by these manifestations of hatred, said, in a tone of mingled grief and contempt, "These provincials are the same furious brawlers that they used to be. They committed frightful massacres at the commencement of the Revolution. 18 years ago I came to this part of the country with some 1,000 men to deliver 2 royalists who were to be hanged. Their crime was having worn the white cockade. I saved them, but it was not without difficulty that I rescued them from the hands of their assailants, and now, you see, they resume the same excesses against those who refuse to wear the white cockade." At about a league from Aix, the emperor and his retinue found horses and an escort of gendarmerie to conduct them to the chateau of Luc. The Princess Pauline was at the country residence of M. Charles, member of the legislative body, near the castle of Luc. On hearing of the misfortunes of her brother, she determined to accompany him to the Isle of Elba, and she proceeded to Fréjus to embark with him. At Fréjus, the emperor rejoined Colonel Campbell, who had quitted the convoy on the road, and had brought into the port the English frigate the Undaunted, which was appointed to convey the emperor to the place of his destination. In spite of the wish he had expressed to Colonel Campbell, he manifested considerable reluctance to go on board. However, on the 28th of April, he sailed for the island of Elba in the English frigate, in which it could not then be said that Caesar and his fortune were embarked. It was on the 3d of May 1814 that Bonaparte arrived within sight of Porto Ferrajo, the capital of his miniature empire, but he did not land till the next morning. At first he paid a short visit incognito, being accompanied by a sergeant's party of marines from the Undaunted. He then returned on board to breakfast, and at about 2 o'clock made his public entrance, the Undaunted firing a royal salute. In every particular of his conduct, he paid great attention to the maintenance of his imperial dignity. On landing, he received the keys of his city of Porto Ferrajo and the devoirs of the governor, prefect, and other dignitaries, and he proceeded immediately under a canopy of state to the parish church, which served as a cathedral. There he heard Te Deum, and it is stated that his countenance was dark and melancholy, and that he even shed tears. One of Bonaparte's first cares was to select a flag for the Elbe's empire, and after some hesitation he fixed on argent, on a bend gules or 3 Bs, as the armorial ensign of his new dominion. It is strange that neither he nor any of those whom he consulted should have been aware that Elba had an ancient and peculiar ensign, and it is still more remarkable that this ensign should be one singularly adapted to Bonaparte's situation, being no more than a wieldy emblem, says M. Bernard, of the vicissitudes of human life, which the Elbes had borrowed from the Egyptian mysteries. This is as curious a coincidence as any we ever recollect to have met. As the medals of Elba with the emblem of the wheel are well known, we cannot but suppose that Bonaparte was aware of the circumstance. Yet he is represented as having in vain made several anxious inquiries after the ancient arms of the island. During the first months of his residence there his life was, in general, one of characteristic activity and almost garrulous frankness. He gave dinners, went to balls, rode all day about his island, planned fortifications, aqueducts, lazarettos, harbors, and palaces, and the very second day after he landed fitted out an expedition of a dozen soldiers to take possession of a little uninhabited island called Pianosa, which lies a few leagues from Elba. On this occasion he said good-humoredly, "Tout l'Europe dira que j'ai déjà fait une conquête." All Europe will say I have already made a conquest. The cause of the island of Pianosa being left uninhabited was the marauding of the corsairs from the coast of Barbary, against whom Bonaparte considered himself fully protected by the 4th article of the Treaty of Fontainebleau. The greatest wealth of Elba consists in its iron mines, for which the island was celebrated in the days of Virgil. Soon after his arrival, Napoleon visited the mines in company with Colonel Campbell, and being informed that they produced annually about 500,000 francs, he exclaimed joyfully, "These, then, are my own." One of his followers, however, reminded him that he had long since disposed of that revenue, having given it to his Order of the Legion of Honor to furnish pensions, etc. "Where was my head when I made that grant?" said he, "but I have made many foolish decrees of that sort." Sir Walter Scott, in telling a curious fact, makes a very curious mistake. To dignify his capital, he says, having discovered that the ancient name of Porto Ferrajo was Comopoli, the city of Como, he commanded it to be called Cosmopoli, or the city of all nations. Now the old name of Porto Ferrajo was in reality not Comopoli, but Cosmopoli, and it obtained that name from the Florentine Cosmo de' Medici, to whose ducal house Elba belonged, as an integral part of Tuscany. The name equally signified the city of Cosmo, or the city of all nations, and the vanity of the Medici had probably been flattered by the double meaning of the appellation. But Bonaparte certainly revived the old name, and did not add a letter to it to dignify his little capital. The household of Napoleon, though reduced to 35 persons, still represented an imperial court. The forms and etiquette of the Tuileries, enceinte, cloud were retained on a diminished scale, but the furniture and internal accommodations of the palace are represented as having been meaner by far than those of an English gentleman of ordinary rank. The bodyguard of His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor of Elba, consisted of about 700 infantry and 80 cavalry, and to this handful of troops Napoleon seemed to pay almost as much attention as he had formerly given to his grand army. The men were constantly exercised, particularly in throwing shot and shells, and he soon began to look out for good recruits. He early announced that he would hold a court and receive ladies twice a week. The first was on the 7th of May, and a great concourse assembled. Bonaparte at first paid great attention to the women, particularly those who possessed personal attractions, and asked them, in his rapid way, whether they were married, how many children they had, and who their husbands were. To the last question, he received one universal answer. It happened that every lady was married to a merchant, but when it came to be further explained that they were merchant butchers and merchant bakers, His Imperial Majesty permitted some expression of his dissatisfaction to escape him and hastily retired. On the 4th of June, there was a ball on board the British frigate, in honor of the king's birthday. The whole beauty and fashion of Elba were assembled, and dancing with great glee, when, about midnight, Bonaparte came in his barge, unexpectedly and masked, to join the festivity. He was very affable, and visited every part of the ship, and all the amusements which had been prepared for the different classes of persons. On his birthday, the 15th of August, he ordered the mayor to give a ball, and for this purpose a temporary building, capable of holding 300 persons, was to be erected, and the whole entertainment, building and all, were to be at the expense of the inhabitants themselves. These were bad auspices, and accordingly the ball completely failed. Madame M'Tire, Madame Bertrand, and the two ladies of honor attended, but not above 30 of the fair islanders, and as the author of the Itinéraire remarks, Le bal fut triste quoique Bonaparte n'y paraît pas. Having in an excursion reached the summit of one of the highest hills on the island, where the sea was visible all round him, he shook his head with affected solemnity, and exclaimed in a bantering tone, "Eh, il faut avoir que mon isle est bien petite." On this mountain, one of the party saw a little church in an almost inaccessible situation, and observed that it was a most inconvenient site for a church, for surely no congregation could attend it. "It is on that account the more convenient to the parson," replied Bonaparte, "who may preach what stuff he pleases without fear of contradiction." As they descended the hill and met some peasants with their goats who asked for charity, Bonaparte told a story which the present circumstances brought to his recollection, that when he was crossing the Great Saint Bernard, previously to the Battle of Marengo, he had met a goatherd, and entered into conversation with him. The goatherd, not knowing to whom he was speaking, lamented his own hard lot, and envied the riches of some persons who actually had cows and cornfields. Bonaparte inquired if some fairy were to offer to gratify all his wishes what he would ask. The poor peasant expressed, in his own opinion, some very extravagant desires, such as a dozen of cows and a good farmhouse. Bonaparte afterwards recollected the incident and astonished the goatherd by the fulfillment of all his wishes. But all his thoughts and conversations were not as light and pleasant as these. Sometimes he would involve himself in an account of the last campaign, of his own views and hopes, of the defection of his marshals, of the capture of Paris, and finally of his abdication. On these he would talk by the hour with great earnestness and almost fury, exhibiting in very rapid succession traits of eloquence, of military genius, of indignation, of vanity, and of selfishness. With regard to the audience to whom he addressed these tirades, he was not very particular. The chief violence of his rage seemed to be directed against Marshal Marmont, whom, as well as Augereau, he sometimes called by names too gross for repetition, and charged roundly with treachery. Marmont, when he could no longer defend Paris by arms, saved it by an honorable capitulation. He preserved his army for the service of his country, and when everything else was lost, stipulated for the safety of Bonaparte. This last stipulation, however, Bonaparte affected to treat with contempt and indignation. Chapter 3. 1814. Changes produced by time correspondence between the Provisional Government and Hartwell Louis XVI's reception in London, his arrival at Calais, Berthier's address to the King at Campigny, my presentation to His Majesty at St. Ouen Louis XVI's entry, into Paris unexpected dismissal, from my post-M de Talleyrand's departure, for the Congress of Vienna signs of a commotion impossibility of seeing M. de Bloch as the Abbey, Fleuriel unanswered letters my letter, to M. de Talleyrand at Vienna. No power is so great as that resulting from the changes produced by time. Wise policy consists in directing that power, but to do so it is requisite to know the wants of the age. For this reason Louis Roman XVIII appeared, in the eyes of all sensible persons, a monarch expressly formed for the circumstances in which we stood after the fall of Napoleon. In the winter of 1813-14, some royalist proclamations had been circulated in Paris, and as they contained the germs of those hopes which the charter, had it been executed, was calculated to realize, the police opposed their circulation, and I recollect that, in order to multiply the number of copies, my family and I daily devoted some hours to transcribing them. After the definitive declaration of Alexander, a very active correspondence ensued between the Provisional Government and Hartwell and Louis Roman XVIII, was even preparing to embark for Bordeaux when he learned the events of the 31st of March. That news induced the king to alter his determination, and he soon quitted his retirement to proceed to London. Louis Roman XVIII and the Prince Regent of England exchanged the orders of the Holy Ghost and the Garter, and I believe I may affirm that this was the first occasion on which any but a Catholic prince was invested with the Order of the Holy Ghost. Louis Roman XVIII embarked at Dover on board the Royal Sovereign and landed at Calais on the 24th of April. I need not enter into any description of the enthusiasm which his presence excited. That is generally known through the reports of the journals of the time. It is very certain that all rational persons saw with satisfaction the princes of the House of Bourbon reascend the throne of their ancestors, enlightened by experience and misfortune, which, as some ancient philosopher observes, are the best counselors of kings. I had received a letter addressed to me from London by the Duc de Duras, pointing out the route which Louis Roman XVIII was to pursue from Calais to Paris. In this he said, "After the zeal, monsieur, you have shown for the service of the king, I do not doubt your activity to prevent his suffering in any way at a moment so happy and interesting for every Frenchman." The king's wishes on this subject were scrupulously fulfilled, and I recollect with pleasure the zeal with which my directions were executed by all the persons in the service of the post office. His Majesty stopped for a short time at Amiens, and then proceeded to Campigny, where the ministers and marshals had previously arrived to present to him their homage and the assurance of their fidelity. Berthier addressed the king in the name of the marshals, and said, among other things, that France, groaning for 25 years under the weight of the misfortunes that oppressed her, had anxiously looked forward to the happy day which she now saw dawning. Berthier might justly have said for 10 years, but at all events, even had he spoken the truth, it was ill placed in the mouth of a man whom the emperor had constantly loaded with favors. The Emperor Alexander also went to Campigny to meet Louis Roman XVIII, and the two monarchs dined together. I did not go to Campigny because the business which I had constantly to execute did not permit me to leave Paris for so long an interval as that journey would have required, but I was at St. Ouen when Louis Roman XVIII arrived on the 2d of May. There I had to congratulate myself on being remembered by a man to whom I was fortunate enough to render some service at Hamburg. As the king entered the salon through which he had to pass to go to the dining room, Hugh, recognizing me, said to his Majesty, "There is M. de Bourrienne." The king then stepping up to me said, "Ah, M. de Bourrienne, I am very glad to see you. I am aware of the services you have rendered me in Hamburg and Paris, and I shall feel much pleasure in testifying my gratitude." At St. Ouen, Louis Roman XVIII promulgated the declaration which preceded the charter, and which repeated the sentiments expressed by the king 20 years before in the Declaration of Calmer. It was also at St. Ouen that project of a constitution was presented to him by the Senate, in which that body, to justify in extremis its title of conservative, stipulated for the preservation of its revenues and endowments. On the 3d of May, Louis Roman XVIII made his solemn entrance into Paris, the Duchess d'Angoulême being in the carriage with the king. His Majesty proceeded first to Notre Dame. On arriving at the Pont Neuf, he saw the model of the statue of Henry Roman IV, replaced, on the pedestal of which appeared the following words, Ludovico Reduce, Henricus Redivivus, which were suggested by M. de Lally Tollendal, and were greatly preferable to the long and prolix inscription composed for the bronze statue. The king's entrance into Paris did not excite so much enthusiasm as the entrance of Monsieur. In the places through which I passed on the 3d of May, astonishment seemed to be the prevailing feeling among the people. The abatement of public enthusiasm was more perceptible a short time after, when Louis Roman XVIII restored the Red Corps which Louis Roman XVI had suppressed long before the Revolution. It was not a little extraordinary to see the direction of the government consigned to a man who neither had nor could have any knowledge of France. From the commencement, M. de Blocas affected ministerial omnipotence. When I went on the 11th of May to the Tuileries to present, as usual, my portfolio to the king, in virtue of my privilege of transacting business with the sovereign, M. de Blocas wished to take the portfolio from me, which appeared to me the more surprising as, during the 7 days I had the honor of coming in contact with Louis Roman XVIII, His Majesty had been pleased to bestow many compliments upon me. I at first refused to give up the portfolio, but M. de Blocas told me the king had ordered him to receive it. I then, of course, yielded the point. However, it was not long before I had experience of a courtier's revenge, for 2 days after this circumstance, that is to say, on the 13th of May, on entering my cabinet at the usual hour, I mechanically took up the Moniteur, which I found lying on my desk. On glancing hastily over it, what was my astonishment to find that the Comte Ferrand had been appointed director of the post office in my stead. Such was the strange mode in which M. de Blocas made me feel the promised gratitude of the sovereign. Certainly, after my proofs of loyalty, which a year afterwards procured for me the honor of being outlawed in quite a special way, I had reason to complain, and I might have said sic vos non vobis, as justly as Virgil when he alluded to the unmerited favors lavished by Augustus on the Mevii and Bavii of his time. The measures of government soon excited complaints in every quarter. The usages of the old system were gradually restored, and ridicule being mingled with more serious considerations, Paris was speedily inundated with caricatures and pamphlets. However, tranquility prevailed until the month of September, when M. de Talleyrand departed for the Congress of Vienna. Then all was disorder at the Tuileries. Every one feeling himself free from restraint wished to play the statesman, and heaven knows how many follies were committed in the absence of the schoolmaster. Under a feeble government, there is but one step from discontent to insurrection. Under an imbecile government like that of France in 1814, after the departure of M. de Talleyrand, conspiracy has free scope. During the summer of 1814 were initiated the events which reached their climax on the 20th of March 1815. I almost fancy I am dreaming when I look back on the miraculous incapacity of the persons who were then at the head of our government. The emigrants, who, as it has been truly said, had neither learned nor forgotten anything, came back with all the absurd pretensions of Coblentz. Their silly vanity reminded one of a character in one of Voltaire's novels who is continually saying, "Un homme que memoir." These people were so engrossed with their pretended merit that they were blind to everything else. They not only disregarded the wishes and the wants of France, which in overthrowing the empire hoped to regain liberty, but they disregarded every warning they had received. I recollect one circumstance which was well calculated to excite suspicion. Prince Eugene proposed going to the waters of Plombières to join his sister Hortense. The horses, the carriages, and one of the prince's aides de camp had already arrived at Plombières, and his residence was prepared, but he did not go. Eugene had, no doubt, received intimation of his sister's intrigues with some of the individuals of the late court of Napoleon who were then at the waters, and as he had determined to reside quietly at the court of his father-in-law, without meddling with public affairs, he remained at Munich. This fact, however, passed off unnoticed. At the end of 1814, unequivocal indications of a great catastrophe were observable. About that time a man, whom I much esteem, and with whom I have always been on terms of friendship, said to me, "You see how things are going on. They are committing fault upon fault. You must be convinced that such a state of things cannot last long. Between ourselves, I am of opinion that all will be over in the month of March. That month will repair the disgrace of last March. We shall then, once for all, be delivered from fanaticism and the emigrants. You see the intolerable spirit of hypocrisy that prevails, and you know that the influence of the priests is, of all things, the most hateful to the nation. We have gone back a long way within the last 8 months. I fear you will repent of having taken too active a part in affairs at the commencement of the present year. You see we have gone a very different way from what you expected. However, as I have often told you before, you had good reason to complain, and after all, you acted to the best of your judgment. I did not attach much importance to this prediction of a change in the month of March. I deplored, as every one did, the inconceivable errors of Ferrand and Company, and I hoped that the government would gradually return to those principles which were calculated to conciliate the feelings of the people. A few days after another of my friends called on me. He had exercised important functions, and his name had appeared on a proscription list. He had claims upon the government, which was by no means favorably disposed towards him. I asked him how things were going on, and he replied, "Very well, no opposition is made to my demands. I have no reason to complain." This reminded me of the man in the letters Persans, who admired the excellent order of the finances under Colbert because his pension was promptly paid. I congratulated my friend on the justice which the government rendered him, as well as on the justice which he rendered to the government, and I remarked that if the same course were adopted towards everyone, all parties would speedily be conciliated. "I do not think so," said my friend. "If the government persist in its present course, it cannot possibly stand, and we shall have the emperor back again." "That," said I, "would be a very great misfortune, and even if such were the wish of France, it would be opposed by Europe. You who are so devotedly attached to France cannot be indifferent to the danger that would threaten her if the presence of Bonaparte should bring the foreigners back again. Can you endure to think of the dismemberment of our country? That they would never dare to attempt. But you and I can never agree on the question of the emperor and your Bourbons. We take a totally different view of the matter. You had cause to complain of Bonaparte, but I had only reason to be satisfied with him. But tell me, what would you do if he were to return?" "Bonaparte return? Yes. Upon my word, the best thing I could do would be to set off as speedily as I could, and that is certainly what I should do. I am thoroughly convinced that he would never pardon me for the part one have taken in the Restoration, and I candidly confess that I should not hesitate a moment to save my life by leaving France." "Well, you are wrong, for I am convinced that if you would range yourself among the number of his friends you might have whatever you wish, titles, honors, riches. Of this I could give you assurance. All this, I must tell you, does not tempt me. I love France as dearly as you do, and I am convinced that she can never be happy under Bonaparte. If he should return, I will go and live abroad." This is only part of a conversation which lasted a considerable time, and, as is often the case after a long discussion, my friend retained his opinion and I mine. However, this second warning, this hypothesis of the return of Bonaparte, made me reflect, and I soon received another hint which gave additional weight to the preceding ones. An individual with whom I was well acquainted, and whom I knew from his principles and connections to be entirely devoted to the royal cause, communicated to me some extraordinary circumstances which he said alarmed him. Among other things he said, "The day before yesterday I met Charles de Labdure, who, you know, is my intimate friend. I remarked that he had an air of agitation and abstraction. I invited him to come and dine with me, but he declined, alleging as an excuse that we should not be alone. He then asked me to go and dine with him yesterday, as he wanted to talk with me. I accepted his invitation, and we conversed a long time on political affairs and the situation of France. You know my sentiments are quite the reverse of his, so we disputed and wrangled, though we are still very good friends. But what alarms me is that at parting Charles pressed my hand, saying, 'Adieu, tomorrow I set off for Grenoble. In a month you will hear something of Charles de Labdure.' These 3 successive communications appeared to me very extraordinary. The 2 first were made to me by persons interested in the event, and the third by one who dreaded it. They all presented a striking coincidence with the intrigues at Plombières a few months before. In the month of January, I determined to mention the business to M. de Blocas, who then engrossed all credit and all power, and through whose medium alone anything could reach the sovereign. I need scarcely add that my intention was merely to mention to him the facts without naming the individuals from whom I obtained them. After all, however, M. de Blocas did not receive me, and I only had the honor of speaking to his secretary, who, if the fact deserved to be recorded, was an abbé named Fleuriel. This personage, who was an extraordinary specimen of impertinence and self-conceit, would have been an admirable study for a comic poet. He had all the dignity belonging to the great secretary of a great minister, and with an air of indifference, he told me that the Count was not there. But M. de Blocas was there, and I knew it. Devoted as I was to the cause of the Bourbons, I thought it my duty to write that very day to M. de Blocas to request an interview. I received no answer. 2 days after I wrote a second letter, in which I informed M. de Blocas that I had something of the greatest importance to communicate to him. This letter remained unnoticed like the first. Unable to account for this strange treatment, I again repaired to the Pavilion de Flore and requested the Abbé Fleuriel to explain to me if he could the cause of his master's silence. "Sir," said he, "I received your 2 letters and laid them before the Count. I cannot tell why he has not sent you an answer, but Monsieur le Comte is so much engaged. Monsieur le Comte is so overwhelmed with business that Monsieur le Comte may perhaps repent of it. Good morning, sir." I thus had personal experience of the truth of what I had often heard respecting M. de Blocas. That favorite, who succeeded Comte d'Avaray, enjoyed the full confidence of the king, and concentrated the sovereign power in his own cabinet. The only means of transmitting any communication to Louis Roman XVIII was to get it addressed to M. de Blocas by one of his most intimate friends. Convinced as I was of the danger that threatened France, and unable to break through the blockade which M. de Blocas had formed round the person of the king, I determined to write to M. de Talleyrand at Vienna and acquaint him with the communications that had been made to me. M. de Talleyrand corresponded directly with the king, and I doubt not that my information at length reached the ears of His Majesty. But when Louis Roman XVIII was informed of what was to happen, it was too late to avert the danger. Chapter 4. 1814-1815. Escape from Elbehiz, landing near Canmarch on Paris. About the middle of summer, Napoleon was visited by his mother and his sister, the Princess Pauline. Both these ladies had very considerable talents for political intrigue, and the natural faculties in this way had not lain dormant or been injured by want of practice. In Pauline, this finesse was partially concealed by a languor and indecision of manner and an occasional assumption of niaiserie, or almost infantine simplicity. But this only threw people the more off their guard and made her finesse the more sure in its operation. Pauline was handsome too, uncommonly graceful, and had all that power of fascination which has been attributed to the Bonaparte family. She could gain hearts with ease, and those whom her charms enslaved were generally ready to devote themselves absolutely to her brother. She went and came between Naples and Elba, and kept her brother-in-law, Murat, in mind of the fact that the lion was not yet dead nor so much as sleeping, but merely retiring the better to spring forward on his quarry. Having taken this resolution and chosen his time, Napoleon kept the secret of his expedition until the last moment, and means were found to privately make the requisite preparations. A portion of the soldiers was embarked in a brig called the Inconstant, and the remainder in 6 small craft. It was not till they were all on board that the troops first conceived a suspicion of the emperor's purpose. 1,000 or 1,200 men had sailed to regain possession of an empire containing a population of 30,000,000. He commenced his voyage on Sunday, the 26th of February 1815, and the next morning at 10 o'clock was not out of sight of the island, to the great annoyance of the few friends he had left behind. At this time, Colonel Sir Neil Campbell was absent on a tour to Leghorn, but being informed by the French consul and by Spanacchi, the Tuscan governor of the town, that Napoleon was about to sail for the continent, he hastened back and gave chase to the little squadron in the Partridge sloop of war, which was cruising in the neighborhood, but being delayed by communicating with a French frigate, reached Antibes too late. There were between 400 and 500 men on board the brig, the Inconstant, in which Bonaparte embarked. On the passage they met with a French ship of war, with which they spoke. The guards were ordered to pull off their caps and lie down on the deck or go below, while the captain exchanged some words with the commander of the frigate, whom he afterwards proposed to pursue and capture. Bonaparte rejected the idea as absurd and asked why he should introduce this new episode into his plan. As they stood over to the coast of France, the emperor was in the highest spirits. The die was cast, and he seemed to be quite himself again. He sat upon the deck and amused the officers collected round him with a narrative of his campaigns, particularly those of Italy and Egypt. When he had finished, he observed the deck to be encumbered with several large chests belonging to him. He asked the maître d'hôtel what they contained. Upon being told they were filled with wine, he ordered them to be immediately broken open, saying, "We will divide the booty." The emperor superintended the distribution himself and presented bottle by bottle to his comrades, till tired of this occupation, he called out to Bertrand, "Grand Marshal, assist me, if you please. Let us help these gentlemen. They will help us some day." It was with this species of bonhomie that he captivated when he chose all around him. The following day he was employed in various arrangements, and among others in dictating to Colonel Réal the proclamations to be issued on his landing. In one of these, after observing, "We must forget that we have given law to the neighboring nations," Napoleon stopped. "What have I said?" Colonel Réal read the passage. "Stop," said Napoleon. "Omit the word neighboring, say simply to nations." It was thus his pride revealed itself, and his ambition seemed to rekindle at the very recollections of his former greatness. Napoleon landed without any accident on the 1st of March at Cannes, a small seaport in the Gulf of St. Juan, not far from Frejus, where he had disembarked on his return from Egypt 16 years before, and where he had embarked the preceding year for Elba. A small party of the guards who presented themselves before the neighboring garrison of Antibes were made prisoners by General Corson, the governor of the place. Someone hinted that it was not right to proceed till they had released their comrades, but the emperor observed that this was poorly to estimate the magnitude of the undertaking. Before them were 30 million men uniting to be set free. He, however, sent the commissariat officer to try what he could do, calling out after him, "Take care you do not get yourself made prisoner too." At nightfall, the troops bivouacked on the beach, just before a postilion in a splendid livery had been brought to Napoleon. It turned out that this man had formerly been a domestic of the Empress Josephine and was now in the service of the Prince of Monaco, who himself had been equerry to the Empress. The postilion, after expressing his great astonishment at finding the emperor there, stated, in answer to the questions that were put to him, that he had just come from Paris. That all along the road, as far as Avignon, he had heard nothing but regret for the emperor's absence, that his name was constantly echoed from mouth to mouth, and that, when once fairly through Provence, he would find the whole population ready to rally round him. The man added that his laced livery had frequently rendered him the object of odium and insult on the road. This was the testimony of one of the common class of society. It was very gratifying to the emperor, as it entirely corresponded with his expectations. The Prince of Monaco himself, on being presented to the emperor, was less explicit. Napoleon refrained from questioning him on political matters. The conversation, therefore, assumed a more lively character, and turned altogether on the ladies of the former imperial court, concerning whom the emperor was very particular in his inquiries. As soon as the moon had risen, which was about 1 or 2 in the morning of the 2d, the bivouacs were broken up, and Napoleon gave orders for proceeding to Grasse. There he expected to find a road which he had planned during the Empire, but in this he was disappointed, the Bourbons having given up all such expensive works through want of money. Bonaparte was therefore obliged to pass through narrow defiles filled with snow, and left behind him in the hands of the municipality his carriage and 2 pieces of cannon, which had been brought ashore. This was termed a capture in the bulletins of the day. The municipality of Grasse was strongly in favor of the royalist cause, but the sudden appearance of the emperor afforded but little time for hesitation, and they came to tender their submission to him. Having passed through the town, he halted on a little height some way beyond it, where he breakfasted. He was soon surrounded by the whole population of the place, and he heard the same sentiments and the same prayers as before he quitted France. A multitude of petitions had already been drawn up and were presented to him, just as though he had come from Paris and was making a tour through the departments. One complained that his pension had not been paid, another that his cross of the Legion of Honor had been taken from him. Some of the more discontented secretly informed Napoleon that the authorities of the town were very hostile to him, but that the mass of the people were devoted to him, and only waited till his back was turned to rid themselves of the miscreants. He replied, "Be not too hasty. Let them have the mortification of seeing our triumph without having anything to reproach us with." The emperor advanced with all the rapidity in his power. "Victory," he said, "depended on my speed. To me France was in Grenoble. That place was 100 miles distant, but I and my companions reached it in 5 days, and with what weather and what roads! I entered the city just as the Comte d'Artois, warned by the telegraph, was quitting the Tuileries." Napoleon himself was so perfectly convinced of the state of affairs that he knew his success in no way depended on the force he might bring with him. A piquet of gens d'armes, he said, was all that was necessary. Everything turned out as he foresaw. At first he owned he was not without some degree of uncertainty and apprehension. As he advanced, however, the whole population declared themselves enthusiastically in his favor. But he saw no soldiers. It was not till he arrived between Mur and Vizille, within 5 or 6 leagues from Grenoble, and on the 5th day after his landing, that he met a battalion. The commanding officer refused to hold even a parley. The emperor, without hesitation, advanced alone, and 100 grenadiers marched at some distance behind him with their arms reversed. The sight of Napoleon, his well-known costume, and his gray military greatcoat had a magical effect on the soldiers, and they stood motionless. Napoleon went straight up to them and, baring his breast, said, "Let him that has the heart kill his emperor." The soldiers threw down their arms, their eyes moistened with tears, and cries of "Vive l'Empereur" resounded on every side. Napoleon ordered the battalion to wheel round to the right, and all marched on together. At a short distance from Grenoble, Colonel Labdier, who had been sent at the head of the 7th Regiment to oppose his passage, came to join the emperor. The impulse thus given in a manner decided the question. Labdier's superior officer in vain interfered to restrain his enthusiasm and that of his men. The tricolored cockades, which had been concealed in the hollow of a drum, were eagerly distributed by Labd, or among them, and they threw away the white cockade as a badge of their nation's dishonor. The peasantry of Dauphiny, the cradle of the revolution, lined the roadside. They were transported and mad with joy. The 1st Battalion, which has just been alluded to, had shown some signs of hesitation, but thousands of the country people crowded round it, and by their shouts of Vive l'Empereur, endeavored to urge the troops to decision, while others who followed in Napoleon's rear encouraged his little troop to advance by assuring them that they would meet with success. Napoleon said he could have taken 2 million of these peasants with him to Paris, but that then he would have been called the King of the Equerry. Napoleon issued 2 proclamations on the road. He at first regretted that he had not had them printed before he left Elba, but this could not have been done without some risk of betraying his secret designs. He dictated them on board the vessel, where every man who could write was employed in copying them. These copies soon became very scarce. Many of them were illegible, and it was not till he arrived at Gap, on the 5th of March, that he found means to have them printed. They were from that time circulated and read everywhere with the utmost avidity. The address to the army was considered as being still more masterly and eloquent, and it was certainly well suited to the taste of French soldiers, who, as Bourrienne remarks, are wonderfully pleased with grandiloquence, metaphor, and hyperbole, though they do not always understand what they mean. Even a French author of some distinction praises this address as something sublime. The proclamation to the army, says he, is full of energy. It could not fail to make all military imaginations vibrate. That prophetic phrase, "The eagle with the national colors will fly from church steeple to church steeple, till it settles on the towers of Notre Dame," was happy in the extreme. These words certainly produced an immense effect on the French soldiery, who everywhere shouted, "Vive l'Empereur! Vive le petit caporal! We will die for our old comrade," with the most genuine enthusiasm. It was some distance in advance of Grenoble that Labdier joined, but he could not make quite sure of the garrison of that city, which was commanded by General Marchand, a man resolved to be faithful to his latest master. The shades of night had fallen when Bonaparte arrived in front of the fortress of Grenoble, where he stood for some minutes in a painful state of suspense and indecision. It was on the 7th of March, at nightfall, that Bonaparte thus stood before the walls of Grenoble. He found the gates closed, and the commanding officer refused to open them. The garrison assembled on the ramparts shouted "Vive l'Empereur!" and shook hands with Napoleon's followers through the wickets, but they could not be prevailed on to do more. It was necessary to force the gates, and this was done under the mouths of 10 pieces of artillery, loaded with grapeshot. In none of his battles did Napoleon ever imagine himself to be in so much danger as at the entrance into Grenoble. The soldiers seemed to turn upon him with furious gestures. For a moment, it might be supposed that they were going to tear him to pieces. But these were the suppressed transports of love and joy. The emperor and his horse were both borne along by the multitude, and he had scarcely time to breathe in the inn where he alighted when an increased tumult was heard without. The inhabitants of Grenoble came to offer him the broken gates of the city, since they could not present him with the keys. From Grenoble to Paris, Napoleon found no further opposition. During the 4 days of his stay at Lyon, where he had arrived on the 10th, there were continually upwards of 20,000 people assembled before his windows, whose acclamations were unceasing. It would never have been supposed that the emperor had even for a moment been absent from the country. He issued orders, signed decrees, reviewed the troops, as if nothing had happened. The military corps, the public bodies, and all classes of citizens eagerly came forward to tender their homage and their services. The Comte d'Artois, who had hastened to Lyon, as the Duc and Duchess d'Angoulême had done to Bordeaux, like them in vain attempted to make a stand. The mounted National Guard, who were known royalists, deserted him at this crisis, and in his flight only one of them chose to follow him. Bonaparte refused their services when offered to him, and with a chivalrous feeling worthy of being recorded, sent the decoration of the Legion of Honor to the single volunteer who had thus shown his fidelity by following the Duke. As soon as the emperor quitted Lyon, he wrote to Ney, who with his army was at Lons-le-Saulnier, to come and join him. Ney had set off from the court with a promise to bring Napoleon, like a wild beast in a cage, to Paris. Scott excuses Ney's heart at the expense of his head, and fancies that the marshal was rather carried away by circumstances, by vanity, and by fickleness, than actuated by premeditated treachery. And it is quite possible that these protestations were sincerely uttered when Ney left Paris. But, infected by the ardor of his troops, he was unable to resist a contagion so much in harmony with all his antecedents, and to attack not only his leader in many a time of peril, but also the sovereign who had forwarded his career through every grade of the army. The facts of the case were these. On the 11th of March, Ney, being at Besançon, learned that Napoleon was at Lyon. To those who doubted whether his troops would fight against their old comrades, he said, "They shall fight. I will take a musket from a grenadier and begin the action myself. I will run my sword to the hilt in the body of the first man who hesitates to fire." At the same time, he wrote to the Minister of War at Paris that he hoped to see a fortunate close to this mad enterprise. He then advanced to Lons-le-Saulnier, where, on the night between the 13th and 14th of March, not quite 3 days after his vehement protestations of fidelity, he received, without hesitation, a letter from Bonaparte inviting him, by his old appellation of the bravest of the brave, to join his standard. With this invitation, Ney complied and published an order of the day that declared the cause of the Bourbons, which he had sworn to defend, lost forever. It is pleaded in extenuation of Ney's defection that both his officers and men were beyond his control and determined to join their old master. But in that case, he might have given up his command and retired in the same honorable way that Marshals Macdonald and Marmont and several other generals did. But even among his own officers, Ney had an example set him, for many of them, after remonstrating in vain, threw up their commands. One of them broke his sword in two and threw the pieces at Ney's feet, saying, "It is easier for a man of honor to break iron than to break his word." Napoleon, when at St. Helena, gave a very different reading to these incidents. On this subject he was heard to say, "If I except Widger, who flew to me with enthusiasm and affection, and another individual, who, of his own accord, rendered me important services, nearly all the other generals whom I met on my route evinced hesitation and uncertainty. They yielded only to the impulse about them, if indeed they did not manifest a hostile feeling towards me." This was the case with Ney, with Massena, Saint Cyr, Soult, as well as with Macdonald and the Duke of Belluno, so that if the Bourbons had reason to complain of the complete desertion of the soldiers and the people, they had no right to reproach the chiefs of the army with conspiring against them, who had shown themselves mere children in politics, and would be looked upon as neither emigrants nor patriots. Between Lyon and Fontainebleau, Napoleon often traveled several miles ahead of his army with no other escort than a few polished lancers. His advanced guard now generally consisted of the troops, miscalled royal, who happened to be before him on the road whither they had been sent to oppose him, and to whom couriers were sent forward to give notice of the emperor's approach, in order that they might be quite ready to join him with the due military ceremonies. White flags and cockades everywhere disappeared. The tricolor resumed its pride of place. It was spring, and true to its season the violet had reappeared. The joy of the soldiers and the lower orders was almost frantic, but even among the industrious poor, there were not wanting many who regretted this precipitate return to the old order of things to conscription, war, and bloodshed, while in the superior classes of society there was a pretty general consternation. The vain, volatile soldiery, however, thought of nothing but their emperor, saw nothing before them but the restoration of all their laurels, the humiliation of England, and the utter defeat of the Russians, Prussians, and Austrians. On the night between the 19th and 20th of March, Napoleon reached Fontainebleau, and again paused, as had formerly been his custom, with short, quick steps through the antiquated but splendid galleries of that old palace. What must have been his feelings on revisiting the chamber in which, the year before, it is said he had attempted suicide? Louis Roman XVIII left the palace of the Tuileries at nearly the same hour that Bonaparte entered that of Fontainebleau. The most forlorn hope of the Bourbons was now in a considerable army posted between Fontainebleau and Paris. Meanwhile, the two armies approached each other at Melun. That of the king was commanded by Marshal Macdonald. On the 20th, his troops were drawn up in 3 lines to receive the invaders, who were said to be advancing from Fontainebleau. There was a long pause of suspense, of a nature which seldom fails to render men more accessible to strong and sudden emotions. The glades of the forest and the acclivity which leads to it were in full view of the royal army, but presented the appearance of a deep solitude. All was silence, except when the regimental bands of music, at the command of the officers, who remained generally faithful, played the airs of Vive Henri Quatre, O Richard, La Belle Gabrielle, and other tunes connected with the cause and family of the Bourbons. The sounds excited no corresponding sentiments among the soldiers. At length, about noon, a galloping of horse was heard. An open carriage appeared, surrounded by a few hussars and drawn by 4 horses. It came on at full speed, and Napoleon, jumping from the vehicle, was in the midst of the ranks which had been formed to oppose him. His escort threw themselves from their horses, mingled with their ancient comrades, and the effect of their exhortations was instantaneous on men whose minds were already half made up to the purpose which they now accomplished. There was a general shout of Vive Napoleon. The last army of the Bourbons passed from their side, and no further obstruction existed betwixt Napoleon and the capital, which he was once more but for a brief space to inhabit as a sovereign. Louis, accompanied only by a few household troops, had scarcely turned his back on the capital of his ancestors when Fauvelet hastened from a place of concealment and seized on the post office in the name of Napoleon. By this measure, all the king's proclamations were intercepted, and the restoration of the emperor was announced to all the departments. General Excelmans, who had just renewed his oath to Louis, pulled down with his own hands the white flag that was floating over the Tuileries and hoisted the 3-colored banner. It was late in the evening of the 20th that Bonaparte entered Paris in an open carriage, which was driven straight to the gilded gates of the Tuileries. He received the acclamations of the military and of the lower classes of the suburbs, but most of the respectable citizens looked on in silent wonderment. It was quite evident then that he was recalled by a party, in truth, numerous and powerful, but not by the unanimous voice of the nation. The enthusiasm of his immediate adherents, however, made up for the silence and lukewarmness of others. They filled and crammed the square of the Carousel and the courts and avenues of the Tuileries. They pressed so closely upon him that he was obliged to cry out, "My friends, you stifle me." And his aides de camp were compelled to carry him in their arms up the grand staircase, and thence into the royal apartments. It was observed, however, that amongst these ardent friends were many men who had been the first to desert him in 1814, and that these individuals were the most enthusiastic in their demonstrations, the loudest in their shouts. And thus was Napoleon again at the Tuileries, where, even more than at Fontainebleau, his mind was flooded by the deep and painful recollections of the past. A few nights after his return thither he sent for M. Horan, one of the physicians who had attended Josephine during her last illness. "So, Monsieur Horan," said he, "you did not leave the Empress during her malady?" "No, sire." "What was the cause of that malady?" "Uneasiness of mind, grief. You believe that?" And Napoleon laid a strong emphasis on the word believe, looking steadfastly in the doctor's face. He then asked, was she long ill? Did she suffer much? "She was ill a week, sire. Her Majesty suffered little bodily pain." "Did she see that she was dying?" "Did she show courage?" "A sign Her Majesty made when she could no longer express herself leaves me no doubt that she felt her end approaching. She seemed to contemplate it without fear." "Well, well." And then Napoleon, much affected, drew close to M. Horan and added, "You say that she was in grief. From what did that arise?" "From passing events, sire, from your Majesty's position last year." "Ah, she used to speak of me then?" "Very often." Here Napoleon drew his hand across his eyes, which seemed filled with tears. He then went on, "Good woman, excellent Josephine, she loved me truly, she did, she not?" "Ah, she was a Frenchwoman." "Yes, sire, she loved you, and she would have proved it had it not been for dread of displeasing you. She had conceived an idea." "How? What would she have done?" "She one day said that as Empress of the French she would drive through Paris with 8 horses to her coach, and all her household in gala livery, to go and rejoin you at Fontainebleau, and never quit you more. She would have done it, she was capable of doing it." Napoleon again betrayed deep emotion, on recovering from which he asked the physician the most minute questions about the nature of Josephine's disease, the friends and attendants who were around her at the hour of her death, and the conduct of her two children, Eugene and Hortense. Chapter 4. 1805. Depreciation of the bank Paper his great discretion Bonaparte's opinion of the rich Ouvrards, imprisonment his partnership, with the King of Spain his connection with Wallenberg and Desprez Bonaparte's return to Paris, after the campaign of Vienna hasty dismissal of M. Barbe Marbois. At the moment when the emperor had reason to hope that the news of his extraordinary success would animate public spirit, he was informed that considerable disquietude prevailed, and that the Bank of France was assailed by demands for the payment of its paper, which had fallen more than 5%. I was not ignorant of the cause of this decline. Had been made acquainted, through the commercial correspondence between Hamburg and Paris, with a great financial operation planned by M. Ouvrard, in consequence of which he was to obtain piasters from Spanish America at a price much below the real value. And I had learned that he was obliged to support this enterprise by the funds which he and his partners previously employed in victualling the forces. A fresh investment of capital was therefore necessary for this service, which, when on a large scale, requires extensive advances, and the tardy payment of the treasury at that period was well known. I was well acquainted with M. Ouvrard, and in what I am about to say, I do not think there will be found anything offensive or disagreeable to him. I observed the greater number of the facts to which I shall refer in their origin, and the rest I learned from M. Ouvrard himself, who, when he visited Hamburg in 1808, communicated to me a variety of details respecting his immense transaction with the King of Spain. Among other things I recollect, he told me that before the 18th Brumaire he was possessed of 60 million, without owing a franc to any person. This celebrated financier has been the object of great public attention. The prodigious variations of fortune which he has experienced, the activity of his life, the immense commercial operations in which he has been engaged, the extent and the boldness of his enterprises render it necessary, in forming a judgment of M. Ouvrard, to examine his conduct with due care and deliberation. The son of a stationer, who is able merely through his own resources to play so remarkable a part, could be no ordinary man. It may be said of M. Ouvrard what Beaumarchais said of himself, that his life was really a combat. I have known him long, and I saw much of him in his relations with Josephine. He always appeared to me to possess great knowledge of the world, accompanied by honorable principles and a high degree of generosity, which added greatly to the value of his prudence and discretion. No human power, no consideration, not even the ingratitude of those whom he had obliged, could induce him to disclose any sacrifice which he had made at the time when, under the Directory, the public revenue may be said to have been always at the disposal of the highest bidder, and when no business could be brought to a conclusion except by him who set about it with his hands full of money. To this security, with which M. Ouvrard impressed all official persons who rendered him services, I attribute the facility with which he obtained the direction of the numerous enterprises in which he engaged, and which produced so many changes in his fortune. The discretion of M. Ouvrard was not quite agreeable to the first consul, who found it impossible to extract from him the information he wanted. He tried every method to obtain from him the names of persons to whom he had given those kind of subsidies which in vulgar language are called sops in the pan, and by ladies' pin money. Often have I seen Bonaparte resort to every possible contrivance to gain his object. He would sometimes endeavor to alarm M. Ouvrard by menaces, and at other times to flatter him by promises, but he was in no instance successful. While we were at the Luxembourg on, as I recollect, the 25th of January 1800, Bonaparte said to me during breakfast, "Bourrienne, my resolution is taken. I shall have Ouvrard arrested. General, have you proofs against him?" "Proofs, indeed. He is a money dealer, a monopolizer. We must make him disgorge. All the contractors, the provision agents are rogues. How have they made their fortunes? At the expense of the country, to be sure. I will not suffer such doings. They possess millions, they roll in an insolent luxury, while my soldiers have neither bread nor shoes. I will have no more of that. I intend to speak on the business today in the council, and we shall see what can be done." I waited with impatience for his return from the council to know what had passed. "Well, General," said I, "the order is given." On hearing this I became anxious about the fate of M. Ouvrard, who was thus to be treated more like a subject of the Grand Turk than a citizen of the Republic. But I soon learned that the order had not been executed because he could not be found. Next day I learned that a person, whom I shall not name, who was present at the council, and who probably was under obligations to Ouvrard, wrote him a note in pencil to inform him of the vote for his arrest carried by the first consul. This individual stepped out for a moment and dispatched his servant with the note to Ouvrard. Having thus escaped the writ of arrest, Ouvrard, after a few days had passed over, reappeared and surrendered himself prisoner. Bonaparte was at first furious on learning that he had got out of the way, but on hearing that Ouvrard had surrendered himself, he said to me, "The fool, he does not know what is awaiting him. He wishes to make the public believe that he has nothing to fear, that his hands are clean. But he is playing a bad game. He will gain nothing in that way with me. All talking is nonsense." You may be sure, Bourrienne, that when a man has so much money he cannot have got it honestly, and then all those fellows are dangerous with their fortunes. In times of revolution, no man ought to have more than 3,000,000 francs, and that is a great deal too much. Before going to prison, Ouvrard took care to secure against all the searches of the police any of his papers which might have committed persons with whom he had dealings. And I believe that there were individuals connected with the police itself who had good reason for not regretting the opportunity which M. Ouvrard had taken for exercising this precaution. Seals, however, were put upon his papers, but on examining them, none of the information Bonaparte so much desired to obtain was found. Nevertheless, on one point, his curiosity was satisfied, for on looking over the documents, he found from some of them that Madame Bonaparte had been borrowing money from Ouvrard. As Ouvrard had a great number of friends, they bestirred themselves to get some person of influence to speak to the first consul in his favor. But this was a commission no one was willing to undertake, because, prejudiced as Bonaparte was, the least hint of the kind would have appeared to him to be dictated by private interest. Berthier was very earnestly urged to interfere, but he replied, "That is impossible." He would say that it was underhand work to get money for Madame Visconti. I do not recollect to what circumstance Ouvrard was indebted for his liberty, but it is certain that his captivity did not last long. Some time after he had left his prison, Bonaparte asked him for 12,000,000, which M. Ouvrard refused. On his accession to the consulate, Bonaparte found M. Ouvrard contractor for supplying the Spanish fleet under the command of Admiral Macerdo. This business introduced him to a correspondence with the famous god, Prince of the Peace. The contract lasted 3 years, and M. Ouvrard gained by it a net profit of 15 million. The money was payable in piasters, at the rate of 3 francs and some centimes each, though the piaster was really worth 5 francs 40 centimes. But to recover it at this value, it was necessary for M. Ouvrard to go and get the money in Mexico. This he was much inclined to do, but he apprehended some obstacle on the part of the first consul, and notwithstanding his habitual shrewdness, he became the victim of his over-precaution. On his application, M. de Talleyrand undertook to ask the first consul for authority to give him a passport. I was in the cabinet at the time, and I think I still hear the dry and decided no, which was all the answer M. de Talleyrand obtained. When we were alone, the first consul said to me, "Do you not see, Bourrienne, this Ouvrard must have made a good thing of his business with the Prince of the Peace. But the fool, why did he get Talleyrand to ask me for a passport? That is the very thing that raised my suspicion. Why did he not apply for a passport as everyone else does? Have I the giving of them? He is an ass, so much the worse for him." I was sorry for Ouvrard's disappointment, and I own none the less so, because he had intimated his willingness to give me a share in the business he was to transact at Spain, and which was likely to be very profitable. His brother went to Mexico in his stead. In 1802, a dreadful scarcity afflicted France. M. Ouvrard took upon himself, in concert with Wanlerberg, the task of importing foreign grain to prevent the troubles which might otherwise have been expected. In payment of the grain, the foreign houses who sent it drew upon Ouvrard and Wanlerberg for 26 million francs in treasury bills, which, according to the agreement with the government, were to be paid. But when the bills of the foreign houses became due, there was no money in the treasury, and payment was refused. After 6 months had elapsed, payment was offered, but on condition that the government should retain half the profit of the commission. This Ouvrard and Wanlerberg refused, upon which the treasury thought it most economical to pay nothing, and the debt remained unsettled. Notwithstanding this transaction, Ouvrard and Wanlerberg engaged to victual the navy, which they supplied for 6 years and 3 months. After the completion of these different services, the debt due to them amounted to 68 million. In consequence of the long delay of payment by the treasury, the disbursements for supplies of grain amounted at least to more than 40,000,000, and the difficulties which arose had a serious effect on the credit of the principal dealers with those persons who supplied them. The discredit spread and gradually reached the treasury, the embarrassments of which augmented with the general alarm. Ouvrard, Wanlerberg, and Seguin were the persons whose capital and credit rendered them most capable of relieving the treasury, and they agreed to advance for that purpose 102 million, in return for which they were allowed bonds of the receivers general to the amount of 150 million. Dispels undertook to be the medium through which the 102 million were to be paid into the treasury, and the 3 partners transferred the bands to him. Spain had concluded a treaty with France, by which she was bound to pay a subsidy of 72 million francs, and 32 million had become due without any payment being made. It was thought advisable that Ouvrard should be sent to Madrid to obtain a settlement, but he was afraid that his business in Paris would suffer during his absence, and especially the transaction in which he was engaged with Dispres. The treasury satisfied him on this point by agreeing to sanction the bargain with Dispres, and Ouvrard proceeded to Madrid. It was on this occasion he entered into the immense speculation for trading with Spanish America. Spain wished to pay the 32 million which were due to France as soon as possible, but her coffers were empty, and goodwill does not ensure ability. Besides, in addition to the distress of the government, there was a dreadful famine in Spain. In this state of things, Ouvrard proposed to the Spanish government to pay the debt due to France, to import a supply of corn, and to advance funds for the relief of the Spanish treasury. For this, he required 2 conditions. 1. The exclusive right of trading with America. 2. The right of bringing from America on his own account all the specie belonging to the Crown, with the power of making loans guaranteed and payable by the Spanish treasuries. About the end of July 1805, the embarrassment which some time before had begun to be felt in the finances of Europe was alarmingly augmented. Under these circumstances, it was obviously the interest of Ouvrard to procure payment as soon as possible of the 32 million which he had advanced for Spain to the French treasury. He therefore redoubled his efforts to bring his negotiation to a favorable issue, and at last succeeded in getting a deed of partnership between himself and Charles Roman IV, which contained the following stipulation: Ouvrard and Company are authorized to introduce into the ports of the New World every kind of merchandise and production necessary for the consumption of those countries, and to export from the Spanish colonies, during the continuance of the war with England, all the productions and all specie derivable from them. This treaty was only to be enforced during the war with England, and it was stipulated that the profits arising from the transactions of the company should be equally divided between Charles Roman IV and the rest of the company, that is to say, 1/2 to the king and the other half to his partners. The consequences of this extraordinary partnership between a king and a private individual remain to be stated. On the signing of the deed, Ouvrard received drafts from the Treasury of Madrid to the extent of 52,500,000 piasters, making 262,500,000 francs. But the piasters were to be brought from America, while the terms of the treaty required that the urgent wants of the Spanish government should be immediately supplied, and above all, the progress of the famine checked. To accomplish this object, fresh advances to an enormous amount were necessary. For Ouvrard had to begin by furnishing 2 million of quintals of grain at the rate of 26 francs the quintal. Besides all this, before he could realize a profit and be reimbursed for the advances he had made to the Treasury of Paris, he had to get the piasters conveyed from America to Europe. After some difficulty, the English government consented to facilitate the execution of the transaction by furnishing 4 frigates for the conveyance of the piasters. Ouvrard had scarcely completed the outline of his extraordinary enterprise when the emperor suddenly broke up his camp at Boulogne to march to Germany. It will readily be conceived that Ouvrard's interests then imperatively required his presence at Madrid, but he was recalled to Paris by the Minister of the Treasury, who wished to adjust his accounts. The emperor wanted money for the war on which he was entering, and to procure it for the treasury, Ouvrard was sent to Amsterdam to negotiate with the House of Hope. He succeeded, and Mr. David Parish became the company's agent. Having concluded this business, Ouvrard returned in all haste to Madrid. But in the midst of the most flattering hopes and most gigantic enterprises, he suddenly found himself threatened with a dreadful crisis. M. Desprez, as has been stated, had, with the concurrence of the Treasury, been allowed to take upon himself all the risk of executing the treaty, by which 150 million were to be advanced for the year 1804 and 400 million for the year 1805. Under the circumstances which had arisen, the Minister of the Treasury considered himself entitled to call upon Ouvrard to place at his disposal 10 million of the piasters which he had received from Spain. The minister at the same time informed him that he had made arrangements on the faith of this advance, which he thought could not be refused at so urgent a moment. The embarrassment of the Treasury and the well-known integrity of the minister, M. de Barbe-Marbois, induced Ouvrard to remit the 10,000,000 piasters. But a few days after he had forwarded the money, a commissioner of the Treasury arrived at Madrid with a ministerial dispatch, in which Ouvrard was requested to deliver to the commissioner all the assets he could command, and to return immediately to Paris. The Treasury was then in the greatest difficulty, and a general alarm prevailed. This serious financial distress was occasioned by the following circumstances. The Treasury had, by a circular, notified to the receivers general that Desprez was the holder of their bonds. They were also authorized to transmit to him all their disposable funds to be placed to their credit in an account current. Perhaps the giving of this authority was a great error. But, be that as it may, Desprez, encouraged by the complaisance of the Treasury, desired the receivers general to transmit to him all the sums they could procure for payment of interest under 8%, promising to allow them a higher rate of interest. As the credit of the House of Desprez stood high, it may be easily conceived that on such conditions the receivers general, who were besides secured by the authority of the Treasury, would enter eagerly into the proposed plan. In short, the receivers general soon transmitted very considerable sums. Chests of money arrived daily from every point of France. Intoxicated by this success, Desprez engaged in speculations which in his situation were extremely imprudent. He lent more than 50 million to the merchants of Paris, which left him no command of specie. Being obliged to raise money, he deposited with the bank the bonds of the receivers general which had been consigned to him, but which were already discharged by the sums transmitted to their credit in the account current. The bank, wishing to be reimbursed for the money advanced to Desprez, applied to the receivers general, whose bonds were held in security. This proceeding had become necessary on the part of the bank, as Desprez, instead of making his payments in specie, sent in his acceptances. The directors of the bank, who conducted that establishment with great integrity and discretion, began to be alarmed and required Desprez to explain the state of his affairs. The suspicions of the directors became daily stronger and were soon shared by the public. At last the bank was obliged to stop payment, and its notes were soon at a discount of 12%. The Minister of the Treasury, dismayed, as well may be supposed, at such a state of things during the emperor's absence, convoked a council, at which Joseph Bonaparte presided, and to which Desprez and Wanlerberg were summoned. Ouvrard, being informed of this financial convulsion, made all possible haste from Madrid, and on his arrival at Paris sought assistance from Amsterdam. Hope's house offered to take 15,000,000 piasters at the rate of 3 francs 75 centimes each. Ouvrard, having engaged to pay the Spanish government only 3 francs, would very willingly have parted with them at that rate, but his hasty departure from Madrid and the financial events at Paris affected his relations with the Spanish treasury and rendered it impossible for him to afford any support to the treasury of France. Thus the alarm continued until the news of the Battle of Austerlitz and the consequent hope of peace tranquilized the public mind. The bankruptcy of Desprez was dreadful. It was followed by the failure of many houses, the credit of which was previously undoubted. To temper the exultation which victory was calculated to excite, the news of the desperate situation of the treasury and the bank reached the emperor on the day after the Battle of Austerlitz. The alarming accounts which he received hastened his return to France, and on the very evening on which he arrived in Paris he pronounced, while ascending the stairs of the Tuileries, the dismissal of M. de Barbes Marbois. This minister had made numerous enemies by the strict discharge of his duty, and yet, notwithstanding his rigid probity, he sunk under the accusation of having endangered the safety of the state by weakness of character. At this period, even Madame de Staël said, in a party where the firmness of M. Barbes Marbois was the topic of conversation, "What, he inflexible? He is only a reed bronzed." But whatever may be the opinion entertained of the character of this minister, it is certain that Napoleon's rage against him was unbounded. Such was the financial catastrophe which occurred during the campaign of Vienna, but all was not over with Ouvrard, and in so great a confusion of affairs, it was not to be expected that the imperial hand, which was not always the hand of justice, should not make itself somewhere felt. In the course of the month of February 1806, the emperor issued 2 decrees, in which he declared Ouvrard, Wanlerberg, and Mitchell contractors for the service of 1804, and Desprez their agent, debtors to the amount of 87 million, which they had misapplied in private speculations, and in transactions with Spain for their personal interests. Who would not suppose from this phrase that Napoleon had taken no part whatever in the great financial operation between Spain and South America? He was, however, intimately acquainted with it, and was himself really and personally interested. But whenever any enterprise was unsuccessful, he always wished to deny all connection with it. Possessed of title deeds made up by himself, that is to say, his own decrees, the emperor seized all the piasters and other property belonging to the company, and derived from the transaction great pecuniary advantage, though such advantage never could be regarded by a sovereign as any compensation for the dreadful state into which the public credit had been brought. Chapter 5, 1805–1806. Declaration of Louis Roman 18. Dumouriez watched news of a spy remarkable trait of courage and presence of mind necessity of vigilance. At Hamburg the King of Sweden his bulletins Dr. Gall, Prussia, covets Hamburg projects on Holland negotiations for peace. Mr. Fox, at the head of the British cabinet intended assassination of Napoleon propositions, made through Lord Yarmouth proposed protection of the hands towns their state aggrandizement of the imperial family neither peace, nor war Sebastiani's mission. Constantinople Lord Lauderdale at Paris, and failure of the negotiations Austria despoiled emigrant pensions Dumouriez's intrigues Prince of Mecklenburg-Schwerin-Loiseau. I have been somewhat diffuse respecting the vast enterprises of M. Ouvrard and on the disastrous state of the finances during the campaign of Vienna. Now, if I may so express myself, I shall return to the minister plenipotentiary's cabinet, where several curious transactions occurred. The facts will not always be given in a connected series, because there was no more relation between the reports which I received on a great variety of subjects than there is in the pleading of the barristers who succeed each other in a court of justice. On the 2d of January, 1806, I learned that many houses in Hamburg had received by post packets, each containing 4 copies of a declaration of Louis Roman 18. Dumouriez had his carriage filled with copies of this declaration when he passed through Brunswick, and in that small town alone more than 3,000 were distributed. The size of this declaration rendered its transmission by post very easy, even in France. All my letters from the minister recommended that I should keep a strict watch over the motions of Dumouriez, but his name was now as seldom mentioned as if he had ceased to exist. The part he acted seemed to be limited to disseminating pamphlets more or less insignificant. It is difficult to conceive the great courage and presence of mind sometimes found in men so degraded as are the wretches who fill the office of spies. I had an agent amongst the Swede-Russians, named Shefnu, whom I had always found extremely clever and correct. Having for a long time received no intelligence from him, I became very anxious, an anxiety which was not without foundation. He had, in fact, been arrested at Lauenburg, and conducted, bound, tied hand and foot, by some Cossacks to Lumberg. There was found on him a bulletin which he was about to transmit to me, and he only escaped certain death by having in his possession a letter of recommendation from a Hamburg merchant well known to M. Alopius, the Russian minister in that city. This precaution, which I had taken before he set out, saved his life. M. Alopius replied to the merchant that, in consequence of his recommendation, the spy should be sent back safe and sound, but that another time neither the recommended nor the recommender should escape so easily. Notwithstanding this, Chefnu would certainly have paid with his head for the dangerous business in which he was embarked, but for the inconceivable coolness he displayed under the most trying circumstances. Though the bulletin which was found upon him was addressed to M. Schramm, merchant, they strongly suspected that it was intended for me. They demanded of the prisoner whether he knew me, to which he boldly replied that he had never seen me. They endeavored, by every possible means, to extort a confession from him, but without success. His repeated denials, joined to the name of M. Schramm, created doubts in the minds of his interrogators. They hesitated lest they should condemn an innocent man. They, however, resolved to make a last effort to discover the truth, and Chefnu, condemned to be shot, was conducted to the plain of Lüneburg. His eyes were bandaged, and he heard the command of preparation given to the platoon, which was to fire upon him. At that moment, a man approaching him whispered in his ear, in a tone of friendship and compassion, "They are going to fire. But I am your friend. Only acknowledge that you know M. de Bourrienne and you are safe." "No," replied Chefnu in a firm tone. "If I said so, I should tell a falsehood." Immediately the bandage was removed from his eyes, and he was set at liberty. It would be difficult to cite a more extraordinary instance of presence of mind. Much as I execrate the system of espionage, I am nevertheless compelled to admit that the emperor was under the necessity of maintaining the most unremitting vigilance amidst the intrigues which were going forward in the neighborhood of Hamburg, especially when the English, Swedes, and Russians were in arms, and there were the strongest grounds for suspecting the sincerity of Prussia. On the 5th of January, 1806, the King of Sweden arrived before the gates of Hamburg. The Senate of that city, surrounded on all sides by English, Swedish, and Russian troops, determined to send a deputation to congratulate the Swedish monarch, who, however, hesitated so long about receiving this homage that fears were entertained lest his refusal should be followed by some act of aggression. At length, however, the deputies were admitted, and they returned sufficiently well satisfied with their reception. The King of Sweden then officially declared that all the arrangements entered into with relation to Hanover had no reference to Hint, as the Swedish army was under the immediate command of its august sovereign. The king, with his 6,000 men, seemed inclined to play the part of the restorer of Germany, and to make himself the Don Quixote of the Treaty of Westphalia. He threatened the Senate of Hamburg with the whole weight of his anger, because on my application, the colors which used to be suspended over the door of the house for receiving Austrian recruits had been removed. The poor Senate of Hamburg was kept in constant alarm by so dangerous a neighbor. The King of Sweden had his headquarters at Boitzenburg, on the northern bank of the Elbe. In order to amuse himself, he sent for Dr. Gall, who was at Hamburg, where he delivered lectures on his system of phrenology, which was rejected in the beginning by false science and prejudice, and afterwards adopted in consequence of arguments, in my opinion, unanswerable. I had the pleasure of living some time with Dr. Gall, and I owe to the intimacy which subsisted between us the honor he conferred on me by the dedication of one of his works. I said to him, when he departed for the headquarters of the King of Sweden, "My dear doctor, you will certainly discover the bump of vanity." The truth is that had the doctor at that period been permitted to examine the heads of the sovereigns of Europe, they would have afforded very curious craniological studies. It was not the King of Sweden alone who gave uneasiness to Hamburg. The King of Prussia threatened to seize upon that city, and his minister publicly declared that it would very soon belong to his master. The Hamburgers were deeply afflicted at this threat. In fact, next to the loss of their independence, their greatest misfortune would have been to fall under the dominion of Prussia, as the niggardly fiscal system of the Prussian government at that time would have proved extremely detrimental to a commercial city. Hanover, being evacuated by the French troops, had become a kind of recruiting mart for the British army, where every man who presented himself was enrolled, to complete the Hanoverian Legion, which was then about to be embodied. The English scattered gold by handfuls. 150 carriages, each with 6 horses, were employed in this service, which confirmed me in the belief I had previously entertained that the English were to join with the Russians in an expedition against Holland. The aim of the Anglo-Russians was to make a diversion which might disconcert the movements of the French armies in Germany, the Allies being at that time unacquainted with the peace concluded at Pressburg. Not a moment was therefore to be lost in uniting the whole of our disposable force for the defense of Holland. But it is not of this expedition that I mean to speak at present. I only mention it to afford some idea of our situation at Hamburg, surrounded, as we then were, by Swedish, English, and Russian troops. At this period, the Russian minister at Hamburg, M. Forschmann, became completely insane. His conduct had been more injurious than advantageous to his government. He was replaced by M. Alapkis, the Russian minister at Berlin, and they could not have exchanged a fool for a more judicious and able diplomatist. I often received from the Minister of Marine letters said packets to transmit to the Isle of France, Mauritius, of which the Emperor was extremely anxious to retain possession, and I had much trouble in finding any vessels prepared for that colony by which I could forward the minister's communications. The death of Pitt and the appointment of Fox as his successor had created a hope of peace. It was universally known that Mr. Fox, in succeeding to his office, did not inherit the furious hatred of the deceased minister against France and her emperor. There, moreover, existed between Napoleon and Mr. Fox a reciprocal esteem, and the latter had shown himself really disposed to treat. The possibility of concluding a peace had always been maintained by that statesman when he was in opposition to Mr. Pitt, and Bonaparte himself might have been induced, from the high esteem he felt for Mr. Fox, to make concessions from which he would before have recoiled. But there were 2 obstacles, I may say almost insurmountable ones. The first was the conviction on the part of England that any peace which might be made would only be a truce, and that Bonaparte would never seriously relinquish his desire of universal dominion. On the other side, it was believed that Napoleon had formed the design of invading England. Had he been able to do so, it would have been less with the view of striking a blow at her commerce and destroying her maritime power than of annihilating the liberty of the press, which he had extinguished in his own dominions. The spectacle of a free people, separated only by 6 leagues of sea, was, according to him, a seductive example to the French, especially to those among them who bent unwillingly under his yoke. At an early period of Mr. Fox's ministry, a Frenchman made the proposition to him of assassinating the emperor, of which information was immediately transmitted to M. de Talleyrand. In this dispatch the minister said that, though the laws of England did not authorize the permanent detention of any individual not convicted of a crime, he had on this occasion taken it on himself to secure the miscreant till such time as the French government could be put on its guard against his attempts. Mr. Fox said in his letter that he had at first done this individual the honor to take him for a spy, a phrase which sufficiently indicated the disgust with which the British minister viewed him. This information was the key which opened the door to new negotiations. M. de Talleyrand was ordered to express, in reply to the communication of Mr. Fox, that the emperor was sensibly affected at the index it afforded of the principles by which the British cabinet was actuated. Napoleon did not limit himself to this diplomatic courtesy. He deemed it a favorable occasion to create a belief that he was actuated by a sincere love of peace. He summoned to Paris Lord Yarmouth, one of the most distinguished amongst the English who had been so unjustly detained prisoners at Verdun on the rupture of the Peace of Amiens. He gave his lordship instructions to propose to the British government a new form of negotiations, offering to guarantee to England the Cape of Good Hope and Malta. Some have been inclined from this concession to praise the moderation of Bonaparte, others to blame him for offering to resign these 2 places, as if the Cape and Malta could be put in competition with the title of emperor, the foundation of the Kingdom of Italy, the acquisition of Genoa and of all the Venetian states, the dethronement of the King of Naples and the gift of his kingdom to Joseph, and finally, the new partition of Germany. These transactions, of which Bonaparte said not a word, and from which he certainly had no intention of departing, were all long after the Treaty of Amiens. Every day brought with it fresh proofs of insatiable ambition. In fact, Napoleon longed to obtain possession of the Hanse towns. I was, however, in the first place, merely charged to make overtures to the senates of each of these towns, and to point out the advantages they would derive from the protection of Napoleon in exchange for the small sacrifice of 6 million francs in his favor. I had on this subject numerous conferences with the magistrates. They thought the sum too great, representing to me that the city was not so rich as formerly, because their commerce had been much curtailed by the war. In short, the Senate declared that, with the utmost goodwill, their circumstances would not permit them to accept the generous proposal of the emperor. I was myself, indeed, at a loss to conceive how the absurdity of employing me to make such a proposition was overlooked, for I had really no advantage to offer in return to the Hanse towns. Against whom did Bonaparte propose to protect them? The truth is, Napoleon then wished to seize these towns by direct aggression, which, however, he was not able to accomplish until 4 years afterwards. During 5 years I witnessed the commercial importance of these cities, and especially of Hamburg. Its geographical situation, on a great river navigable by large vessels to the city, 30 leagues from the mouth of the Elbe, the complete independence it enjoyed, its municipal regulations and paternal government were a few amongst the many causes which had raised Hamburg to its enviable height of prosperity. What, in fact, was the population of these remnants of the grand Hanseatic League of the Middle Ages? The population of Hamburg when I was there amounted to 90,000, and that of its small surrounding territory to 25,000. Bremen had 36,000 inhabitants, and 9,000 in its territory. The city of Lübeck, which is smaller, and its territory a little more extensive than that of Bremen, contained a population of 24,000 souls within and 16,000 without the walls. Thus, the total population of the Hanse towns amounted to only 200,000 individuals. And yet this handful of men carried on an extensive commerce, and their ships plowed every sea, from the shores of India to the frozen regions of Greenland. The emperor arrived at Paris towards the end of January 1806. Having created kings in Germany, he deemed the moment favorable for surrounding his throne with new princes. It was at this period that he created Murat, Grand Duke of Cleves and Berg, Bernadotte, Prince of Pont-Corvo de Talleyrand, Duke of Benevento, and his 2 former colleagues, Cambaceres and Lebrun, Dukes of Parma and Piacenza. He also gave to his sister Pauline, a short time after her second marriage with the Prince Borghese, the title of Duchess of Guastalla. Strange events. Who could then have foreseen that the Duchy of Cambaceres would become the refuge of a princess of Austria, the widowed wife of Napoleon Bonaparte? In the midst of the prosperity of the imperial family, when the eldest of the emperor's brothers had ascended the throne of Naples, when Holland was on the eve of being offered to Louis, and Jerome had exchanged his legitimate wife for the illegitimate throne of Westphalia, the imperial pillow was still far from being free from anxiety. Hostilities did not actually exist with the continental powers, but this momentary state of repose lacked the tranquility of peace. France was at war with Russia and England, and the aspect of the continent presented great uncertainty, while the Treaty of Vienna had only been executed in part. In the meantime, Napoleon turned his eyes towards the east. General Sebastiani was sent to Constantinople. The measures be pursued, and his judicious conduct justified the choice of the emperor. He was adroit and conciliating, and peace with Turkey was the result of his mission. The negotiations with England did not terminate so happily, although, after the first overtures made to Lord Yarmouth, the Earl of Lauderdale had been sent to Paris by Mr. Fox. In fact, these negotiations wholly failed. The emperor had drawn enormous sums from Austria, without counting the vases, statues, and pictures with which he decorated the Louvre, and the bronze with which he clothed the column of the Place Vendôme, in my opinion the finest monument of his reign and the most beautiful one in Paris. As Austria was exhausted, all the contributions imposed on her could not be paid in cash, and they gave the emperor bills in payment. I received one for about 7 million on Hamburg on account of the stipulations of the Treaty of Pressburg. The affairs of the Bourbon princes became more and more unfavorable, and their finances, as well as their chances of success, were so much diminished that about this period it was notified to the emigrants in Brunswick that the pretender, Louis Roman XVIII, had no longer the means of continuing their pensions. This produced great consternation amongst those emigrants, many of whom had no other means of existence. And notwithstanding their devotion to the cause of royalty, they found a pension very useful in strengthening their zeal. When Louis Roman XVIII returned to France and Fauvelet was his minister of police, the king asked Fauvelet whether during the king's exile had not set spies over him and who they were. Fauvelet hesitated to reply, but the king insisting, he said, "If your majesty presses for an answer, it was the Duc de Blocas to whom this matter was confided." "And how much did you pay him?" said the king. "Do you sense 1000 livres de rents, sire?" "Ah, so," said the king, "then he has played fair, we went halves." Henry Greville's diary, p. 430. Amongst those emigrants was one whose name will occupy a certain place in history. I mean Dumouriez, of whom I have already spoken, and who had for some time employed himself in distributing pamphlets. He was then at Stralsund, and it was believed that the King of Sweden would give him a command. The vagrant life of this general, who ran everywhere begging employment from the enemies of his country without being able to obtain it, subjected him to general ridicule. In fact, he was everywhere despised. To determine the difficulties which had arisen with regard to Holland, which Dumouriez dreamed of conquering with an imaginary army, and being discontented besides with the Dutch for not rigorously excluding English vessels from their ports, the emperor constituted the Batavian territory a kingdom under his brother Louis. When I notified to the states of the Circle of Lower Saxony the accession of Louis Bonaparte to the throne of Holland, and the nomination of Cardinal Fesch as coadjutor and successor of the Arch-Chancellor of the Germanic Empire, along with their official communications, the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin was the only member of the circle who forbore to reply, and I understood he had applied to the court of Russia to know whether, and how, he should reply. At the same time, he made known to the emperor the marriage of his daughter, the Princess Charlotte Frederica, with Prince Christian Frederick of Denmark. At this period, it would have been difficult to foresee the way in which this union would terminate. The prince was young and handsome, and of an amiable disposition, which seemed to indicate that he would prove a good husband. As for the princess, she was as beautiful as love, but she was heedless and giddy. In fact, she was a spoiled child. She adored her husband, and during several years their union proved happy. I had the honor of knowing them at the period when the Duke of Mecklenburg, with his family, sought refuge at Altona. Before leaving that town, the Duchess of Mecklenburg, a princess of Saxony, paid a visit to Madame de Bourrienne and loaded her with civilities. This princess was perfectly amiable, and was therefore generally regretted when 2 years afterwards death snatched her from her family. Before leaving Altona, the Duke of Mecklenburg gave some parties by way of bidding adieu to Holstein, where he had been so kindly received. And I can never forget the distinguished reception and many kindnesses Madame de Bourrienne and myself received from that illustrious family. It consisted of the hereditary prince, so distinguished by his talents and acquirements. He was at that time the widower of a Grand Duchess of Russia, a sister of the Emperor Alexander, of Prince Gustavus, so amiable and graceful, and of Princess Charlotte and her husband, the Prince Royal of Denmark. This happy couple were far from foreseeing that in 2 years they would be separated forever. The princess was at this period in all the splendor of her beauty. Several fêtes were given on her account on the banks of the Elbe, at which the prince always opened the ball with Madame de Bourrienne. Notwithstanding her amiability, the Princess Charlotte was no favorite at the Danish court. Intrigues were formed against her. I know not whether any foundation existed for the calumnies spread to her disadvantage, but the court dames accused her of great levity of conduct, which, true or false, obliged her husband to separate from her. And at the commencement of 1809, he sent her to Altona, attended by a chamberlain and a maid of honor. On her arrival, she was in despair. Hers was not a silent grief, for she related her story to everyone. This unfortunate woman really attracted pity, as she shed tears for her son, 3 years of age, whom she was doomed never again to behold. But her natural levity returned. She did not always maintain the reserve suitable to her rank, and some months afterwards was sent into Jutland, where I believe she still lives. The enemies of the French government did not confine themselves to writing and publishing invectives against it. More than one wretch was ready to employ daggers against the emperor. Among this number was a man named Louis Loiseau, recently arrived from London. He repaired to Altona, there to enjoy the singular privilege which that city afforded of sheltering all the ruffians, thieves, and bankrupts who fled from the justice of their own governments. On the 17th of July, Loiseau presented himself to Comte de Gimmel, who resided at Altona, as the agent of the Comte de Lille. He offered to repair to Paris and assassinate the emperor. Comte de Gimmel rejected the proposal with indignation and replied that if he had no other means of serving the Bourbons than cowardly assassination, he might go elsewhere and find confederates. This fact, which was communicated to me by a friend of M. de Gimmel, determined me to arrest Loiseau. Not being warranted, however, to take this step at Altona, I employed a trusty agent to keep watch and draw him into a quarrel the moment he should appear on the Hamburg side of a public walk, which divides that city from Altona, and deliver him up to the nearest Hamburg guardhouse. Loiseau fell into the snare, but finding that he was about to be conducted from the guardhouse to the prison of Hamburg, and that it was at my request he had been arrested, he hastily unloosed his cravat and tore with his teeth the papers it contained, part of which he swallowed. He also endeavored to tear some other papers which were concealed under his arm, but was prevented by the guard. Furious at this disappointment, he violently resisted the 5 soldiers who had him in custody, and was not secured until he had been slightly wounded. His first exclamation on entering prison was, "I am undone." Loiseau was removed to Paris, and though I am ignorant of the ultimate fate of this wretch, I am pretty certain that Fauchet would take effectual means to prevent him from doing any further mischief. Chapter 5. 1815. Message from the Tuileries my interview, with the King my appointment, to the office of Prefect of the Police Council, at the Tuileries order, for arrests Fauche's escape-devoused unmolested conversation, with M. de Blocque's the intercepted letter. And time lost evident understanding between Murat and Napoleon plans, laid at Elba my departure, from Paris the postmaster of Fins my arrival, at Lille Louis Roman 18. Detained an hour at the gates His Majesty, obliged to leave France my departure, for Hamburg the Duc de Berry at Brussels. Those who opposed the execution of the treaty, concluded with Napoleon at the time of his abdication, were guilty of a great error, for they afforded him a fair pretext for leaving the island of Elba. The details of that extraordinary enterprise are known to everyone, and I shall not repeat what has been told over and over again. For my own part, as soon as I saw with what rapidity Bonaparte was marching upon Lyon, and the enthusiasm with which he was received by the troops and the people, I prepared to retire to Belgium, there to await the denouement of this new drama. Every preparation for my departure was completed on the evening of the 13th of March, and I was ready to depart, to avoid the persecutions of which I expected I should be the object, when I received a message from the Tuileries stating that the king desired to see me. I, of course, lost no time in proceeding to the palace, and went straight to M. Hugh to inquire of him why I had been sent for. He occupied the apartments in which I passed the 3 most laborious and anxious years of my life. M. Hugh, perceiving that I felt a certain degree of uneasiness at being summoned to the Tuileries at that hour of the night, hastened to inform me that the king wished to appoint me prefect of the police. He conducted me to the king's chamber, where His Majesty thus addressed me kindly, but in an impressive manner. M. de Bourrienne, can we rely upon you? I expect much from your zeal and fidelity. Your Majesty, replied I, shall have no reason to complain of my betraying your confidence. Well, I re-establish the prefecture of the police, and I appoint you prefect. Do your best, M. de Bourrienne, in the discharge of your duties. I count upon you. By a singular coincidence, on the very day, the 13th of March, when I received this appointment, Napoleon, who was at Lyon, signed the decree which excluded from the amnesty he had granted 13 individuals, among whose names mine was inscribed. This decree confirmed me in the presentiments I had conceived as soon as I heard of the landing of Bonaparte. On returning home from the Tuileries after receiving my appointment, a multitude of ideas crowded on my mind. At the first moment, I had been prompted only by the wish to serve the cause of the king, but I was alarmed when I came to examine the extent of the responsibility I had taken upon myself. However, I determined to meet with courage the difficulties that presented themselves, and I must say that I had every reason to be satisfied with the manner in which I was seconded by M. Fauvelet, the Inspector General of the Police. Even now I am filled with astonishment when I think of the council that was held at the Tuileries on the evening of the 13th of March in M. de Blocas's apartments. The ignorance of the members of that council respecting our situation and their confidence in the useless measures they had adopted against Napoleon exceed all conception. Will it be believed that those great statesmen, who had the control of the telegraph, the post office, the police and its agents, money in short, everything which constitutes power, asked me to give them information respecting the advance of Bonaparte? What could I say to them? I could only repeat the reports which were circulated on the exchange, and those which I had collected here and there during the last 24 hours. I did not conceal that the danger was imminent, and that all their precautions would be of no avail. The question then arose as to what course should be adopted by the king. It was impossible that the monarch could remain at the capital, and yet, where was he to go? One proposed that he should go to Bordeaux, another to La Vendée, and a third to Normandy, and a fourth member of the council was of opinion that the king should be conducted to Melun. I conceived that if a battle should take place anywhere, it would probably be in the neighborhood of that town, but the councillor who made this last suggestion assured us that the presence of the king in an open carriage and 8 horses would produce a wonderful effect on the minds of the troops. This project was merely ridiculous. The others appeared to be dangerous and impracticable. I declared to the council that, considering the situation of things, it was necessary to renounce all idea of resistance by force of arms, that no soldier would fire a musket, and that it was madness to attempt to take any other view of things. Defection, said I, is inevitable. The soldiers are drinking in their barracks the money which you have been giving them for some days past to purchase their fidelity. They say Louis Roman XVIII is a very decent sort of man, but vive le petit caporal. Immediately on the landing of Napoleon, the king sent an extraordinary courier to Marmont, who was at Chatelaine, whither he had gone to take a last leave of his dying mother. I saw him one day after he had had an interview with the king. I think it was on the 6th or 7th of March. After some conversation on the landing of Napoleon and the means of preventing him from reaching Paris, Marmont said to me, "This is what I dwelt most strongly upon in the interview I have just had with the king." "Sire," said I doubt not Bonaparte's intention of coming to Paris, and the best way to prevent him doing so would be for your majesty to remain here. It is necessary to secure the palace of the Tuileries against a surprise, and to prepare it for resisting a siege, in which it would be indispensable to use cannon. You must shut yourself up in your palace, with the individuals of your household and the principal public functionaries, while the Duc d'Angoulême should go to Bordeaux, the Duc de Berry to La Vendée, and Monsieur too, the French Comte. But they must set off in open day and announce that they are going to collect defenders for your majesty. Monsieur, the brother of the king, the Comte d'Artois, later Charles X. This is what I said to the king this morning, and I added that I would answer for everything if my advice were followed. I am now going to direct my aide-de-camp, Colonel Fauvelet, to draw up the plan of defense. I did not concur in Marmont's opinion. It is certainly probable that had Louis Roman XVIII remained in his palace, the numerous defections which took place before the 20th of March would have been checked, and some persons would not have found so ready an excuse for breaking their oaths of allegiance. There can be little doubt, too, but Bonaparte would have reflected well before he attempted the siege of the Tuileries. Marmont, Tome Roman 7. p. 87, gives the full details of his scheme for provisioning and garrisoning the Tuileries which the king was to hold while his family spread themselves throughout the provinces. The idea had nothing strange in it, for the same advice was given by General Matthew Dumas, Souvenirs, Tome Roman 3. p. 564, a man not likely to suggest any rash schemes. Jaucourt, writing to Talleyrand, obviously believed in the wisdom of the king's remaining, as did the Tsar. See Talleyrand's Correspondence, Volume Roman 2. pp. 94, 122, 129. Napoleon would certainly have been placed in a strange difficulty, but a king capable of adopting such a resolution would never have been required to consider it. Marmont supported his opinion by observing that the admiration and astonishment excited by the extraordinary enterprise of Napoleon and his rapid march to Paris would be counterbalanced by the interest inspired by a venerable monarch defying his bold rival and courageously defending his throne. While I rendered full justice to the good intentions of the Duke of Ragusa, yet I did not think that his advice could be adopted. I opposed it, as I opposed all the propositions that were made in the council relative to the different places to which the king should retire. I myself suggested Lille as being the nearest, and as presenting the greatest degree of safety, especially in the first instance. It was after midnight when I left the Council of the Tuileries. The discussion had terminated, and without coming to any precise resolution, it was agreed that the different opinions which had been expressed should be submitted to Louis Roman XVIII, in order that His Majesty might adopt that which should appear to him the best. The king adopted my opinion, but it was not acted upon until 5 days after. My appointment to the prefecture of the police was, as will be seen, a late thought of measure, almost as late indeed as Napoleon's proposition to send me as his minister plenipotentiary to Switzerland. In now accepting office, I was well convinced of the inutility of any effort that might be made to arrest the progress of the fast approaching and menacing events. Being introduced into the king's cabinet, His Majesty asked me what I thought of the situation of affairs. "I think, sire, that Bonaparte will be here in 5 or 6 days. "What, sir?" "Yes, sire. But proper measures are taken, the necessary orders given, and the marshals are faithful to me. Sire, I suspect no man's fidelity, but I can assure your Majesty that, as Bonaparte has landed, he will be here within a week. I know him, and your Majesty cannot know him as well as I do, but I can venture to assure your Majesty with the same confidence that he will not be here 6 months hence. He will be hurried into acts of folly which will ruin him. De Bourrienne, I hope the best from events, but if misfortune again compel me to leave France, and your second prediction be fulfilled, you may rely on me." During this short conversation, the king appeared perfectly tranquil and resigned. The next day I again visited the Tuileries, whither I had at those perilous times frequent occasion to repair. On that day, I received a list of 25 persons whom I was ordered to arrest. I took the liberty to observe that such a proceeding was not only useless, but likely to produce a very injurious effect at that critical moment. The reasons I urged had not all the effect I expected. However, some relaxation as to 23 of the 25 was conceded, but it was insisted that Fauvelet and Davoust should be arrested without delay. The king repeatedly said, "I wish you to arrest Fauvelet. Sire, I beseech your Majesty to consider the inutility of such a measure. I am resolved upon Fauche's arrest, but I am sure you will miss him, for André could not catch him." My nocturnal installation as prefect of the police took place some time after midnight. I had great repugnance to the arrest of Fauvelet, but the order having been given, there was no alternative but to obey it. I communicated the order to M. Faudras, who very coolly observed, "Since we are to arrest him, you need not be afraid. We shall have him fast tomorrow." The next day my agents repaired to the Duke of Otranto's hotel in the Rue d'Artois. On showing their warrant, Fauvelet said, "What does this mean? Your warrant is of no force, it is mere waste paper. It purports to come from the prefect of the police, but there is no such prefect." In my opinion, Fauvelet was right, for my appointment, which took place during the night, had not been legally announced. Be that as it may, on his refusal to surrender, one of my agents applied to the staff of the National Guard, requesting the support, in case of need, of an armed force. General Dispels repaired to the Tuileries to take the king's orders on the subject. Meanwhile, Fauvelet, who never lost his self-possession, after talking to the police officers who remained with him, pretended to step aside for some indispensable purpose, but the door which he opened led into a dark passage through which he slipped, leaving my unfortunate agents groping about in the obscurity. As for himself, he speedily gained the Rue Taitbout, where he stepped into a coach and drove off. This is the whole history of the notable arrest of Fauvelet. As for Davoust, I felt my hands tied with respect to him. I do not mean to affect generosity, for I acknowledge the enmity I bore him, but I did not wish it to be supposed that I was acting towards him from a spirit of personal vengeance. I therefore merely ordered him to be watched. The other 23 were to me in this matter as if they had never existed, and some of them, perhaps, will only learn in reading my memoirs what dangerous characters they were thought to be. On the 15th of March, after the conversation which, as I have already related, I had with Louis Roman XVIII, I went to M. de Blocas and repeated to him what I had stated to the king on the certainty of Bonaparte's speedy arrival in Paris. I told him that I found it necessary to devote the short time still in our power to prevent a reaction against the royalists, and to preserve public tranquility until the departure of the royal family, and that I would protect the departure of all persons who had reasons for withdrawing themselves from the scene of the great and perhaps disastrous events that might ensue. You may readily believe, Count, added I, that considering the great interests with which I am entrusted, I am not inclined to lose valuable time in arresting the persons of whose names I have received a list. The execution of such a measure would be useless. It would lead to nothing, or rather it would serve to irritate public feeling. My conviction of this fact has banished from me all idea of keeping under restraint for 4 or 5 days persons whose influence, whether real or supposed, is nil, since Bonaparte is at Auxerre. Mere supervision appears to me sufficient, and to that I propose confining myself. The king, replied M. de Blocas, relies on you. He knows that though only 48 hours have elapsed since you entered upon your functions, you have already rendered greater services than you are perhaps aware of. I then asked M. de Blocas whether he had not received any intimation of Bonaparte's intended departure from the island of Elba by letters or by secret agents. The only positive information we received, answered the minister, was an intercepted letter, dated Elba, 6th February. It was addressed to M. near Grenoble. I will show it you. M. de Blocas opened a drawer of his writing table and took out the letter, which he gave to me. The writer thanked his correspondent for the information he had transmitted to the inhabitant of Elba. He was informed that everything was ready for departure, and that the first favorable opportunity would be seized, but that it would be desirable first to receive answers to some questions contained in the letter. These questions related to the regiments which had been sent into the south and the places of their cantonment. It was inquired whether the choice of the commanders was conformable to what had been agreed on in Paris, and whether Widger was at his post. The letter was rather long, and it impressed me by the way in which the plan of a landing on the coast of Provence was discussed. Precise answers were requested on all these points. On returning the letter to M. de Blocas, I remarked that the contents of the letter called for the adoption of some decided measures, and I asked him what had been done. He answered, I immediately sent a copy of the letter to M. d'André, that he might give orders for arresting the individual to whom it was addressed. Having had the opportunity of closely observing the machinery of a vigilant and active government, I was, I must confess, not a little amazed at the insufficiency of the measures adopted to defeat this well-planned conspiracy. When M. de Blocas informed me of all that had been done, I could not repress an exclamation of surprise. Well, said he, and what would you have done? In the first place, I would not have lost 24 hours, which were an age in such a crisis. I then explained the plan I would have adopted. A quarter of an hour after the receipt of the letter, I would have sent trustworthy men to Grenoble, and above all things, I would have taken care not to let the matter fall into the hands of the police. Having obtained all information from the correspondent at Grenoble, I would have made him write a letter to his correspondent at Elba to quiet the eagerness of Napoleon, telling him that the movement of troops he spoke of had not been made, that it would take 8 days to carry it out, and that it was necessary to the success of the enterprise to delay the embarkation for some days. While Bonaparte was thus delayed, I would have sent to the coast of Provence a sufficient body of men devoted to the royal cause, sending off in another direction the regiments whose chiefs were gained over by Napoleon, as the correspondents should reveal their names. You are perhaps right, sir, said M. de Blocas, but what could I do? I am new here. I had not the control of the police, and I trusted to M. d'André. Well, said I, Bonaparte will be here on the 20th of March. With these words, I parted from M. de Blocas. I remarked a great change in him. He had already lost a vast deal of that hauteur of favoritism which made him so much disliked. When I entered upon my duties in the prefecture of police, the evil was already past remedy. The incorrigible emigrants required another lesson, and the temporary resurrection of the empire was inevitable. But, if Bonaparte was recalled, it was not owing to any attachment to him personally. It was not from any fidelity to the recollections of the empire. It was resolved at any price to get rid of those imbecile councillors who thought they might treat France like a country conquered by the emigrants. The people determined to free themselves from a government which seemed resolved to trample on all that was dear to France. In this state of things, some looked upon Bonaparte as a liberator, but the greater number regarded him as an instrument. In this last character, he was viewed by the old republicans, and by a new generation, who thought they caught a glimpse of liberty in promises, and who were blind enough to believe that the idol of France would be restored by Napoleon. In February 1815, while everything was preparing at Elba for the approaching departure of Napoleon, Murat applied to the court of Vienna for leave to march through the Austrian provinces of Upper Italy, an army directed on France. It was on the 26th of the same month that Bonaparte escaped from Elba. These two facts were necessarily connected together, for, in spite of Murat's extravagant ideas, he never could have entertained the expectation of obliging the King of France, by the mere force of arms, to acknowledge his continued possession of the throne of Naples. Since the return of Louis Roman XVIII, the cabinet of the Tuileries had never regarded Murat in any other light than as a usurper. And I know from good authority that the French plenipotentiaries at the Congress of Vienna were especially instructed to insist that the restoration of the throne of Naples in favor of the Bourbons of the Two Sicilies should be a consequence of the restoration of the throne of France. I also know that the proposition was firmly opposed on the part of Austria, who had always viewed with jealousy the occupation of 3 thrones of Europe by the single House of Bourbon. According to information, for the authenticity of which I can vouch, the following were the plans which Napoleon conceived at Elba. Almost immediately after his arrival in France, he was to order the marshals on whom he could best rely to defend to the utmost the entrances to the French territory and the approaches to Paris, by pivoting on the triple line of fortresses which gird the north and east of France. Davoust was in petto singled out for the defense of Paris. He was to arm the inhabitants of the suburbs, and to have, besides, 20,000 men of the National Guard at his disposal. Napoleon, not being aware of the situation of the Allies, never supposed that they could concentrate their forces and march against him so speedily as they did. He hoped to take them by surprise and defeat their projects, by making Murat march upon Milan and by stirring up insurrections in Italy. The Po being once crossed, and Murat approaching the capital of Lombardy, Napoleon with the corps of Suchet, Brune, Grouchy, and Messina, augmented by troops sent, by forced marches, to Lyon, was to cross the Alps and revolutionize Piedmont. There, having recruited his army and joined the Neapolitans in Milan, he was to proclaim the independence of Italy, unite the whole country under a single chief, and then march at the head of 100,000 men on Vienna, by the Julian Alps, across which victory had conducted him in 1797. This was not all. Numerous emissaries scattered through Poland and Hungary were to foment discord and raise the cry of liberty and independence to alarm Russia and Austria. It must be confessed, it would have been an extraordinary spectacle to see Napoleon giving liberty to Europe in revenge for not having succeeded in enslaving her. By means of these bold maneuvers and vast combinations, Napoleon calculated that he would have the advantage of the initiative in military operations. Perhaps his genius was never more fully developed than in this vast conception. According to this plan, he was to extend his operations over a line of 500 leagues, from Ostend to Vienna, by the Alps and Italy, to provide himself with immense resources of every kind, to prevent the Emperor of Austria from marching his troops against France, and probably force him to terminate a war from which the hereditary provinces would have exclusively suffered. Such was the bright prospect which presented itself to Napoleon when he stepped on board the vessel which was to convey him from Elba to France. But the mad precipitation of Murat put Europe on the alert, and the brilliant illusion vanished like a dream. After being assured that all was tranquil, and that the royal family was secure against every danger, I myself set out at 4 o'clock on the morning of the 20th of March, taking the road to Lille. Nothing extraordinary occurred until I arrived at the post office of Fins, in front of which were drawn up a great number of carriages, which had arrived before mine, and the owners of which, like myself, were impatiently waiting for horses. I soon observed that someone called the postmaster aside in a way which did not appear entirely devoid of mystery, and I acknowledge I felt some degree of alarm. I was in the room in which the travelers were waiting, and my attention was attracted by a large bill fixed against the wall. It was printed in French and Russian, and it proved to be the order of the day which I had been fortunate enough to obtain from the Emperor Alexander to exempt post horses, etc., from the requisitions of the Allied troops. I was standing looking at the bill when the postmaster came into the room and advanced towards me. "Sir," said he, "that is an order of the day which saved me from ruin. Then surely you would not harm the man by whom it is signed? I know you, sir. I recognized you immediately. I saw you in Paris when you were director of the post office, and you granted a just claim which I had upon you. I have now come to tell you that they are harnessing 2 horses to your calash, and you may set off at full speed." The worthy man had assigned to my use the only 2 horses at his disposal. His son performed the office of postilion, and I set off to the no small dissatisfaction of some of the travelers who had arrived before me, and who, perhaps, had as good reasons as I to avoid the presence of Napoleon. We arrived at Lille at 11 o'clock on the night of the 21st. Here I encountered another vexation, though not of an alarming kind. The gates of the town were closed, and I was obliged to content myself with a miserable night's lodging in the suburb. I entered Lille on the 22d and Louis Roman 18, arrived on the 23d. His Majesty also found the gates closed, and more than an hour elapsed before an order could be obtained for opening them, for the Duke of Orleans, who commanded the town, was inspecting the troops when His Majesty arrived. The king was perfectly well received at Lille. There indeed appeared some symptoms of defection, but it must be acknowledged that the officers of the old army had been so singularly sacrificed to the promotion of the returned emigrants that it was very natural the former should hail the return of the man who had so often led them to victory. I put up at the Hôtel de Grand, certainly without forming any prognostic respecting the future residence of the king. When I saw His Majesty's retinue, I went down and stood at the door of the hotel, where as soon as Louis Roman 18 perceived me, he distinguished me from among all the persons who were awaiting his arrival, and holding out his hand for me to kiss, he said, "Follow me, M. de Bourrienne." On entering the apartments prepared for him, the king expressed to me his approval of my conduct since the Restoration, and especially during the short interval in which I had discharged the functions of prefect of the police. He did me the honor to invite me to breakfast with him. The conversation naturally turned on the events of the day, of which every one present spoke according to his hopes or fears. Observing that Louis Roman 18 concurred in Berthier's discouraging view of affairs, I ventured to repeat what I had already said at the Tuileries, that, judging from the disposition of the sovereigns of Europe and the information which I had received, it appeared very probable that His Majesty would be again seated on his throne in 3 months. Berthier bit his nails as he did when he wanted to leave the army of Egypt and return to Paris to the object of his adoration. Berthier was not hopeful. He was always one of those men who have the least confidence and the most depression. I could perceive that the king regarded my observation as one of those compliments which he was accustomed to receive, and that he had no great confidence in the fulfillment of my prediction. However, wishing to seem to believe it, he said, what he had more than hinted before, "M. de Bourrienne, as long as I am king you shall be my prefect of the police." It was the decided intention of Louis Roman 18 to remain in France as long as he could, but the Napoleonic fever, which spread like an epidemic among the troops, had infected the garrison of Lille. Marshal Mortier, who commanded at Lille, and the Duke of Orleans, expressed to me their well-founded fears, and repeatedly recommended me to urge the king to quit Lille speedily, in order to avoid any fatal occurrence. During the 2 days I passed with His Majesty, I entreated him to yield to the imperious circumstances in which he was placed. At length, the king, with deep regret, consented to go, and I left Lille the day before that fixed for His Majesty's departure. In September 1814, the king had appointed me charge d'affaires from France to Hamburg, but not having received orders to repair to my post, I have not hitherto mentioned this nomination. However, when Louis Roman 18 was on the point of leaving France, he thought that my presence in Hamburg might be useful for the purpose of making him acquainted with all that might interest him in the north of Germany. But it was not there that danger was to be apprehended. There were 2 points to be watched: the headquarters of Napoleon and the King's Council at Ghent. I, however, lost no time in repairing to a city where I was sure of finding a great many friends. On passing through Brussels, I alighted at the Hotel de Bellevue, where the Duc de Berry arrived shortly after me. His Royal Highness then invited me to breakfast with him and conversed with me very confidentially. I afterwards continued my journey. Chapter 6. 1815. Message to Madame de Bourrienne on the 20th of March. Napoleon's nocturnal entrance into Paris. General Becton. Sent to my family by Caulaincourt. Recollection of old persecutions. General Dreessen's solution of an enigma. Seals placed on my effects. Useless searches. Persecution of women. Madame de Staël and Madame de Recamier. Paris. During the 100 Days. The Federates and Patriotic Songs. Declaration of the Plenipotentiaries at Vienna. At Lille and again at Hamburg, I received letters from my family, which I had looked for with great impatience. They contained particulars of what had occurred relative to me since Bonaparte's return to Paris. 2 hours after my departure, Madame de Bourrienne also left Paris, accompanied by her children, and proceeded to an asylum which had been offered her 7 leagues from the capital. She left at my house in Paris her sister, 2 of her brothers, and her friend the Comtesse de Neuilly, who had resided with us since her return from the emigration. On the very morning of my wife's departure, namely, the 20th of March, a person, with whom I had always been on terms of friendship, and who was entirely devoted to Bonaparte, sent to request that Madame de Bourrienne would call on him, as he wished to speak to her on most important and urgent business. My sister-in-law informed the messenger that my wife had left Paris, but begging a friend to accompany her, she went herself to the individual, whose name will be probably guessed, though I do not mention it. The person who came with the message to my house put many questions to Madame de Bourrienne's sister respecting my absence, and advised her, above all things, to conjure me not to follow the king, observing that the cause of Louis Roman XVIII was utterly lost, and that I should do well to retire quietly to Burgundy, as there was no doubt of my obtaining the emperor's pardon. Nothing could be more gloomy than Bonaparte's entrance into Paris. He arrived at night in the midst of a thick fog. The streets were almost deserted, and a vague feeling of terror prevailed almost generally in the capital. At 9 o'clock on the same evening, the very hour of Bonaparte's arrival at the Tuileries, a lady, a friend of my family, and whose son served in the Young Guard, called and requested to see Madame de Bourrienne. She refused to enter the house lest she should be seen, and my sister-in-law went down to the garden to speak to her without a light. This lady's brother had been on the preceding night to Fontainebleau to see Bonaparte, and he had directed his sister to desire me to remain in Paris, and to retain my post in the prefecture of the police, as I was sure of a full and complete pardon. On the morning of the 21st, General Becton, who has since been the victim of his mad enterprises, called at my house and requested to speak with me and Madame de Bourrienne. He was received by my wife's sister and brothers, and stated that he came from M. de Caulaincourt to renew the assurances of safety which had already been given to me. I was, I confess, very sensible of these proofs of friendship when they came to my knowledge, but I did not for a single moment repent the course I adopted. I could not forget the intrigues of which I had been the object since 1811, nor the continual threats of arrest which, during that year, had not left me a moment's quiet. And since I now revert to that time, I may take the opportunity of explaining how in 1814 I was made acquainted with the real causes of the persecution to which I had been a prey. A person, whose name prudence forbids me mentioning, communicated to me the following letter, the original copy of which is in my possession. Monsieur le Duc de Bassanois send you some very important documents respecting the Sieur Bourrienne, and beg you will make me a confidential report on this affair. Keep these documents for yourself alone. This business demands the utmost secrecy. Everything induces me to believe that Bourrienne has carried a series of intrigues with London. Bring me the report on Thursday. I pray God, etc. Signed, Napoleon, Paris, 25th December 1811. I could now clearly perceive what to me had hitherto been enveloped in obscurity, but I was not, as yet, made acquainted with the documents mentioned in Napoleon's epistle. Still, however, the cause of his animosity was an enigma which I was unable to guess, but I obtained its solution some time afterwards. General Dreesen, who was the governor of Midau while Louis Roman XVIII resided in that town, came to Paris in 1814. I had been well acquainted with him in 1810 at Hamburg, where he lived for a considerable time. While at Midau, he conceived a chivalrous and enthusiastic friendship for the King of France. We were at first distrustful of each other, but afterwards the most intimate confidence arose between us. General Driessen looked forward with certainty to the return of the Bourbons to France, and in the course of our frequent conversations on his favorite theme, he gradually threw off all reserve, and at length disclosed to me that he was maintaining a correspondence with the king. He told me that he had sent to Hartwell several drafts of proclamations, with none of which, he said, the king was satisfied. On allowing me the copy of the last of these drafts, I frankly told him that I was quite of the king's opinion as to its unfitness. I observed that if the king should one day return to France and act as the general advised, he would not keep possession of his throne 6 months. Driessen then requested me to dictate a draft of a proclamation conformably with my ideas. This I consented to do on one condition, viz., that he would never mention my name in connection with the business, either in writing or conversation. General Driessen promised this, and then I dictated to him a draft which I would now candidly lay before the reader if I had a copy of it. I may add that in the different proclamations of Louis Roman XVIII, I remarked several passages precisely corresponding with the draft I had dictated at Hamburg. During the 4 years which intervened between my return to Paris and the downfall of the empire, it several times occurred to me that General Driessen had betrayed my secret, and on his very first visit to me after the Restoration, our conversation happening to turn on Hamburg, I asked him whether he had not disclosed what I wished him to conceal. "Well," said he, "there is no harm in telling the truth now. After you had left Hamburg, the king wrote to me inquiring the name of the author of the last draft I had sent him, which was very different from all that had preceded it. I did not answer this question, but the king having repeated it in a second letter, and having demanded an answer, I was compelled to break my promise to you, and I put into the post office of Gothenburg in Sweden a letter for the king, in which I mentioned your name. The mystery was now revealed to me. I clearly saw what had excited in Napoleon's mind the suspicion that I was carrying on intrigues with England. I have no doubt as to the way in which the affair came to his knowledge. The king must have disclosed my name to one of those persons whose situations placed them above the suspicion of any betrayal of confidence, and thus the circumstance must have reached the ear of Bonaparte. This is not a mere hypothesis, for I well know how promptly and faithfully Napoleon was informed of all that was said and done at Hartwell. Having shown General Driessen Napoleon's accusatory letter, he begged that I would entrust him with it for a day or two, saying he would show it to the king at a private audience. His object was to serve me and to excite Louis Roman XVIII. Interest in my behalf by briefly relating to him the whole affair. The general came to me on leaving the Tuileries and assured me that the king, after perusing the letter, had the great kindness to observe that I might think myself very happy in not having been shot. I know not whether Napoleon was afterwards informed of the details of this affair, which certainly had no connection with any intrigues with England, and which, after all, would have been a mere peccadillo in comparison with the conduct I thought it my duty to adopt at the time of the Restoration. Meanwhile, Madame de Bourrienne informed me by an express that seals were to be placed on the effects of all the persons included in the Decree of Lyons, and consequently upon mine. As soon as my wife received information of this, she quitted her retreat and repaired to Paris to face the storm. On the 29th of March, at 9 in the evening, the police agents presented themselves at my house. Madame de Bourrienne remonstrated against the measure and the inconvenient hour that was chosen for its execution. But all was in vain, and there was no alternative but to submit. But the matter did not end with the first formalities performed by Fauchet's alguazils. During the month of May, 7 persons were appointed to examine my papers, and among the inquisitorial septemvirate were 2 men well known and filling high situations. One of these executed his commission, but the other, sensible of the odium attached to it, wrote to say he was unwell and never came. The number of my inquisitors in domo was thus reduced to 6. They behaved with great rudeness and executed their mission with a rigor and severity exceedingly painful to my family. They carried their search so far as to rummage the pockets of my old clothes and even to unrip the linings. All this was done in the hope of finding something that would commit me in the eyes of the new master of France. But I was not to be caught in that way, and before leaving home, I had taken such precautions as to set my mind perfectly at ease. However, those who had declared themselves strongly against Napoleon were not the only persons who had reason to be alarmed at his return. Women even, by a system of inquisition unworthy of the emperor, but unfortunately quite in unison with his hatred of all liberty, were condemned to exile and had cause to apprehend further severity. It is for the exclusive admirers of the chief of the empire to approve of everything which proceeded from him, even his rigor against a defenseless sex. It is for them to laugh at the misery of a woman and a writer of genius, condemned without any form of trial to the most severe punishment short of death. For my part, I saw neither justice nor pleasantry in the exile of Madame de Chevreuse for having had the courage, and courage was not common then even among men, to say that she was not made to be the jailer of the Queen of Spain. On Napoleon's return from the Isle of Elba, Madame de Staël was in a state of weakness, which rendered her unable to bear any sudden and violent emotion. This debilitated state of health had been produced by her flight from Coppet to Russia immediately after the birth of the son, who was the fruit of her marriage with M. Rocca. In spite of the danger of a journey in such circumstances, she saw greater danger in staying where she was, and she set out on her new exile. That exile was not of long duration, but Madame de Staël never recovered from the effect of the alarm and fatigue it occasioned her. The name of the authoress of Corinne naturally calls to mind that of the friend who was most faithful to her in misfortune, and who was not herself screened from the severity of Napoleon by the just and universal admiration of which she was the object. In 1815, Madame Recamier did not leave Paris, to which she had returned in 1814, though her exile was not revoked. I know positively that Hortense assured her of the pleasure she would feel in receiving her, and that Madame Recamier, as an excuse for declining the perilous honor, observed that she had determined never again to appear in the world as long as her friends should be persecuted. The Memorial de Saint Helene, referring to the origin of the ill will of the chief of the empire towards the society of Madame de Staël and Madame Recamier, etc., seems to reproach Madame Recamier, accustomed, says the memorial, to ask for everything and to obtain everything, for having claimed nothing less than the complete reinstatement of her father. Whatever may have been the pretensions of Madame Recamier, Bonaparte, not a little addicted to the custom he complains of in her, could not have, with a good grace, made a crime of her ingratitude if he on his side had not claimed a very different sentiment from gratitude. I was with the first consul at the time M. Bernard, the father of Madame Remier, was accused, and I have not forgotten on what conditions the re-establishment would have been granted. The frequent interviews between Madame Recamier and Madame de Staël were not calculated to bring Napoleon to sentiments and measures of moderation. He became more and more irritated at this friendship between two women formed for each other's society, and on the occasion of one of Madame Recamier's journeys to Coppet he informed her, through the medium of Fauvelet, that she was perfectly at liberty to go to Switzerland, but not to return to Paris. Ah, Monseigneur. A great man may be pardoned for the weakness of loving women, but not for fearing them. This was the only reply of Madame Recamier to Fauvelet when she set out for Coppet. I may here observe that the personal prejudices of the emperor would not have been of a persevering and violent character if some of the people who surrounded him had not sought to foment them. I myself fell a victim to this. Napoleon's affection for me would perhaps have got the upper hand if his relenting towards me had not been incessantly combated by my enemies around him. I had no opportunity of observing the aspect of Paris during that memorable period recorded in history by the name of the 100 Days. But the letters which I received at the time, together with all that I afterwards heard, concurred in assuring me that the capital never presented so melancholy a picture as during those 3 months. No one felt any confidence in Napoleon's second reign, and it was said, without any sort of reserve, that Fauchet, while serving the cause of usurpation, would secretly betray it. The future was viewed with alarm and the present with dissatisfaction. The sight of the federates who paraded the faubourgs and the boulevards, vociferating, "The Republic forever!" and "Death to the Royalists!" Their sanguinary songs, the revolutionary airs played in our theaters, all tended to produce a fearful torpor in the public mind, and the issue of the impending events was anxiously awaited. One of the circumstances which, at the commencement of the 100 Days, most contributed to open the eyes of those who were yet dazzled by the past glory of Napoleon was the assurance with which he declared that the Empress and his son would be restored to him, though nothing warranted that announcement. It was evident that he could not count on any ally, and in spite of the prodigious activity with which a new army was raised, those persons must have been blind indeed who could imagine the possibility of his triumphing over Europe, again armed to oppose him. I deplored the inevitable disasters which Bonaparte's bold enterprise would entail, but I had such certain information respecting the intentions of the Allied powers, and the spirit which animated the plenipotentiaries at Vienna, that I could not for a moment doubt the issue of the conflict. Thus I was not at all surprised when I received at Hamburg the minutes of the conferences at Vienna in May 1815. When the first intelligence of Bonaparte's landing was received at Vienna, it must be confessed that very little had been done at the Congress, for measures calculated to reconstruct a solid and durable order of things could only be framed and adopted deliberately, and upon mature reflection. Louis Roman XVIII had instructed his plenipotentiaries to defend and support the principles of justice and the law of nations, so as to secure the rights of all parties and avert the chances of a new war. The Congress was occupied with these important objects when intelligence was received of Napoleon's departure from Elba and his landing at the Gulf of Juan. The plenipotentiaries then signed the protocol of the conferences to which I have above alluded. The following dispatch of Napoleon's to Marshal Davoust, given in Captain Bingham's translation, Volume Roman III, p. 121, though not strictly bearing upon the subject of the Duke of Bassano's inquiry, p. 256, may perhaps find a place here, as indicative of the private feeling of the Emperor towards Bourrienne. As the reader will remember, it has already been alluded to earlier in the work. To Marshal Davoust, Campigny, 3d September 1811. I have received your letter concerning the cheating of Bourrienne at Hamburg. It will be important to throw light upon what he has done. Have the Jew, Gumprecht Mers, arrested, seize his papers, and place him in solitary confinement. Have some of the other principal agents of Bourrienne arrested so as to discover his doings at Hamburg and the embezzlements he has committed there. Signed, Napoleon. Chapter 7. 1815. Napoleon at Paris. Political maneuvers. The meeting of the Champ de Mai. Napoleon, the liberals, and the moderate constitutionalists. His love of arbitrary power as strong as ever. Paris. During the Cent-Jours preparations for his last campaign, the Emperor leaves Paris to join the army state of Brussels. Proclamation of Napoleon to the Belgians. Effective strength of the French and Allied armies. The Emperor's proclamation to the French army. Napoleon was scarcely reseated on his throne when he found he could not resume that absolute power he had possessed before his abdication at Fontainebleau. He was obliged to submit to the curb of a representative government, but we may well believe that he only yielded, with a mental reservation that as soon as victory should return to his standards, and his army be reorganized, he would send the representatives of the people back to their departments, and make himself as absolute as he had ever been. His temporary submission was indeed obligatory. The Republicans and Constitutionalists who had assisted or not opposed his return, with Carnot, Fauchet, Benjamin Constant, and his own brother Lucien, a lover of constitutional liberty, at their head, would support him only on condition of his reigning as a constitutional sovereign. He therefore proclaimed a constitution under the title of Acti Additional aux Constitutions de l'Empire, which greatly resembled the charter granted by Louis Roman XVIII the year before. An hereditary chamber of peers was to be appointed by the emperor, a chamber of representatives chosen by the electoral colleges, to be renewed every 5 years, by which all taxes were to be voted, ministers were to be responsible, judges irremovable, the right of petition was acknowledged, and property was declared inviolable. Lastly, the French nation was made to declare that they would never recall the Bourbons. Even before reaching Paris, and while resting on his journey from Elba at Lyon, the second city in France, and the ancient capital of the Franks, Napoleon arranged his ministry and issued sundry decrees, which show how little his mind was prepared for proceeding according to the majority of votes in representative assemblies. Cambaceres was named Minister of Justice, Fauvelet Minister of Police, a boon to the revolutionists, Davoust appointed Minister of War. Decrees upon decrees were issued with a rapidity which showed how laboriously Bonaparte had employed those studious hours at Elba which he was supposed to have dedicated to the composition of his memoirs. They were couched in the name of Napoleon, by the grace of God, Emperor of France, and were dated on the 13th of March, although not promulgated until the 21st of that month. The first of these decrees abrogated all changes in the courts of justice and tribunals which had taken place during the absence of Napoleon. The second banished anew all emigrants who had returned to France before 1814 without proper authority, and displaced all officers belonging to the class of emigrants introduced into the army by the king. The third suppressed the Order of St. Louis, the white flag, cockade, and other royal emblems, and restored the tricolored banner and the imperial symbols of Bonaparte's authority. The same decree abolished the Swiss Guard and the household troops of the king. The fourth sequestered the effects of the Bourbons. A similar ordinance sequestered the restored property of emigrant families. The fifth decree of Lyon suppressed the ancient nobility and feudal titles, and formally confirmed proprietors of national domains in their possessions. This decree was very acceptable to the majority of Frenchmen. The sixth declared sentence of exile against all emigrants not erased by Napoleon from the list previously to the accession of the Bourbons, to which was added confiscation of their property. The seventh restored the Legion of Honor in every respect as it had existed under the emperor, uniting to its funds the confiscated revenues of the Bourbon Order of St. Louis. The eighth and last decree was the most important of all. Under pretense that emigrants who had borne arms against France had been introduced into the Chamber of Peers, and that the Chamber of Deputies had already sat for the legal time, it dissolved both chambers and convoked the electoral colleges of the empire, in order that they might hold, in the ensuing month of May, an extraordinary Assembly de Champdemain. This national convocation, for which Napoleon claimed a precedent in the history of the ancient Franks, was to have two objects. First, to make such alterations and reforms in the constitution of the empire as circumstances should render advisable. Secondly, to assist at the coronation of the Empress Maria Louisa. Her presence, and that of her son, was spoken of as something that admitted of no doubt, though Bonaparte knew there was little hope of their return from Vienna. These various enactments were well calculated to serve Napoleon's cause. They flattered the army, and at the same time stimulated their resentment against the emigrants, by insinuating that they had been sacrificed by Louis to the interest of his followers. They held out to the Republicans a prospect of confiscation, proscription, and revolution of government, while the imperialists were gratified with a view of ample funds for pensions, offices, and honorary decorations. To proprietors of the national domain's security was promised, to the Parisians the grand spectacle of the Champdemain, and to France peace and tranquility, since the arrival of the Empress and her son, confidently asserted to be at hand, was taken as a pledge of the friendship of Austria. Napoleon at the same time endeavored to make himself popular with the common people, the mob of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine and other obscure quarters of Paris. On the first evening of his return, as he walked round the glittering circle met to welcome him, in the state apartments of the Tuileries, he kept repeating, "Gentlemen, it is to the poor and disinterested mass of the people that I owe everything. It is they who have brought me back to the capital. It is the poor subaltern officers and common soldiers that have done all this. I owe everything to the common people and the ranks of the army. Remember that. I owe everything to the army and the people." Some time after he took occasional rides through the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, but the demonstrations of the mob gave him little pleasure, and it was easy to detect a sneer in his addresses to them. He had some slight intercourse with the men of the Revolution, the fierce, bloodthirsty Jacobins, but even now he could not conceal his abhorrence of them, and, be it said to his honor, he had as little to do with them as possible. When Napoleon departed for the summer campaign, he took care beforehand to leave large sums of money for the fêtiers, in the hands of the devoted Real, under whose management the mob was placed. These sums were to be distributed at appropriate seasons, to make the people cry in the streets of Paris, Napoleon or death. He also left in the hands of Davoust a written authority for the publication of his bulletins, many clauses of which were written long before the battles were fought that they were to describe. He gave to the same marshal a plan of his campaign, which he had arranged for the defensive. This was not confided to him without an injunction of the strictest secrecy, but it is said that Davoust communicated the plan to Fauvelet. Considering Davoust's character, this is very unlikely, but if so, it is far from improbable that Fauvelet communicated the plan to the allies with whom, and more particularly with Prince Metternich, he is well known to have been corresponding at the time. Shortly after the emperor's arrival in Paris, Benjamin Constant, a moderate and candid man, was deputed by the Constitutional Party to ascertain Napoleon's sentiments and intentions. Constant was a lover of constitutional liberty and an old opponent of Napoleon, whose headlong career of despotism, cut out by the sword, he had vainly endeavored to check by the eloquence of his pen. The interview took place at the Tuileries. The emperor, as was his wont, began the conversation and kept it nearly all to himself during the rest of the audience. He did not affect to disguise either his past actions or present dispositions. "The nation," he said, "has had a respite of 12 years from every kind of political agitation, and for 1 year has enjoyed a respite from war. This double repose has created a craving after activity. It requires, or fancies it requires, a tribune and popular assemblies. It did not always require them. The people threw themselves at my feet when I took the reins of government. You ought to recollect this, who made a trial of opposition. Where was your support, your strength? Nowhere. I assumed less authority than I was invited to assume. Now all is changed. A feeble government, opposed to the national interests, has given to these interests the habit of standing on the defensive and evading authority. The taste for constitutions, for debates, for harangues appears to have revived. Nevertheless, it is but the minority that wishes all this, be assured. The people, or if you like the phrase better, the multitude, wish only for me. You would say so if you had only seen this multitude pressing eagerly on my steps, rushing down from the tops of the mountains, calling on me, seeking me out, saluting me. On my way from Cannes hither I have not conquered, I have administered. I am not only, as has been pretended, the emperor of the soldiers, I am that of the peasants of the plebeians of France. Accordingly, in spite of all that has happened, you see the people come back to me. There is sympathy between us. It is not as with the privileged classes. The noblesse have been in my service. They thronged in crowds into my antechambers. There is no place that they have not accepted or solicited. I have had the Montmorencys, the Noailles, the Rohans, the Beauvots, the Montemarts in my train, but there never was any cordiality between us. The steed made his curvets, he was well broken in, but I felt him quiver under me. With the people it is another thing. The popular fiber responds to mine. I have risen from the ranks of the people. My voice sets mechanically upon them. Look at those conscripts, the sons of peasants. I never flattered them. I treated them roughly. They did not crowd round me the less. They did not on that account cease to cry, Vive l'Empereur. It is that between them and me there is one and the same nature. They look to me as their support, their safeguard against the nobles. I have but to make a sign, or even to look another way, and the nobles would be massacred in every province. So well have they managed matters in the last 10 months. But I do not desire to be the king of a mob. If there are the means to govern by a constitution, well and good. I wished for the empire of the world, and to ensure it complete liberty of action was necessary to me. To govern France merely, it is possible that a constitution may be better. I wished for the empire of the world, as who would not have done in my place? The world invited me to rule over it. Sovereigns and subjects alike emulously bowed the neck under my scepter. I have seldom met with opposition in France, but still, I have encountered more of it from some obscure and unarmed Frenchmen than from all these kings so resolute, just now, no longer to have a man of the people for their equal. See then what appears to you possible. Let me know your ideas. Public discussion, free elections, responsible ministers, the liberty of the press, I have no objection to all that, the liberty of the press especially. To stifle it is absurd. I am convinced on this point. I am the man of the people. If the people really wish for liberty, let them have it. I have acknowledged their sovereignty. It is just that I should lend an ear to their will, nay, even to their caprices. I have never been disposed to oppress them for my pleasure. I conceived great designs, but fate has been against me. I am no longer a conqueror, nor can I be one. I know what is possible and what is not. I have no further object than to raise up France and bestow on her a government suitable to her. I have no hatred to liberty, I have set it aside when it obstructed my path, but I understand what it means. I was brought up in its school. Besides, the work of 15 years is overturned, and it is not possible to recommence it. It would take 20 years and the lives of 2 million of men to be sacrificed to it. As for the rest, I desire peace, but I can only obtain it by means of victory. I would not inspire you with false expectations. I permit it to be said that negotiations are going on, there are none. I foresee a hard struggle, a long war. To support it, I must be seconded by the nation, but in return I believe they will expect liberty. They shall have it. The circumstances are new. All I desire is to be informed of the truth. I am getting old. A man is no longer at 45 what he was at 30. The repose enjoyed by a constitutional king may suit me, it will still more certainly be the best thing for my son. From this remarkable address, Benjamin Constant concluded that no change had taken place in Bonaparte's views or feelings in matters of government, but being convinced that circumstances had changed, he had made up his mind to conform to them. He says, and we cannot doubt it, that he listened to Napoleon with the deepest interest, that there was a breadth and grandeur of manner as he spoke, and a calm serenity seated on a brow covered with immortal laurels. Whilst believing the utter incompatibility of Napoleon and constitutional government, we cannot in fairness omit mentioning that the causes which repelled him from the altar and sanctuary of freedom were strong. The real lovers of a rational and feasible liberty, the constitutional monarchy men, were few, the mad ultraliberals. The Jacobins, the refuse of one revolution and the provokers of another, were numerous, active, loud, and in pursuing different ends these two parties, the respectable and the disreputable, the good and the bad, got mixed and confused with one another. On the 14th of May, when the fêtiers were marshaled in processional order and treated with what was called a solemn festival, as they moved along the boulevards to the court of the Tuileries, they coupled the name of Napoleon with Jacobin curses and revolutionary songs. The airs and the words that had made Paris tremble to her very center during the Reign of Terror, the Marseillaise, the Carmagnole, the Jour du Depart, the execrable ditty, the burden of which is, and with the entrails of the last of the priests let us strangle the last of the kings, were all roared out in fearful chorus by a drunken, filthy, and furious mob. Many a day had elapsed since they had dared to sing these blasphemous and antisocial songs in public. Napoleon himself, as soon as he had power enough, suppressed them, and he was as proud of this feat and his triumph over the dregs of the Jacobins as he was of any of his victories. And in this he was right, in this he proved himself the friend of humanity. As the tumultuous mass approached the triumphal arch and the grand entrance to the palace, he could not conceal his abhorrence. His guards were drawn up under arms, and numerous pieces of artillery, already loaded, were turned out on the Place du Carrousel. He hastily dismissed these dangerous partisans with some praise, some money, and some drink. On coming into close contact with such a mob, he did not feel his fiber respond to that of the populace. Like Frankenstein, he loathed and was afraid of the mighty monster he had put together. But it was not merely the mob that checked the liberalism or constitution of Napoleon, a delicate and doubtful plant in itself, that required the most cautious treatment to make it really take root and grow up in such a soil. Some of his counselors, who called themselves philosophical statesmen, advised him to lay aside the style of emperor and assume that of High President or Lord General of the Republic. Annoyed with such puerilities, while the enemy was every day drawing nearer the frontiers, he withdrew from the Tuileries to the comparatively small and retired palace of the Élysée, where he escaped these talking dreamers, and felt himself again a sovereign. Shut up with Benjamin Constant and a few other reasonable politicians, he drew up the sketch of a new constitution, which was neither much better nor much worse than the royal charter of Louis Roman XVIII. We give an epitome of its main features. The emperor was to have executive power and to exercise legislative power in concurrence with the two chambers. The Chamber of Peers was to be hereditary and nominated by the emperor, and its number was unlimited. The second chamber was to be elected by the people and to consist of 629 members, none to be under the age of 25. The president was to be appointed by the members, but approved of by the emperor. Members were to be paid at the rate settled by the Constituent Assembly, which was to be renewed every 5 years. The emperor might prorogue, adjourn, or dissolve the House of Representatives, whose sittings were to be public. The electoral colleges were maintained. Land tax and direct taxes were to be voted only for a year. Indirect taxes might be imposed for several years. No levy of men for the army nor any exchange of territory was to be made but by a law. Taxes were to be proposed by the Chamber of Representatives, ministers to be responsible, judges to be irremovable, juries to be established. Right of petition, freedom of worship, inviolability of property were recognized. Liberty of the press was given under legal responsibility, and press offenses were to be judged with a jury. No place or part of the territory could be placed in a state of siege except in case of foreign invasion or civil troubles. Finally, the French people declared that in the delegation it thus made of its powers, it was not to be taken as giving the right to propose the re-establishment of the Bourbons, or of any prince of that family on the throne, even in case of the extinction of the imperial dynasty. Any such proposal was formally interdicted to the chambers or to the citizens, as well as any of the following measures, viz. The re-establishment of the former feudal nobility, of the feudal and seigneurial rights, of tithes, of any privileged and dominant religion, as well as of the power of making any attack on the irreversibility of the sale of the national goods. Shortly after the return of Napoleon from Elba, believing it to be impossible to make the Emperor of Austria consent to his wife's rejoining him, and Maria Luisa had no inclination to a renewal of conjugal intercourse, Napoleon had not been many days in Paris when he concocted a plan for carrying off from Vienna both his wife and his son. In this project force was no less necessary than stratagem. A number of French of both sexes much devoted to the emperor, who had given them rank and fortune, had accompanied Maria Luisa in 1814 from Paris to Blois and thence to Vienna. A correspondence was opened with these persons, who embarked heart and soul in the plot. They forged passports, procured relays of horses, and altogether arranged matters so well that, but for a single individual one who revealed the whole project a few days previously to that fixed upon, for carrying it into effect there is little room to doubt that the plan would have succeeded, and that the daughter of Austria and the titular king of home would have given such prestige as their presence could give at the Tuileries and the Champs de Mai. No sooner had the Emperor of Austria discovered this plot, which, had it been successful, would have placed him in a very awkward predicament, than he dismissed all the French people about his daughter, compelled her to lay aside the armorial bearings and liveries of Napoleon, and even to relinquish the title of Empress of the French. No force, no art, no police could conceal these things from the people of Paris, who, moreover, and at nearly the same time, were made very uneasy by the failure of Murat's attempt in Italy, which greatly increased the power and political influence of Austria. Murat being disposed of, the Emperor Francis was enabled to concentrate all his forces in Italy and to hold them in readiness for the reinvasion of France. Napoleon, says Fauvelet, had undoubtedly expected that the Empress and his son would be restored to him. He had published his wishes as a certainty, and to prevent it was, in fact, the worst injury the Emperor of Austria could have done him. His hope was, however, soon destroyed. One evening I was summoned to the palace. I found the emperor in a dimly lighted closet, warming himself in a corner of the fireplace, and appearing to suffer already from the complaint which never afterwards left him. "Here is a letter," he said, "which the courier from Vienna says is meant for you. Read it." On first casting my eyes on the letter, I thought I knew the handwriting, but as it was long I read it slowly, and came at last to the principal object. The writer said that we ought not to reckon upon the Empress, as she did not even attempt to conceal her dislike of the Emperor, and was disposed to approve all the measures that could be taken against him, that her return was not to be thought of, as she herself would raise the greatest obstacles in the way of it, in case it should be proposed. Finally, that it was not possible for him to dissemble his indignation that the Empress, wholly enamored of, did not even take pains to hide her ridiculous partiality for him. The handwriting of the letter was disguised, yet not so much but that I was able to discover whose it was. I found, however, in the manner in which the secret was expressed, a warmth of zeal and a picturesque style that did not belong to the author of the letter. While reading it, I all of a sudden suspected it was a counterfeit and intended to mislead the emperor. I communicated this idea to him and the danger I perceived in this fraud. As I grew more and more animated, I found plausible reasons enough to throw the emperor himself into some uncertainty. "How is it possible?" I said. "That should have been imprudent enough to write such things to me, who am not his friend, and who have had so little connection with him. How can one suppose that the empress should forget herself, in such circumstances, so far as to manifest aversion to you, and still more to cast herself away upon a man who undoubtedly still possesses some power to please, but who is no longer young, whose face is disfigured, and whose person altogether has nothing agreeable in it? But," answered the emperor, "is attached to me, and though he is not your friend, the postscript sufficiently explains the motive of the confidence he places in you." The following words were, in fact, written at the bottom of the letter. "I do not think you ought to mention the truth to the emperor, but make whatever use of it you think proper." I persisted, however, in maintaining that the letter was a counterfeit, and the emperor then said to me, "Go to Caulaincourt. He possesses a great many others in the same handwriting. Let the comparison decide between your opinion and mine." I went to Caulaincourt, who said eagerly to me, "I am sure the letter is from, and I have not the least doubt of the truth of the particulars it contains. The best thing the emperor can do is to be comforted. There is no help to be expected from that side." So sad a discovery was very painful to the emperor, for he was sincerely attached to the empress, and still hoped again to see his son, whom he loved most tenderly. Fauchet had been far from wishing the return of the emperor. He was long tired of obeying, and had besides undertaken another plan which Napoleon's arrival had broken off. The emperor, however, put him again at the head of the police, because Savary was worn out in that employment, and a skillful man was wanted there. Fauchet accepted the office, but without giving up his plan of deposing the emperor, to put in his place either his son or a republic under a president. He had never ceased to correspond with Prince Metternich, and if he is to be believed, he tried to persuade the emperor to abdicate in favor of his son. That was also my opinion, but, coming from such a quarter, the advice was not without danger for the person to whom it was given. Besides, that advice having been rejected, it was the duty of the minister either to think no more of his plan or to resign his office. Fauchet, however, remained in the cabinet, and continued his correspondence. The emperor, who placed but little confidence in him, kept a careful eye upon him. One evening the emperor had a great deal of company at the Élysée. He told me not to go home, because he wished to speak to me. When everybody was gone, the emperor stopped with Fauchet in the apartment next to the one I was in. The door remained half open. They walked up and down together, talking very calmly. I was therefore greatly astonished when, after a quarter of an hour, I heard the emperor say to him, gravely, "You are a traitor. Why do you remain minister of the police if you wish to betray me? It rests with me to have you hanged, and everybody would rejoice at your death." I did not hear Fauchet's reply, but the conversation lasted above half an hour longer, the parties all the time walking up and down. When Fauchet went away, he bade me cheerfully good night, and said that the emperor had gone back to his apartments. The next day the emperor spoke to me of the previous night's conversation. "I suspected," he said, "that the wretch was in correspondence with Vienna. I have had a banker's clerk arrested on his return from that city. He has acknowledged that he brought a letter for Fauchet from Metternich, and that the answer was to be sent at a fixed time to Bâle, where a man was to wait for the bearer on the bridge. I sent for Fauchet a few days ago, and kept him 3 hours long in my garden, hoping that in the course of a friendly conversation he would mention that letter to me, but he said nothing. At last, yesterday evening, I myself opened the subject. Here the emperor repeated to me the words I had heard the night before, 'You are a traitor,' etc. He acknowledged, in fact, continued the emperor, that he had received such a letter, but that it was not signed and that he had looked upon it as a mystification. He showed it me. Now that letter was evidently an answer, in which the writer again declared that he would listen to nothing more concerning the emperor, but that, his person accepted, it would be easy to agree to all the rest. I expected that the emperor would conclude his narrative by expressing his anger against Fauchet, but our conversation turned on some other subject, and he talked no more of him. 2 days afterwards I went to Fauchet to solicit the return to Paris of an officer of musketeers who had been banished far from his family. I found him at breakfast and sat down next to him. Facing him sat a stranger. "Do you see this man?" he said to me, pointing with his spoon to the stranger. "He is an aristocrat, a Bourbonist, a Chouan. It is the Abbé, one of the editors of the journal Des Débats, a sworn enemy to Napoleon, a fanatic partisan of the Bourbons. He is one of our men." I looked at him. At every fresh epithet of the minister, the Abbé bowed his head down to his plate with a smile of cheerfulness and self-complacency, and with a sort of leer. I never saw a more ignoble countenance. Fauvelet explained to me, on leaving the breakfast table, in what manner all these valets of literature were men of his. And while I acknowledged to myself that the system might be necessary, I scarcely knew who were really more despicable, the wretches who thus sold themselves to the highest bidder, or the minister who boasted of having bought them, as if their acquisition were a glorious conquest. Judging that the emperor had spoken to me of the scene one have described above, Fauvelet said to me, "The emperor's temper is soured by the resistance he finds, and he thinks it is my fault. He does not know that I have no power but by public opinion. Tomorrow I might hang before my door 20 persons obnoxious to public opinion, though I should not be able to imprison for 24 hours any individual favored by it." As I am never in a hurry to speak, I remained silent, but reflecting on what the emperor had said concerning Fauvelet, I found the comparison of their two speeches remarkable. The master could have his minister hanged with public applause, and the minister could hang whom? Perhaps the master himself, and with the same approbation. What a singular situation, and I believe they were both in the right. So far public opinion, equitable in regard to Fauvelet, had swerved concerning the emperor. The wrath of Napoleon was confined to the lower house, the peers, from the nature of their composition, being complacent and passive enough. The vast majority of them were in fact mere shadows gathered round the solid persons of Joseph, Lucien, Louis, and Jerome Bonaparte, and Sieyès, Carnot, and the military men of the Revolution. As a political body, Napoleon despised them himself, and yet he wanted the nation to respect them. But respect was impossible, and the volatile Parisians made the peers a constant object of their witticisms. The punsters of Paris made the following somewhat ingenious play upon words. L'Allemand, Leibdogger Drouot, and nay they called les quaterpers fides, perfides, which in pronunciation may equally mean the four faithful peers or the four perfidious men. The infamous Vandam and another were called Persifals, the biased peers, or the biased pair, or Persifals, men made objects of derision. It was thus the lower orders behaved, while the existence of France was at stake. By this time, the thundercloud of war had gathered and was ready to burst. Short as the time at his disposal was, Napoleon prepared to meet it with his accustomed energy. Firearms formed one of the most important objects of attention. There were sufficient sabers, but muskets were wanting. The imperial factories could, in ordinary times, furnish monthly 20,000 stands of new arms. By the extraordinary activity and inducements offered, this number was doubled. Workmen were also employed in repairing the old muskets. There was displayed at this momentous period the same activity in the capital as in 1793, and better directed, though without the same ultimate success. The clothing of the army was another difficulty, and this was got over by advancing large sums of money to the cloth manufacturers beforehand. The contractors delivered 20,000 cavalry horses before the 1st of June. 10,000 trained horses had been furnished by the dismounted gendarmerie. 12,000 artillery horses were also delivered by the 1st of June, in addition to 6,000 which the army already had. The facility with which the ministers of finance and of the treasury provided for all these expenses astonished everybody, as it was necessary to pay for everything in ready money. The system of public works was at the same time resumed throughout France. "It is easy to see," said the workmen, "that the great contractor is returned. All was dead, now everything revives." "We have just learnt," says a writer who was at Brussels at this time, that Napoleon had left the capital of France on the 12th. On the 15th, the frequent arrival of couriers excited extreme anxiety, and towards evening General Muffing presented himself at the hotel of the Duke of Wellington with dispatches from Blücher. We were all aware that the enemy was in movement, and the ignorant could not solve the enigma of the Duke going tranquilly to the ball at the Duke of Richmond's. His coolness was above their comprehension. Had he remained at his own hotel, a panic would have probably ensued amongst the inhabitants, which would have embarrassed the intended movement of the British division of the army. I returned home late, and we were still talking over our uneasiness when we heard the trumpet sound. Before the sun had risen in full splendor, I heard martial music approaching, and soon beheld from my windows the 5th Reserve of the British Army passing. The Highland Brigade were the first in advance, led by their noble thanes, the bagpipes playing their several pibrochs. They were succeeded by the 28th, their bugle's note falling more blithely upon the ear. Each regiment passed in succession, with its band playing. The gallant Duke of Brunswick was at a ball at the Assembly Rooms in the Rue Duquesne on the night of the 15th of June, when the French guns, which he was one of the first to hear, were clearly distinguished at Brussels. Upon receiving the information that a powerful French force was advancing in the direction of Charleroi. "Then it is high time for me to be off," he exclaimed, and immediately quitted the ballroom. At 4, the whole disposable force under the Duke of Wellington was collected together, but in such haste that many of the officers had no time to change their silk stockings and dancing shoes. And some, quite overcome by drowsiness, were seen lying asleep about the ramparts, still holding, however, with a firm hand, the reins of their horses, which were grazing by their sides. About 5 o'clock the word march was heard in all directions, and instantly the whole mass appeared to move simultaneously. I conversed with several of the officers previous to their departure, and not one appeared to have the slightest idea of an approaching engagement. The Duke of Wellington and his staff did not quit Brussels till past 11 o'clock, and it was not till some time after they were gone that it was generally known the whole French army, including a strong corps of cavalry, was within a few miles of Quatre Bras. Chapter 8. Like the preceding, this chapter first appeared in the 1836 edition, and is not from the pen of M. de Bourrienne. 1815. The battles of Ligny and Quatre Bras. The moment for striking a decisive blow had now come, and accordingly, early on the morning of the 15th, the whole of the French army was in motion. The 2D Corps proceeded to Marchiennes to attack the Prussian outposts at Thuin and Lobes in order to secure the communication across the Sambre between those places. The 3D Corps, covered by General Pagel's cavalry, advanced upon Charleroi, followed by the Imperial Guard and the 6th Corps, with the necessary detachments of pontonniers. The remainder of the cavalry, under Grouchy, also advanced upon Charleroi, on the flanks of the 3D and 6th Corps. The 4th Corps was ordered to march upon the bridge of Chatelet. On the approach of the French advanced guards, an incessant skirmish was maintained during the whole morning with the Prussians, who, after losing many men, were compelled to yield to superior numbers. General Zieten, finding it impossible, from the extent of frontier he had to cover, to check the advance of the French, fell back towards Fleurus by the road to Charleroi, resolutely contesting the advance of the enemy wherever it was possible. In the repeated attacks sustained by him, he suffered considerable loss. It was nearly midday before a passage through Charleroi was secured by the French army, and General Zieten continued his retreat upon Fleurus, where he took up his position for the night. Upon Zieten's abandoning, in the course of his retreat, the chaussee which leads to Brussels through Quatre Bras, Marshal Ney, who had only just been put in command on the left of the French army, was ordered to advance by this road upon Gosselies, and found at Frasnes part of the Duke of Wellington's army, composed of Nassau troops under the command of Prince Bernard of Saxe-Weimar, who, after some skirmishing, maintained his position. Notwithstanding all the exertions of the French at a moment when time was of such importance, they had only been able to advance about 15 English miles during the day, with nearly 15 hours of daylight. It was the intention of Napoleon during his operations on this day to effect a separation between the English and Prussian armies, in which he had nearly succeeded. Napoleon's plan for this purpose, and the execution of it by his army, were alike admirable, but it is hardly probable that the Allied generals were taken by surprise, as it was the only likely course which Napoleon could have taken. His line of operation was on the direct road to Brussels, and there were no fortified works to impede his progress, while from the nature of the country, his numerous and excellent cavalry could be employed with great effect. In the French accounts, Marshal Ney was much blamed for not occupying Quatre Bras with the whole of his force on the evening of the 16th. Ney might probably have driven back the Nassau troops at Quatre Bras and occupied that important position, but hearing a heavy cannonade on his right flank, where General Zieten had taken up his position, he thought it necessary to halt and detach a division in the direction of Fleurus. He was severely censured by Napoleon for not having literally followed his orders and pushed on to Quatre Bras. This accusation forms a curious contrast with that made against Grouchy, upon whom Napoleon threw the blame of the defeat at Waterloo because he strictly fulfilled his orders by pressing the Prussians at Wavre, unheeding the cannonade on his left, which might have led him to conjecture that the more important contest between the Emperor and Wellington was at that moment raging. It was at 6 o'clock in the evening of the 16th that the Duke of Wellington received the first information of the advance of the French army. But it was not, however, until 10 o'clock that positive news reached him that the French army had moved upon the line of the Sambre. This information induced him to push forward reinforcements on Quatre Bras, at which place he himself arrived at an early hour on the 16th, and immediately proceeded to Bry to devise measures with Marshal Blücher in order to combine their efforts. From the movement of considerable masses of the French in front of the Prussians, it was evident that their first grand attack would be directed against them. That this was Napoleon's object on the 16th may be seen by his orders to Ney and Grouchy to turn the right of the Prussians and drive the British from their position at Quatre Bras, and then to march down the Chaussee upon Bry in order effectually to separate the two armies. Ney was accordingly detached for this purpose with 43,000 men. In the event of the success of Marshal Ney, he would have been enabled to detach a portion of his forces for the purpose of making a flank attack upon the Prussians in the rear of Saint-Amand, whilst Napoleon in person was directing his main efforts against that village the strongest in the Prussian position. Ney's reserve was at Frasnes, disposable either for the purpose of supporting the attack on Quatre Bras or that at Saint-Amand, and in case of Ney's complete success to turn the Prussian right flank by marching on Bry. Chapter 8. 1802–1803. Bonaparte President of the Cisalpine Republic meeting of the deputation at Lyon, Malta, and the English My Immortality Fate, given by Madame Murat Erasures from the emigrant list restitution of Property General Sebastiani Lord Whitworth Napoleon's. First symptoms of disease corvisart influence of physical suffering on Napoleon's temper articles for the Moniteur General Andreassi M. Talleyrand's Pungerome Bonaparte extravagance of Bonaparte's, brothers M. Calat, and the Navy contract. Bonaparte was anxious to place the Cisalpine Republic on a footing of harmony with the government of France. It was necessary to select a president who should perfectly agree with Bonaparte's views, and in this respect, no one could be so suitable as Bonaparte himself. The two presidencies united would serve as a transition to the throne. Not wishing to be long absent from Paris, and anxious to avoid the trouble of the journey to Milan, he arranged to meet the deputation halfway at Lyons. Before our departure, I said to him, "Is it possible that you do not wish to revisit Italy, the first scene of your glory, and the beautiful capital of Lombardy, where you were the object of so much homage?" "I certainly should," replied the first consul, "but the journey to Milan would occupy too much precious time. I prefer that the meeting should take place in France. My influence over the deputies will be more prompt and certain at Lyon than at Milan. And then I should be glad to see the noble wreck of the army of Egypt, which is collected at Lyons." On the 8th of January, 1802, we set out. Bonaparte, who was now ready to ascend the throne of France, wished to prepare the Italians for one day crowning him King of Italy, in imitation of Charlemagne, of whom in anticipation he considered himself the successor. He saw that the title of President of the Cisalpine Republic was a great advance towards the sovereignty of Lombardy, as he afterwards found that the consulate for life was a decisive step towards the throne of France. He obtained the title of President without much difficulty on the 36th of January, 1802. The journey to Lyon and the conferences were only matters of form, but high-sounding words and solemn proceedings were required for the public mind. The attempts which had been made on the life of the first consul gave rise to a report that he took extraordinary precautions for his safety during this journey to Lyon. I never saw those precautions, and Bonaparte was at all times averse to adopt any. He often repeated that whoever would risk his own life might take his. It is not true that guards preceded his carriage and watched the roads. The consul traveled like a private person and very rarely had arms in his carriage. Bonaparte may have been careless of his own safety, but that he took great pains in regard to his brothers may be inferred from the following letter, written a few years later. Take care that your valets de chambre, your cooks, the guards that sleep in your apartments, and those who come during the night to awaken you with dispatches are all Frenchmen. No one should enter your room during the night except your aides de camp, who should sleep in the chamber that precedes your bedroom. Your door should be fastened inside, and you ought not to open it, even to your aide de camp, until you have recognized his voice. He himself should not knock at your door until he has locked that of the room which he is in, to make sure of being alone and of being followed by no one. These precautions are important. They give no trouble, and they inspire confidence. Besides, they may really save your life. You should establish these habits immediately and permanently. You ought not to be obliged to have recourse to them on some emergency, which would hurt the feelings of those around you. Do not trust only to your own experience. The Neapolitan character has been violent in every age, and you have to do with a woman who is the impersonation of crime. Napoleon to Joseph, May 31, 1806. Ducasse, Tome Roman II. p. 260. At this time, when the ambition of Bonaparte every day took a farther flight, General Clark took it into his head to go into the box of the first consul at the Franchise, and to place himself in the front seat. By chance the first consul came to the theater, but Clark, hardly rising, did not give up his place. The first consul only stayed a short time, and when he came back he showed great discontent at this affectation of pride and of vanity. Wishing to get rid of a man whom he looked on as a blundering flatterer and a clumsy critic, he sent him away as charge d'affaires to the young extemporized king of Etruria, where Clark expiated his folly in a sort of exile. This is all the great disfavor which has been so much spoken about. In the end, General Clark returned to favor. Berlin knows and regrets it. On the 25th of March of the same year, England signed, at Amiens, a suspension of arms for 14 months, which was called a treaty of peace. The clauses of this treaty were not calculated to inspire the hope of a very long peace. It was evident, as I have already said, that England would not evacuate Malta, and that island ultimately proved the chief cause of the rupture of the Treaty of Amiens. But England, heretofore so haughty in her bearing to the first consul, had at length treated with him as the head of the French government. This, as Bonaparte was aware, boded well for the consolidation of his power. At that time, when he saw his glory and power augmenting, he said to me in one of our walks at Malmaison, in a moment of hilarity, and clapping me on the shoulder, "Well, Bourrienne, you also will be immortal." "Why, General, are you not my secretary?" "Tell me the name of Alexander's," said I. Bonaparte did not know the name of Alexander's secretary, and I forgot at the moment to tell him it was Callisthenes. He wrote Alexander's memoirs, as I am writing Bonaparte's, but notwithstanding this coincidence, I neither expect nor desire the immortality of my name, Bourrienne. Bonaparte then turned to me and laughing said, that is not bad." There was, to be sure, a little flattery conveyed in my question, but that never displeased him, and I certainly did not in that instance deserve the censure he often bestowed on me for not being enough of a courtier and flatterer. Madame Muret gave a grand fête in honor of Bonaparte at her residence at Neuilly. At dinner, Bonaparte sat opposite Madame Muret at the principal table, which was appropriated to the ladies. He ate fast and talked but little. However, when the dessert was served, he put a question to each lady. This question was to inquire their respective ages. When Madame Bourrienne's turn came, he said to her, "Oh, I know yours." This was a great deal for his gallantry, and the other ladies were far from being pleased at it. Next day, while walking with me in his favorite alley at Malmaison, he received one of those stupid reports of the police which were so frequently addressed to him. It mentioned the observations which had been made in Paris about a green livery he had lately adopted. Some said that green had been chosen because it was the color of the House of Artois. On reading that, a slight sneer was observable in his countenance, and he said, "What are these idiots dreaming of? They must be joking, surely. Am I no better than M. d'Artois? They shall soon see the difference." Until the middle of the year 1801, the erasures from the emigrant list had always been proposed by the Minister of Police. The first consul, having been informed that intrigue and even bribery had been employed to obtain them, determined that in future erasures should be part of the business of his cabinet. But other affairs took up his attention, and 12 or 15 erasures a week were the most that were made. After Te Deum had been chanted at Malmaison for the Concordat and the peace, I took advantage of that moment of general joy to propose to Bonaparte the return of the whole body of emigrants. "You have," said I in a half-joking way, "reconciled Frenchmen to God, now reconcile them to each other. There have never been any real emigrants, only absentees, and the proof of this is that erasures from the list have always been, and will always be, made daily." He immediately seized the idea. "We shall see," said he, "but I must except 1,000 persons belonging to high families, especially those who are or have been connected with royalty or the court." I said in the Chamber of Deputies, and I feel pleasure in repeating here, that the plan of the Senatus Consults, which Bonaparte dictated to me, accepted from restitution only such mansions as were used for public establishments. These he would neither surrender nor pay rent for. With those exceptions, he was willing to restore almost all that was possessed by the state and had not been sold. The first consul, as soon as he had finished this plan of a decree, convoked a grand council to submit it to their consideration. I was in an adjoining room to that in which they met, and as the deliberations were carried on with great warmth, the members talking very loudly, sometimes even vociferating, I heard all that passed. The revolutionary party rejected all propositions of restitution. They were willing to call back their victims, but they would not part with the spoil. When the first consul returned to his cabinet, dissatisfied with the ill success of his project, I took the liberty of saying to him, "You cannot but perceive, General, that your object has been defeated and your project unsuccessful. The refusal to restore to the emigrants all that the state possesses takes from the recall all its generosity and dignity of character. I wonder how you could yield to such an unreasonable and selfish opposition." "The revolutionary party," replied he, "had the majority in the council. What could I do? Am I strong enough to overcome all those obstacles? General, you can revive the question again and oppose the party you speak of." "That would be difficult," he said. "They still have a high hand in these matters. Time is required. However, nothing is definitively arranged. We shall see what can be done." The Senatus Consult, published on the 6th Floreal, Year X, 26th of April 1802, a fortnight after the above conversation took place, is well known. Bonaparte was then obliged to yield to the revolutionary party, or he would have adhered to his first proposition. The Senatus Consult retained the woods and forests of the emigrants and made their recall an amnesty. In the end, this retention of the forests was used by Napoleon with great dexterity as a means of placing them under personal obligation to him for restoring this species of property. See Thier's tome Roman 3, p. 458, liver Roman 14. Napoleon referred to this matter at St. Helena. He himself says that he would have been able. He should have said that he wished to grant everything, that for a moment he thought of doing so, and that it was a mistake not to do so. "This limitation on my part," he adds, "destroyed all the good effect of the return of the emigrants. The mistake was the greater since I thought of doing it, but I was alone, surrounded by oppositions and by spies. All were against your party. You cannot easily picture the matter to yourself, but important affairs hurried me, time pressed, and I was obliged to act differently." Afterwards he speaks of a syndicate he wished to form, but I have never heard a word of that. I have said how things really happened, and what has been just read confirms this. This was by no means the only time that Napoleon's wishes were opposed successfully in his Council of State. On such occasions, he used to describe himself as repulsed with losses. See the interesting work of Saint Hilaire, Napoleon au Conseil d'État. The Royalists, dissatisfied with the state of political affairs, were not better pleased with the illiberal conditions of the recall of the emigrants. The friends of public liberty, on the other hand, were far from being satisfied with the other acts of the first consul, or with the conduct of the different public authorities, who were always ready to make concessions to him. Thus all parties were dissatisfied. Bonaparte was much pleased with General Sebastiani's conduct when he was sent to Constantinople, after the Peace of Amiens, to induce the Grand Seigneur to renew amicable relations with France. At the period here alluded to, namely, before the news of the evacuation of Egypt, that country greatly occupied Bonaparte's attention. He thought that to send a man like Sebastiani traveling through northern Africa, Egypt, and Syria might inspire the sovereigns of those countries with a more favorable idea of France than they now entertained, and might remove the ill impressions which England was endeavoring to produce. On this mission, Sebastiani was accordingly dispatched. He visited all the Barbary states, Egypt, Palestine, and the Ionian Isles. Everywhere he drew a highly colored picture of the power of Bonaparte and depreciated the glory of England. This general, or Count Sebastian, was afterwards ambassador for Louis Philippe at our court. He strengthened old connections and contracted new ones with the chiefs of each country. He declared to the authorities of the Ionian Isles that they might rely on the powerful protection of France. Bonaparte, in my opinion, expected too much from the labors of a single individual furnished with but vague instructions. Still, Sebastiani did all that could be done. The interesting details of his proceedings were published in the Moniteur. The secret information respecting the means of successfully attacking the English establishments in India was very curious, though not affording the hope of speedy success. The published abstract of General Sebastiani's report was full of expressions hostile to England. Among other things, it was stated that Egypt might be conquered with 6,000 men, and that the Ionian Isles were disposed to throw off the yoke. There can be little doubt that this publication hastened the rupture of the Treaty of Amiens. England suspended all discussions respecting Malta, and declared that she would not resume them till the King of Great Britain should receive satisfaction for what was called an act of hostility. This was always put forward as a justification, good or bad, for breaking the Treaty of Amiens, which England had never shown herself very ready to execute. Bonaparte, waiving the usual forma of etiquette, expressed his wish to have a private conference with Lord Whitworth, the ambassador from London to Paris, and who had been the English ambassador at St. Petersburg previous to the rupture which preceded the death of Paul I. Bonaparte counted much on the effect he might produce by that captivating manner which he so well knew how to assume in conversation, but all was in vain. In signing the Treaty of Amiens, the British minister was well aware that he would be the first to break it. About the commencement of the year 1802, Napoleon began to feel acute pains in his right side. I have often seen him at Malmaison, when sitting up at night, lean against the right arm of his chair, and unbuttoning his coat and waistcoat exclaim, "What pain I feel!" I would then accompany him to his bedchamber, and have often been obliged to support him on the little staircase which led from his cabinet to the corridor. He frequently used to say at this time, "I fear that when I am 40 I shall become a great eater. I have a foreboding that I shall grow very corpulent." This fear of obesity, though it annoyed him very much, did not appear to have the least foundation, judging from his habitual temperance and spare habit of body. He asked me who was my physician. I told him M. Corvisart, whom his brother Louis had recommended to me. A few days after he called in Corvisart, who 3 years later was appointed first physician to the emperor. He appeared to derive much benefit from the prescriptions of Corvisart, whose open and good-humored countenance at once made a favorable impression on him. The pain which the first consul felt at this time increased his irritability. Perhaps many of the sets of this epoch of his life should be attributed to this illness. At the time in question, his ideas were not the same in the evening as they had been in the morning, and often in the morning he would tear up, even without the least remark, notes he had dictated to me at night and which he had considered excellent. At other times I took on myself not to send to the Moniteur, as he wished me to do, notes which, dictated by annoyance and irascibility, might have produced a bad effect in Europe. When the next day he did not see the article, I attributed this to the note being too late or to the late arrival of the courier. But I told him it was no loss, for it would be inserted the next day. He did not answer at once, but a quarter of an hour afterwards he said to me, "Do not send my note to the Moniteur without showing it to me." He took it and reread it. Sometimes he was astonished at what he had dictated to me and amused himself by saying that I had not understood him properly. "That is not much good, is it? 'Pon my word, I don't quite know. Oh no, it is worthless. What say you?" Then he bowed his head a little and tore up the paper. Once when we were at the Tuileries, he sent me at 2 o'clock in the morning a small note in his own writing, in which was, "To Bourrienne. Write to Merit to make him erase from the note which Fleurieu has read to the tribunate the phrase, spelt phrase, concerning Costes, and to soften as much as possible what concerns the reporter of the tribunate." This change, after time for reflection, arose, as often happened with him, from observations I had made to him, and which he had at first angrily repulsed. After the Peace of Amiens, the first consul, wishing to send an ambassador to England, cast his eyes for what reason I know not on General Andreassi. I took the liberty of making some observation on a choice which did not appear to me to correspond with the importance of the mission. Bonaparte replied, "I have not determined on it. I will talk to Talleyrand on the subject." When we were at Malmaison in the evening, M. de Talleyrand came to transact business with the first consul. The proposed appointment of an ambassador to England was mentioned. After several persons had been named, the first consul said, "I believe I must send Andreassi." M. de Talleyrand, who was not much pleased with the choice, observed in a dry, sarcastic tone, "You must send André Ossi. I pray, who is this André?" I did not mention any André. I said Andreassi. "You know Andreassi, the general of artillery?" "Ah, true, Andreassi. I did not think of him. I was thinking only of the diplomatic men and did not recollect any of that name." Yes, Andreassi is in the artillery." The general was appointed ambassador and went to London after the Treaty of Amiens, but he returned again in a few months. He had nothing of consequence to do, which was very lucky for him. In 1802, Jerome was at Brest in the rank of Ensigny de Vaisseau, rank in the Navy equivalent to that of our lieutenant. He launched into expenses far beyond what his fortune or his pay could maintain. He often drew upon me for sums of money, which the first consul paid with much unwillingness. One of his letters, in particular, excited Napoleon's anger. The epistle was filled with accounts of the entertainments Jerome was giving and receiving, and ended by stating that he should draw on me for 17,000 francs. To this Bonaparte wrote the following reply: "I have read your letter, Monsieur l'Ensigny de Vaisseau, and I am waiting to hear that you are studying on board your corvette a profession which you ought to consider as your road to glory. Die young, and I shall have some consolatory reflection, but if you live to 60 without having served your country, and without leaving behind you any honorable recollections, you had better not have lived at all." Jerome never fulfilled the wishes of his brother, who always called him a little profligate. From his earliest years, his conduct was often a source of vexation to his brother and his family. Westphalia will not soon forget that he was her king, and his subjects did not without reason surname him Heliogabalus in miniature. The first consul was harassed by the continual demands for money made on him by his brothers. To get rid of Joseph, who expended large sums at Mortefontaine, as Lucien did at Neuilly, he gave Calat the contract for victualling the navy, on the condition of his paying Joseph 1,600,000 francs a year out of his profits. I believe this arrangement answered Joseph's purpose very well, but it was anything but advantageous to Calat. I think a whole year elapsed without his pocketing a single farthing. He obtained an audience of the first consul, to whom he stated his grievances. His outlays, he showed, were enormous, and he could get no payment from the Navy office. Upon which the consul angrily interrupted him, saying, "Do you think I am a mere Capuchin? Decrès must have 100,000 crowns, Duroc 100,000, Bourrienne 100,000. You must make the payments, and don't come here troubling me with your long stories. It is the business of my ministers to give me accounts of such matters. I will hear Decrès, and that's enough. Let me be teased no longer with these complaints. I cannot attend to them." Bonaparte then very unceremoniously dismissed Calat. I learned afterwards that he did not get a settlement of the business until after a great deal of trouble. Calat once said to me, "If he had asked me for as much money as would have built a frigate, he should have had it. All I want now is to be paid, and to get rid of the business." Calat had reason and honor on his side, but there was nothing but shuffling on the other. Chapter 9. 1815. The Battle of Waterloo. One of the most important struggles of modern times was now about to commence, a struggle which for many years was to decide the fate of Europe. Napoleon and Wellington at length stood opposite one another. They had never met. The military reputation of each was of the highest kind. For full details of the Waterloo campaign, see Siborne's History of the War in France and Belgium in 1815, giving the English contemporary account. Chesney's Waterloo Lectures, the best English modern account, which has been accepted by the Prussians as pretty nearly representing their view. and Waterloo by Lieutenant Colonel Prince Edouard de la Tour d'Auvergne, Paris, Plan, 1870, which may be taken as the French modern account. In judging this campaign, the reader must guard himself from looking on it as fought by two different armies, the English and the Prussian, whose achievements are to be weighed against one another. Wellington and Blücher were acting in a complete unison, rare even when two different corps of the same nation are concerned, but practically unexampled in the case of two armies of different nations. Thus the two forces became one army, divided into two wings, one, the left or Prussian wing, having been defeated by the main body of the French at Ligny on the 16th of June, the right or English wing retreated to hold the position at Waterloo, where the left or Prussian wing was to join it, and the united force was to crush the enemy. Thus there is no question as to whether the Prussian army saved the English by their arrival, or whether the English saved the Prussians by their resistance at Waterloo. Each army executed well and gallantly its part in a concerted operation. The English would never have fought at Waterloo if they had not relied on the arrival of the Prussians. Had the Prussians not come up on the afternoon of the 18th of June, the English would have been exposed to the same great peril of having alone to deal with the mass of the French army, as the Prussians would have had to face if they had found the English in full retreat. To investigate the relative performances of the two armies is much the same as to decide the respective merits of the two Prussian armies at Sadowa, where one held the Austrians until the other arrived. Also, in reading the many interesting personal accounts of the campaign, it must be remembered that opinions about the chance of success in a defensive struggle are apt to warp with the observer's position, as indeed General Grant has remarked in answer to criticisms on his army's state at the end of the first day of the Battle of Shiloh or Pittsburgh Landing. The man placed in the front rank or fighting line sees attack after attack beaten off. He sees only part of his own losses, and most of the wounded disappear, and he also knows something of the enemy's loss by seeing the dead in front of him. Warmed by the contest, he thus believes in success. The man placed in rear or advancing with reinforcements, having nothing of the excitement of the struggle, sees only the long and increasing column of wounded, stragglers, and perhaps of flyers. He sees his companion fall without being able to answer the fire. He sees nothing of the corresponding loss of the enemy, and he is apt to take a most desponding view of the situation. Thus, Englishmen reading the accounts of men who fought at Waterloo are too ready to disbelieve representations of what was taking place in the rear of the army, and to think Thackeray's lifelike picture in Vanity Fair of the state of Brussels must be overdrawn. Indeed, in this very Battle of Waterloo, Zieten began to retreat when his help was most required, because one of his aides-de-camp told him that the right wing of the English was in full retreat. This inexperienced young man, says Muffling, p. 248, had mistaken the great number of wounded going, or being taken, to the rear to be dressed for fugitives, and accordingly made a false report. Further, reserves do not say much of their part, or, sometimes, no part of the fight, and few people know that at least two English regiments actually present on the field of Waterloo hardly fired a shot till the last advance. The Duke described the army as the worst he ever commanded, and said that if he had had his peninsular men, the fight would have been over much sooner. But the Duke, sticking to ideas now obsolete, had no picked corps. Each man, trusting in and trusted by his comrades, fought under his own officers and under his own regimental colors. Whatever they did not know, the men knew how to die, and at the end of the day a heap of dead told where each regiment and battery had stood. The career of both had been marked by signal victory. Napoleon had carried his triumphant legions across the stupendous Alps, over the north of Italy, throughout Prussia, Austria, Russia, and even to the foot of the pyramids, while Wellington, who had been early distinguished in India, had won immortal renown in the peninsula, where he had defeated, one after another, the favorite generals of Napoleon. He was now to make trial of his prowess against their master. Among the most critical events of modern times, the Battle of Waterloo stands conspicuous. This sanguinary encounter at last stopped the torrent of the ruthless and predatory ambition of the French, by which so many countries had been desolated. With the peace which immediately succeeded it, confidence was restored to Europe. Chapter 10. 1815. Interview with Lavalette proceedings in the French chambers, second abdication of Napoleon, he retires to Rochefort, negotiates with Captain Maitland, and finally embarks in the Bellerophon. One of the first public men to see Napoleon after his return from Waterloo was Fauvelet. "I flew," says he, "to the Élysée to see the emperor. He summoned me into his closet, and as soon as he saw me, he came to meet me with a frightful epileptic laugh. 'Oh my God,' he said, raising his eyes to heaven and walking 2 or 3 times up and down the room. This appearance of despair was, however, very short. He soon recovered his coolness and asked me what was going forward in the Chamber of Representatives. I could not attempt to hide that party spirit was there carried to a high pitch, and that the majority seemed determined to require his abdication and to pronounce it themselves if he did not concede willingly. 'How is that?' he said. 'If proper measures are not taken, the enemy will be before the gates of Paris in 8 days. Alas!' He added, 'Have I accustomed them to such great victories that they knew not how to bear one day's misfortune? What will become of poor France? I have done all I could for her.' He then heaved a deep sigh. Somebody asked to speak to him, and I left him, with a direction to come back at a later hour. I passed the day in seeking information among all my friends and acquaintances. I found in all of them either the greatest dejection or an extravagant joy, which they disguised by feigned alarm and pity for myself, which I repulsed with great indignation. Nothing favorable was to be expected from the Chamber of Representatives. They all said they wished for liberty, but between 2 enemies who appeared ready to destroy it, they preferred the foreigners, the friends of the Bourbons, to Napoleon, who might still have prolonged the struggle, but that he alone would not find means to save them and erect the edifice of liberty. The Chamber of Peers presented a much sadder spectacle. Except the intrepid Thibodeau, who till the last moment expressed himself with admirable energy against the Bourbons, almost all the others thought of nothing else but getting out of the dilemma with the least loss they could. Some took no pains to hide their wish of bending again under the Bourbon yoke. On the evening of Napoleon's return to Paris, he sent for Benjamin Constant to come to him at the Élysée about 7 o'clock. The chambers had decreed their permanence, and proposals for abdication had reached the emperor. He was serious but calm. In reply to some words on the disaster of Waterloo, he said, "The question no longer concerns me, but France. They wish me to abdicate. Have they calculated upon the inevitable consequences of this abdication? It is round me, round my name, that the army rallies. To separate me from it is to disband it. If I abdicate today, in 2 days' time you will no longer have an army. These poor fellows do not understand all your subtleties. Is it believed that axioms in metaphysics, declarations of right, harangues from the tribune, will put a stop to the disbanding of an army? To reject me when I landed at Cannes I can conceive possible. To abandon me now is what I do not understand. It is not when the enemy is at 25 leagues distance that any government can be overturned with impunity. Does anyone imagine that the foreign powers will be won over by fine words? If they had dethroned me 15 days ago, there would have been some spirit in it. But as it is, I make part of what strangers attack, I make part, then, of what France is bound to defend. In giving me up, she gives up herself, she avows her weakness, she acknowledges herself conquered, she courts the insolence of the conqueror. It is not the love of liberty which deposes me, but Waterloo. It is fear, and a fear of which your enemies will take advantage. And then what title has the chamber to demand my abdication? It goes out of its lawful sphere in doing so. It has no authority. It is my right, it is my duty to dissolve it." He then hastily ran over the possible consequences of such a step. Separated from the chambers, he could only be considered as a military chief. But the army would be for him. That would always join him who can lead it against foreign banners, and to this might be added all that part of the population which is equally powerful and easily led in such a state of things. As if chance intended to strengthen Napoleon in this train of thought, while he was speaking the avenue of Marigny resounded with the cries of "Vive l'Empereur!" A crowd of men, chiefly of the poor and laboring class, pressed forward into the avenue, full of wild enthusiasm, and trying to scale the walls to make an offer to Napoleon to rally round and defend him. Bonaparte for some time looked attentively at this group. "You see it is so," said he. "Those are not the men whom I have loaded with honors and riches. What do these people owe me? I found them, I left them poor. The instinct of necessity enlightens them, the voice of the country speaks by their months, and if I choose, if I permit it, In an hour, the refractory chambers will have ceased to exist. But the life of a man is not worth purchasing at such a price. I did not return from the Isle of Elba that Paris should be inundated with blood. He did not like the idea of flight. Why should I not stay here? He repeated. What do you suppose they would do to a man disarmed like me? I will go to Malmaison. I can live there in retirement with some friends, who most certainly will come to see me only for my own sake. He then described with complacency, and even with a sort of gaiety, this new kind of life. Afterwards, discarding an idea which sounded like mere irony, he went on. If they do not like me to remain in France, where am I to go? To England? My abode there would be ridiculous or disquieting. I should be tranquil. No one would believe it. Every fog would be suspected of concealing my landing on the coast. At the first sign of a green coat getting out of a boat, one party would fly from France, the other would put France out of the pale of the law. I should compromise everybody, and by dint of the repeated "behold he comes," I should feel the temptation to set out. America would be more suitable. I could live there with dignity. But once more, what is there to fear? What sovereign can, without injuring himself, persecute me? To one I have restored half his dominions. How often has the other pressed my hand, calling me a great man? And as to the third, can he find pleasure or honor in humiliation of his son-in-law? Would they wish to proclaim in the face of the world that all they did was through fear? As to the rest, I shall see. I do not wish to employ open force. I came in the hope of combining our last resources. They abandoned me. They do so with the same facility with which they received me back. Well then, let them efface, if possible, this double stain of weakness and levity. Let them cover it over with some sacrifice, with some glory. Let them do for the country what they will not do for me. I doubt it. Today, those who deliver up Bonaparte say that it is to save France. Tomorrow, by delivering up France, they will prove that it was to save their own heads. The humiliating scenes which rapidly succeeded one another, and which ended in Napoleon's unconditional surrender, may be briefly told. As soon as possible after his arrival at Paris, he assembled his counselors, when he declared himself in favor of still resisting. The question, however, was whether the chambers would support him, and Lafayette being treacherously informed, it is said by Fauvelet, that it was intended to dissolve the chambers, used his influence to get the chambers to adopt the propositions he laid before them. By these, the independence of the nation was asserted to be in danger. The sittings of the chamber were declared permanent, and all attempts to dissolve it were pronounced treasonable. The propositions were adopted, and being communicated to the Chamber of Peers, that body also declared itself permanent. Whatever might have been the intentions of Bonaparte, it was now manifest that there were no longer any hopes of his being able to make his will the law of the nation. After some vacillation, therefore, on 22 June he published the following declaration. To the French people. Frenchmen, in commencing war for maintaining the national independence, I relied on the union of all efforts, of all wills, and the concurrence of all the national authorities. I had reason to hope for success, and I braved all the declarations of the powers against me. Circumstances appear to me changed. I offer myself a sacrifice to the hatred of the enemies of France. May they prove sincere in their declarations, and really have directed them only against my power. My political life is terminated, and I proclaim my son under the title of Napoleon Roman II, Emperor of the French. The present ministers will provisionally form the council of the government. The interest which I take in my son induces me to invite the chambers to form without delay the regency by a law, unite all for the public safety, that you may continue an independent nation. Signed, Napoleon. This declaration was conveyed to both the chambers, which voted deputations to the late emperor, accepting this abdication, but in their debates the nomination of his son to the succession was artfully eluded. The Chamber of Representatives voted the nomination of a commission of 5 persons, 3 to be chosen from that chamber, and 2 from the Chamber of Peers, for the purpose of provisionally exercising the functions of government, and also that the ministers should continue their respective functions under the authority of this commission. The persons chosen by the Chamber of Representatives were Carnot, Fauchet, and Grenier. Those nominated by the peers were the Duke of Vicenza, Caulaincourt, and Baron Quinet. The commission nominated 5 persons to the Allied army for the purpose of proposing peace. These proceedings were, however, rendered of little importance by the resolution of the victors to advance to Paris. Napoleon's behavior just before and immediately after the crisis is well described by Fauvelet. "The next day," he observes, "I returned to the emperor. He had received the most positive accounts of the state of feeling in the Chamber of Representatives. The reports had, however, been given to him with some little reserve, for he did not seem to me convinced that the resolution was really formed to pronounce his abdication. I was better informed on the matter, and I came to him without having the least doubt in my mind that the only thing he could do was to descend once more from the throne. I communicated to him all the particulars I had just received, and I did not hesitate to advise him to follow the only course worthy of him. He listened to me with a somber air, and though he was in some measure master of himself, the agitation of his mind and the sense of his position betrayed themselves in his face and in all his motions. 'I know,' said I, 'that your majesty may still keep the sword drawn, but with whom and against whom? Defeat has chilled the courage of everyone. The army is still in the greatest confusion. Nothing is to be expected from Paris, and the coup d'etat of the 18th Brumaire cannot be renewed.' 'That thought,' he replied, stopping, 'is far from my mind. I will hear nothing more about myself, but poor France.' At that moment Savary and Caulaincourt entered, and having drawn a faithful picture of the exasperation of the deputies, they persuaded him to assent to abdication. Some words he uttered proved to us that he would have considered death preferable to that step, but still he took it. The great act of abdication being performed, he remained calm during the whole day, giving his advice on the position the army should take, and on the manner in which the negotiations with the enemy ought to be conducted. He insisted especially on the necessity of proclaiming his son emperor, not so much for the advantage of the child, as with a view to concentrate all the power of sentiments and affections. Unfortunately, nobody would listen to him. Some men of sense and courage rallied found that proposition in the two chambers, but fear swayed the majority, and among those who remained free from it many thought that a public declaration of liberty, and the resolution to defend it at any price, would make the enemy and the Bourbons turn back. Strange delusion of weakness and want of experience. It must, however, be respected, for it had its source in love of their country, but while we excuse it, can it be justified? The population of the metropolis had resumed its usual appearance, which was that of complete indifference, with a resolution to cry, "Long live the king!" Provided the king arrived well escorted, for one must not judge of the whole capital by about 1/30th part of the inhabitants, who called for arms, and declared themselves warmly against the return of the exiled family. On the 23 Di returned to the Élysée. The emperor had been for 2 hours in his bath. He himself turned the discourse on the retreat he ought to choose and spoke of the United States. I rejected the idea without reflection and with a degree of vehemence that surprised him. "Why not America?" he asked. I answered, "Because Moreau retired there." The observation was harsh, and I should never have forgiven myself for having expressed it, if I had not retracted my advice a few days afterwards. He heard it without any apparent ill humor, but I have no doubt that it must have made an unfavorable impression on his mind. I strongly urged on his choosing England for his asylum. The emperor went to Malmaison. He was accompanied thither by the Duchess de Saint-Leu, Bertrand and his family, and the Duc de Bassano. The day that he arrived there, he proposed to me to accompany him abroad. "Drouot," he said, "remains in France. I see the Minister of War wishes him not to be lost to his country. I dare not complain, but it is a great loss for me. I never met with a better head or a more upright heart. That man was formed to be a prime minister anywhere." I declined to accompany him at the time, saying, "My wife is enceinte. I cannot make up my mind to leave her. Allow me some time, and I will join you wherever you may be. I have remained faithful to your majesty in better times, and you may reckon upon me now. Nevertheless, if my wife did not require all my attention, I should do better to go with you, for I have sad forebodings respecting my fate." The emperor made no answer, but I saw by the expression of his countenance that he had no better augury of my fate than I had. However, the enemy was approaching, and for the last 3 days he had solicited the provisional government to place a frigate at his disposal, with which he might proceed to America. It had been promised him. He was even pressed to set off, but he wanted to be the bearer of the order to the captain to convey him to the United States, and that order did not arrive. We all felt that the delay of a single hour might put his freedom in jeopardy. After we had talked the subject over among ourselves, I went to him and strongly pointed out to him how dangerous it might be to prolong his stay. He observed that he could not go without the order. "Depart, nevertheless," I replied. "Your presence on board the ship will still have a great influence over Frenchmen. Cut the cables, promise money to the crew, and if the captain resist, have him put on shore and hoist your sails. I have no doubt but Fauchet has sold you to the Allies." "I believe it also, but go and make the last effort with the Minister of Marine." I went off immediately to M. de Crez. He was in bed and listened to me with an indifference that made my blood boil. He said to me, "I am only a minister. Go to Fauchet, speak to the government. As for me, I can do nothing. Good night." And so saying, he covered himself up again in his blankets. I left him, but I could not succeed in speaking either to Fauchet or to any of the others. It was 2 o'clock in the morning when I returned to Malmaison. The emperor was in bed. I was admitted to his chamber, where I gave him an account of the result of my mission and renewed my entreaties. He listened to me, but made no answer. He got up, however, and spent a part of the night in walking up and down the room. The following day was the last of that sad drama. The emperor had gone to bed again and slept a few hours. I entered his cabinet at about 12 o'clock. "If I had known you were here," he said, "I would have had you called in." He then gave me, on a subject that interested him personally, some instructions which it is needless for me to repeat. Soon after I left him, full of anxiety respecting his fate, my heart oppressed with grief, but still far from suspecting the extent to which both the rigor of fortune and the cruelty of his enemies would be carried. All the morning of the 29th of June, the great road from Saint-Germain rung with the cries of "Vive l'Empereur," proceeding from the troops who passed under the walls of Malmaison. About midday, General Becker, sent by the provisional government, arrived. He had been appointed to attend Napoleon. Fauchet knew that General Becker had grievances against the emperor and thought to find in him willing agent. He was greatly deceived, for the general paid to the emperor a degree of respect highly to his honor. Time now became pressing. The emperor, at the moment of departure, sent a message by General Becker himself to the provisional government, offering to march as a private citizen at the head of the troops. He promised to repulse Blücher and afterwards to continue his route. Upon the refusal of the provisional government, he quitted Malmaison on the 29th. Napoleon and part of his suite took the road to Rochefort. He slept at Rambouillet on the 29th of June, on the 30th at Tours, on the 1st of July he arrived at Niort, and on the 3d reached Rochefort, on the western coast of France, with the intention of escaping to America. But the whole western seaboard was so vigilantly watched by British men of war that, after various plans and devices, he was obliged to abandon the attempt in despair. He was lodged at the house of the prefect, at the balcony of which he occasionally showed himself to acknowledge the acclamations of the people. During his stay here, a French naval officer, commanding a Danish merchant vessel, generously offered to some of Napoleon's adherents to further his escape. He proposed to take Napoleon alone and undertook to conceal his person so effectually as to defy the most rigid scrutiny, and offered to sail immediately to the United States of America. He required no other compensation than a small sum to indemnify the owners of his ship for the loss this enterprise might occasion them. This was agreed to by Bertrand upon certain stipulations. On the evening of the 8th of July, Napoleon reached Foras, receiving everywhere testimonies of attachment. He proceeded on board the Zala, one of the 2 frigates appointed by the provisional government to convey him to the United States, and slept on board that night. Very early on the following morning, he visited the fortifications of that place and returned to the frigate for dinner. On the evening of the 9th of July, he dispatched Count Las Cases and the Duke of Rovigo to the commander of the English squadron, for the purpose of ascertaining whether the passports promised by the provisional government to enable him to proceed to America had been received. A negative answer was returned. It was at the same time signified that the emperor would be attacked by the English squadron if he attempted to sail under a flag of truce, and it was intimated that every neutral vessel would be examined and probably sent into an English port. Las Cases affirms that Napoleon was recommended to proceed to England by Captain Maitland, who assured him that he would experience no ill treatment there. The English ship Bellerophon then anchored in the Basque Roads, within sight of the French vessels of war. The coast being, as we have stated, entirely blockaded by the English squadron, the emperor was undecided as to the course he should pursue. Neutral vessels and chasse-marées, manned by young naval officers, were proposed, and many other plans were devised. Napoleon disembarked on the 12th at the Isle of Aix with acclamations ringing on every side. He had quitted the frigates because they refused to sail, owing either to the weakness of character of the commandant or in consequence of his receiving fresh orders from the provisional government. Many persons thought that the enterprise might be undertaken with some probability of success. The wind, however, remained constantly in the wrong quarter. Las Cases returned to the Bellerophon at 4 o'clock in the morning of the 14th to inquire whether any reply had been received to the communication made by Napoleon. Captain Maitland stated that he expected to receive it every moment, and added that, if the emperor would then embark for England, he was authorized to convey him thither. He added, moreover, that in his own opinion, and many other officers present concurred with him, he had no doubt Napoleon would be treated in England with all possible attention and respect. That in England, neither the king nor ministers exercised the same arbitrary power as on the continent. That the English indeed possessed generosity of sentiment and a liberality of opinions superior even to those of the king. Las Cases replied that he would make Napoleon acquainted with Captain Maitland's offer, and added that he thought the emperor would not hesitate to proceed to England, so as to be able to continue his voyage to the United States. He described France, south of the Loire, to be in commotion, the hopes of the people resting on Napoleon as long as he was present, the propositions everywhere made to him, and at every moment, his decided resolution not to become the pretext of a civil war, the generosity he had exhibited in abdicating in order to render the conclusion of a peace more practicable, and his settled determination to banish himself in order to render that peace more prompt and more lasting. The messengers returned to their master, who, after some doubt and hesitation, dispatched General Gourgaud with the following well-known letter to the Prince Regent. Rochefort, 13th July 1815. Royal Highness, a victim to the factions which divide my country, and to the hostility of the greatest powers of Europe, I have terminated my political career, and come, like Themistocles, to share the hospitality of the British people. I place myself under the protection of their laws, and I claim that from your Royal Highness as the most powerful, the most constant, and the most generous of my enemies. Signed, Napoleon. About 4 p.m., Las Cases and Savory returned to the Bellerophon, where they had a long conversation with Captain Maitland, in the presence of Captains Sartorius and Gambler, who both declare that Maitland repeatedly warned Napoleon's adherents not to entertain the remotest idea that he was enabled to offer any pledge whatever to their master, beyond the simple assurance that he would convey him in safety to the English coast, there to await the determination of the British government. Napoleon had begun to prepare for his embarkation before daylight on the 15th. It was time that he did so, for a messenger charged with orders to arrest him had already arrived at Rochefort from the new government. The execution of this order was delayed by General Becker for a few hours in order to allow Napoleon sufficient time to escape. At daybreak, he quitted the Epervier and was enthusiastically cheered by the ship's company so long as the boat was within hearing. Soon after 6, he was received on board the Bellerophon with respectful silence, but without those honors generally paid to persons of high rank. Bonaparte was dressed in the uniform of the chasseur, a cheval of the Imperial Guard, and wore the Grand Cross of the Legion of Honor. On entering the vessel, he took off his hat, and addressing Captain Maitland, said, "I am come to throw myself on the protection of the laws of England." Napoleon's manner was well calculated to make a favorable impression on those with whom he conversed. He requested to be introduced to the officers of the ship and put various questions to each. He then went round the ship, although he was informed that the men were cleaning and scouring, and remarked upon anything which struck him as differing from what he had seen on French vessels. The clean appearance of the men surprised him. He then observed, says Captain Maitland, to whose interesting narrative we refer, "I can see no sufficient reason why your ships should beat the French ones with so much ease. The finest men of war in your service are French. A French ship is heavier in every respect than one of yours. She carries more guns, and those guns are of a larger caliber, and she has a great many more men. His inquiries, which were minute, proved that he had directed much attention to the French navy. On the first morning Napoleon took breakfast in the English fashion, but observing that his distinguished prisoner did not eat much, Captain Maitland gave direction that for the future a hot breakfast should be served up after the French manner. The Superbe, the admiral's ship, which had been seen in the morning, was now approaching. Immediately on her anchoring, Captain Maitland went on board to give an account of all that had happened, and received the admiral's approbation of what he had done. In the afternoon, Admiral Sir Henry Hotham was introduced to Napoleon and invited by him to dinner. This was arranged, in order to make it more agreeable to him, by Bonaparte's maître d'hôtel. On dinner being announced, Napoleon led the way, and seated himself in the center at one side of the table, desiring Sir Henry Hotham to take the seat on his right, and Madame Bertrand that on his left hand. On this day Captain Maitland took his seat at the end of the table, but on the following day, by Napoleon's request, he placed himself on his right hand, whilst General Bertrand took the top. 2 of the ship's officers dined with the Emperor daily, by express invitation. The conversation of Napoleon was animated. He made many inquiries as to the family and connections of Captain Maitland, and in alluding to Lord Lauderdale, who was sent as ambassador to Paris during the administration of Mr. Fox, paid that nobleman some compliments and said of the then premier, "Had Mr. Fox lived it never would have come to this, but his death put an end to all hopes of peace." On one occasion, he ordered his camp bed to be displayed for the inspection of the English officers. In 2 small leather packages were comprised the couch of the once mighty ruler of the continent. The steel bedstead, which, when folded up, was only 2 feet long and 18 inches wide, occupied one case, while the other contained the mattress and curtains. The whole was so contrived as to be ready for use in 3 minutes. Napoleon spoke in terms of high praise of the Marines on duty in the Bellerophon, and on going through their ranks exclaimed to Bertrand, how much might be done with 100,000 such soldiers as these. In putting them through their exercise, he drew a contrast between the charge of the bayonet as made by the English and the French, and observed that the English method of fixing the bayonet was faulty, as it might easily be twisted off when in close action. In visiting Admiral Hotham's flagship, the Superbe, he manifested the same active curiosity as in former instances, and made the same minute inquiries into everything by which he was surrounded. During breakfast, one of Napoleon's suite, Colonel Planet, was much affected, and even wept on witnessing the humiliation of his master. On the return of Bonaparte from the Superbe to the Bellerophon, the latter's ship was got under way and made sail for England. When passing within a cable's length of the Superbe, Napoleon inquired of Captain Maitland if he thought that distance was sufficient for action. The reply of the English officer was characteristic. He told the emperor that half the distance, or even less, would suit much better. Speaking of Sir Sidney Smith, Bonaparte repeated the anecdote connected with his quarrel at St. Jean d'Acre with that officer, which has already been related in one of the notes earlier in these volumes. Patting Captain Maitland on the shoulder, he observed that had it not been for the English navy he would have been Emperor of the East, but that wherever he went he was sure to find English ships in the way. The Bellerophon, with Bonaparte on board, sighted the coast of England on Sunday, the 23d of July 1815, and at daybreak on the 24th the vessel approached Dartmouth. No sooner had the ship anchored than an order from Laurel Keith was delivered to Captain Maitland, from which the following is an extract. Extract of an order from Admiral Viscount Keith, G.C.B., addressed to Captain Maitland of HMS Bellerophon, dated Ville de Paris, Hamos, 23d July 1815. Captain Sartorius of His Majesty's ship, Slaney, delivered to me last night at 11 o'clock your dispatch of the 14th instant, acquainting me that Bonaparte had proposed to embark on board the ship you command, and that you had acceded thereto with the intention of proceeding to Torbay, there to wait for further orders. I lost no time in forwarding your letter, by Captain Sartorius, to the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty, in order that their lordships might, through him, be acquainted with every circumstance that had occurred on an occasion of so much importance, and you may expect orders from their lordships for your further guidance. You are to remain in Torbay until you receive such orders, and in the meantime, in addition to the directions already in your possession, you are most positively ordered to prevent every person whatever from coming on board the ship you command, except the officers and men who compose her crew. Nor is any person whatever, whether in his Majesty's service or not, who does not belong to the ship, to be suffered to come on board, either for the purpose of visiting the officers, or on any pretence whatever, without express permission either from the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty or from me. As I understand from Captain Sartorius that General Gourgaud refused to deliver the letter with which he was charged for the Prince Regent to any person except His Royal Highness, you are to take him out of the Slaney into the ship you command, until you receive directions from the Admiralty on the subject, and order that ship back to Plymouth Sound when Captain Sartorius returns from London. It was stated about this time, in some of the English newspapers, that St. Helena would be the place of exile of the ex-emperor, the bare report of which evidently caused great pain to Napoleon and his suite. General Gourgaud was obliged to return to the Bellerophon, not having been suffered to go on shore to deliver the letter from Bonaparte to the Prince Regent with which he had been entrusted. The ship which bore the modern Alexander soon became a natural object of attraction to the whole neighborhood, and was constantly surrounded by crowds of boats. Napoleon frequently showed himself to the people from shore with a view of gratifying their curiosity. On the 25th of July, the number of guard boats which surrounded the vessel was greatly increased, and the alarm of the captives became greater as the report was strengthened as to the intention of conveying Bonaparte to St. Helena. In conversation with Captain Maitland, Napoleon, who seemed to be aware that the English fishermen united the occupation of smugglers to their usual trade, stated that many of them had been bribed by him and had assisted in the escape of French prisoners of war. They had even proposed to deliver Louis Roman XVIII into his power, but as they would not answer for the safety of his life, Napoleon refused the offer. Upon the arrival of dispatches from London, the Bellerophon got under way for Plymouth Sound on the 26th of July. This movement tended still further to disconcert the ex-emperor and his followers. In passing the breakwater, Bonaparte could not withhold his admiration of that work, which he considered highly honorable to the public spirit of the nation, and, alluding to his own improvements at Cherbourg, expressed his apprehensions that they would now be suffered to fall into decay. Captain Maitland was directed by Lord Keith to observe the utmost vigilance to prevent the escape of his prisoners, and with this view, no boat was permitted to approach the Bellerophon. The Liffey and Eurotas were ordered to take up an anchorage on each side of the ship, and further precautions were adopted at night. On the 27th of July, Captain Maitland proceeded to Lord Keith, taking with him Bonaparte's original letter to the Prince Regent, which, as General Gourgaud had not been permitted to deliver it personally, Napoleon now desired to be transmitted through the hands of the Admiral. As Lord Keith had now received instructions from his government as to the manner in which Napoleon was to be treated, he lost no time in paying his respects to the fallen chief. On the 31st of July, the anxiously expected order of the English government arrived. In this document, wherein the ex-emperor was styled General Bonaparte, it was notified that he was to be exiled to St. Helena, the place of all others most dreaded by him and his devoted adherents. It was, moreover, specified that he might be allowed to take with him 3 officers, and his surgeon, and 12 servants. To his own selection was conceded the choice of these followers, with the exclusion, however, of Savary and Lallemande, who were on no account to be permitted any further to share his fortunes. This prohibition gave considerable alarm to those individuals, who became excessively anxious as to their future disposal, and declared that to deliver them up to the vengeance of the Bourbons would be a violation of faith and honor. Napoleon himself complained bitterly on the subject of his destination, and said, "The idea of it is horrible to me. To be placed for life on an island within the tropics, at an immense distance from any land, cut off from all communication with the world, and everything that I hold dear in it. Pais que la cage deferred de Tamerlane. I would prefer being delivered up to the Bourbons. Among other insults," said he, "but that is a mere bagatelle, a very secondary consideration. They style me general. They can have no right to call me general, they may as well call me archbishop. For I was head of the church as well as of the army. If they do not acknowledge me as emperor, they ought as first consul. They have sent ambassadors to me as such, and your king, in his letters, styled me brother." Had they confined me in the Tower of London, or one of the fortresses in England, though not what I had hoped from the generosity of the English people, I should not have so much cause of complaint. But to banish me to an island within the tropics, they might as well have signed my death warrant at once, for it is impossible a man of my habit of body can live long in such a climate. Having so expressed himself, he wrote a second letter to the Prince Regent, which was forwarded through Lord Keith. It was the opinion of Generals Montholon and Gourgaud that Bonaparte would sooner kill himself than go to St. Helena. This idea arose from his having been heard emphatically to exclaim, "I will not go to St. Helena." The generals, indeed, declared that were he to give his own consent to be so exiled they would themselves prevent him. In consequence of this threat, Captain Maitland was instructed by Lord Keith to tell those gentlemen that, as the English law awarded death to murderers, the crime they meditated would inevitably conduct them to the gallows. Early on the morning of the 4th of August, the Bellerophon was ordered to be ready at a moment's notice for sea. The reason of this was traced to a circumstance which is conspicuous among the many remarkable incidents by which Bonaparte's arrival near the English coast was characterized. A rumor reached Lord Keith that a habeas corpus had been procured with a view of delivering Napoleon from the custody he was then in. This, however, turned out to be a subpoena for Bonaparte as a witness at a trial in the Court of King's Bench, and indeed, a person attempted to get on board the Bellerophon to serve the document. But he was foiled in his intention, though, had he succeeded, the subpoena would, in the situation wherein the ex-emperor then stood, have been without avail. On the 5th, Captain Maitland, having been summoned to the flagship of Lord Keith, acquainted General Bertrand that he would convey to the admiral anything which Bonaparte, who had expressed an urgent wish to see his lordship, might desire to say to him. Bertrand requested the captain to delay his departure until a document, then in preparation, should be completed. The protest of His Majesty the late Emperor of the French, etc. Captain Maitland denied that any snare was laid for Bonaparte, either by himself or by the English government, and stated that the precautions for preventing the escape of Napoleon from Rochefort were so well ordered that it was impossible to evade them, and that the fugitive was compelled to surrender himself to the English ship. On the 7th of August, Bonaparte, with the suite he had selected, was transferred from the Bellerophon to the Northumberland. Lord Keith's barge was prepared for his conveyance to the latter vessel, and his lordship was present on the occasion. A captain's guard was turned out, and as Napoleon left the Bellerophon, the Marines presented arms, and the drum was beaten as usual in saluting a general officer. When he arrived on board the Northumberland, the squadron got under way, and Napoleon sailed for the place of his final exile and grave. Chapter 10, 1806–1807. New System of War Winter Quarters. The Emperor's proclamation necessity of marching to meet the Russians' distress in the Hanse-Towns order, for 50,000 cloak seizure of Russian corn and timber Murat's entrance into Warsaw establishment of Poland Duroc's accidentem de tolerance carriage, stopped by the mud Napoleon's power of rousing the spirit of his troops, his mode of dictating the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin his visits, to Hamburg the Duke of Weimar his letter, and present journey of the hereditary Prince of Denmark to Paris Batter, the English spy-traveling clerks Louis Bonaparte, and the Berlin decree creation of the Kingdom of Saxony veneration of Germany, for the King of Saxony the Emperor's uncertainty, respecting Poland fetes and reviews at Warsaw the French government, at the Emperor's head quarters ministerial portfolios, sent to Warsaw military preparations, during the month of January difference of our situation, daring the campaigns of Vienna and Prussia news, received and sent conduct of the Cabinet of Austria similar. That of the Cabinet of Berlin battle of Eylau unjust accusation against Bernadotte death of General de Hautpolt Te Deum, chanted by the Russians' Garden's mission to Persia. Bonaparte was not only beyond all comparison the greatest captain of modern times, but he may be said to have wrought a complete change in the art of war. Before his time, the most able generals regulated the fighting season by the almanac. It was customary in Europe to brave the cannon's mouth only from the first fine days of spring to the last fine days of autumn, and the months of rain, snow, and frost were passed in what were called winter quarters. Pichegru in Holland had set the example of indifference to temperature. At Austerlitz, too, Bonaparte had braved the severity of winter, This answered his purpose well, and he adopted the same course in 1806. His military genius and activity seemed to increase, and, proud of his troops, he determined to commence a winter campaign in a climate more rigorous than any in which he had yet fought. The men, chained to his destiny, were now required to brave the northern blast, as they had formerly braved the vertical sun of Egypt. Napoleon, who, above all generals, was remarkable for the choice of his fields of battle, did not wish to wait tranquilly until the Russian army, which was advancing towards Germany, should come to measure its strength with him in the plains of conquered Prussia. He resolved to march to meet it, and to reach it before it should arouse the Vistula. But before he left Berlin to explore and conquer Poland and the confines of Russia, he addressed a proclamation to his troops, in which he stated all that had hitherto been achieved by the French army, and at the same time announced his future intentions. It was especially advisable that he should march forward, for, had he waited until the Russians had passed the Vistula, there could probably have been no winter campaign, and he would have been obliged either to take up miserable winter quarters between the Vistula and the Oder, or to recross the Oder to combat the enemy in Prussia. Napoleon's military genius and indefatigable activity served him admirably on this occasion, and the proclamation just alluded to, which was dated from Berlin before his departure from Charlottenburg, proves that he did not act fortuitously, as he frequently did, but that his calculations were well made. Before leaving the capital of Prussia, Bonaparte stole from the monument of Frederick the Great his sword and military orders. He also plundered the galleries of Berlin and Potsdam of their best pictures and statues, thus continuing the system he had began in Italy. All those things he sent to Paris as trophies of victory and glory, editor of his 1836 edition. A rapid and immense impulse given to great masses of men by the will of a single individual may produce transient luster and dazzle the eyes of the multitude. But when, at a distance from the theater of glory, we flee only the melancholy results which have been produced, the genius of conquest can only be regarded as the genius of destruction. What a sad picture was often presented to my eyes. I was continually doomed to hear complaints of the general distress, and to execute orders which augmented the immense sacrifices already made by the city of Hamburg. Thus, for example, the emperor desired me to furnish him with 50,000 cloaks, which I immediately did. I felt the importance of such an order with the approach of winter, and in a climate the rigor of which our troops had not yet encountered. I also received orders to seize at Lübeck, which town, as I have already stated, had been alternately taken and retaken by Blücher and Bernadotte. 400,000 lasts of corn a last weighs 2,000 kilograms, and to send them to Magdeburg. This corn belonged to Russia. Marshal Mortier, too, had seized some timber for building, which also belonged to Russia, and which was estimated at 1,400,000 francs. Meanwhile, our troops continued to advance with such rapidity that before the end of November, Murat arrived at Warsaw at the head of the advanced guard of the Grand Army, of which he had the command. The emperor's headquarters were then at Posen, and he received deputations from all parts soliciting the re-establishment and independence of the Kingdom of Poland. Rapp informed me that after receiving the deputation from Warsaw, the emperor said to him, "I love the Poles, their enthusiastic character pleases me. I should like to make them independent, but that is a difficult matter. Austria, Russia, and Prussia have all had a slice of the cake. When the match is once kindled, who knows where the conflagration may stop? My first duty is towards France, which I must not sacrifice to Poland. We must refer this matter to the sovereign of all things time. He will presently show us what we must do." Had Sulkowski lived, Napoleon might have recollected what he had said to him in Egypt, and in all probability he would have raised up a power, the dismemberment of which, towards the close of the last century, began to overturn the political equilibrium which had subsisted in Europe since the Peace of Westphalia in 1648. It was at the headquarters at Posen that Duroc rejoined the emperor after his mission to the King of Prussia. His carriage overturned on the way, and he had the misfortune to break his collarbone. All the letters I received were nothing but a succession of complaints on the bad state of the roads. Our troops were absolutely fighting in mud, and it was with extreme difficulty that the artillery and caissons of the army could be moved along. M. de Talleyrand had been summoned to headquarters by the emperor, in the expectation of treating for peace, and I was informed that his carriage stuck in the mud and he was detained on his journey for 12 hours. A soldier having asked one of the persons in M. de Talleyrand's suite who the traveler was informed that he was the Minister for Foreign Affairs. "Ah, bah," said the soldier, "why does he come with his diplomacy to such a devil of a country as this?" The emperor entered Warsaw on the 1st of January 1807. Most of the reports which he had received previous to his entrance had concurred in describing the dissatisfaction of the troops, who for some time had had to contend with bad roads, bad weather, and all yorta of privations. Bonaparte said to the generals who informed him that the enthusiasm of his troops had been succeeded by dejection and discontent, "Does their spirit fail them when they come in sight of the enemy?" "No, sire." "I knew it, my troops are always the same." Then turning to Rapp he said, "I must rouse them," and he dictated the following proclamation. "Soldiers, it is a year this very hour since you were on the field of Austerlitz, where the Russian battalions fled in disorder or surrendered up their arms to their conquerors. Next day proposals of peace were talked of, but they were deceptive. No sooner had the Russians escaped, by perhaps blamable generosity from the disasters of the Third Coalition, than they contrived a fourth. But the ally on whose tactics they founded their principal hope was no more. His capital, his fortresses, his magazines, his arsenals, 280 flags and field pieces have fallen into our power. The Oder, the Wartha, the deserts of Poland, and the inclemency of the season have not for a moment retarded your progress. You have braved all, surmounted all, every obstacle has fled at your approach. The Russians have in vain endeavored to defend the capital of ancient and illustrious Poland. The French eagle hovers over the Vistula. The brave and unfortunate Poles, on beholding you, fancied they saw the legions of Sobieski, returning from their memorable expedition. Soldiers, we will not lay down our arms until a general peace has secured the power of our allies and restored to us our colonies and our freedom of trade. We have gained on the Elbe and the Oder, Pondicherry, our Indian establishments, the Cape of Good Hope, and the Spanish colonies. Why should the Russians have the right of opposing destiny and thwarting our just designs? They and we are still the soldiers who fought at Austerlitz." Rapp thus describes the entrance of the French into Warsaw, and adds a few anecdotes connected with that event. "At length we entered the Polish capital. The King of Naples had preceded us and had driven the Russians from the city. Napoleon was received with enthusiasm. The Poles thought that the moment of their regeneration had arrived and that their wishes were fulfilled. It would be difficult to describe the joy thus evinced and the respect with which they treated us. The French troops, however, were not quite so well pleased. They manifested the greatest repugnance to crossing the Vistula. The idea of want and bad weather had inspired them with the greatest aversion to Poland, and they were inexhaustible in their jokes on the country. When Bonaparte dictated his proclamations, and how many have I not written from his dictation, he was for the moment inspired, and he evinced all the excitement which distinguishes the Italian improvisatore. To follow him, it was necessary to write with inconceivable rapidity. When I have read over to him what he has dictated, I have often known him to smile triumphantly at the effect which he expected any particular phrase would produce. In general, his proclamations turned on three distinct points: 1. Praising his soldiers for what they had done; 2. Pointing out to them what they had yet to do; and 3. Abusing his enemies. The proclamation to which I have just now alluded was circulated profusely through Germany, and it is impossible to conceive the effect it produced on the whole army. The corps stationed in the rear burned to pass, by forced marches, the space which still separated them from headquarters, and those who were nearer the emperor forgot their fatigues and privations and were only anxious to encounter the enemy. They frequently could not understand what Napoleon said in these proclamations, but no matter for that, they would have followed him cheerfully barefooted and without provisions. Such was the enthusiasm, or rather the fanaticism, which Napoleon could inspire among his troops when he thought proper to rouse them, as he termed it. When, on a former occasion, I spoke of the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin and his family, I forgot a circumstance respecting my intercourse with him which now occurs to my memory. When, on his expulsion from his states, after the Battle of Jena, he took refuge in Altona, he requested, through the medium of his minister at Hamburg, Count von Plessen, that I would give him permission occasionally to visit that city. This permission I granted without hesitation, but the Duke observed no precaution in his visits, and I made some friendly observations to him on the subject. I knew the object of his visits. It was a secret connection in Hamburg, but in consequence of my observations, he removed the lady to Altona and assured me that he adopted that determination to avoid committing me. He afterwards came very seldom to Hamburg, but as we were on the best understanding with Denmark, I frequently saw his daughter and son-in-law, who used to visit me at a house I had in Holstein near Altona. There I likewise saw, almost every day, the Duke of Weimar, an excellent old man. I had the advantage of being on such terms of intimacy with him that my house was in some measure his. He also had lost his states. I was so happy as to contribute to their restitution, for my situation enabled me to exercise some influence on the political indulgences or severities of the government. I entertained a sincere regard for the Duke of Weimar, and I greatly regretted his departure. No sooner had he arrived in Berlin than he wrote me a letter of thanks, to which he added the present of a diamond, in token of his grateful remembrance of me. The Duke of Mecklenburg was not so fortunate as the Duke of Weimar, in spite of his alliance with the reigning family of Denmark. He was obliged to remain at Altona until the July following, for his states were restored only by the Treaty of Tilsit. As soon as it was known that the Emperor had returned to Paris, the Duke's son, the hereditary prince, visited me in Hamburg, and asked me whether I thought he could present himself to the Emperor, for the purpose of expressing his own and his father's gratitude. He was a very well-educated young man. He set out, accompanied by M. Owertson and Baron von Brandstein. Some time afterwards, I saw his name in the Moniteur, in one of the lists of presentations to Napoleon, the collection of which, during the Empire, might be regarded as a general register of the nobility of Europe. It is commonly said that we may accustom ourselves to anything, but to me this remark is subject to an exception. For, in spite of the necessity to which I was reduced of employing spies, I never could surmount the disgust I felt at them, especially when I saw men destined to fill a respectable rank in society degrade themselves to that infamous profession. It is impossible to conceive the artifices to which these men resort to gain the confidence of those whom they wish to betray. Of this, the following example just now occurs to my mind. One of those wretches who are employed in certain circumstances, and by all parties, came to offer his services to me. His name was Butler, and he had been sent from England to the continent as a spy upon the French government. He immediately came to me, complaining of pretended enemies and unjust treatment. He told me he had the greatest wish to serve the Emperor, and that he would make any sacrifice to prove his fidelity. The real motive of his change of party was, as it is with all such men, merely the hope of a higher reward. Most extraordinary were the schemes he adopted to prevent his old employers from suspecting that he was serving new ones. To me, he continually repeated how happy he was to be revenged on his enemies in London. He asked me to allow him to go to Paris to be examined by the Minister of Police. The better to keep up the deception, he requested that on his arrival in Paris, he might be confined in the Temple, and that there might be inserted in the French journals an announcement in the following terms: John Butler, commonly called Count Butler, has just been arrested and sent to Paris under a good escort by the French minister at Hamburg. At the expiration of a few weeks, Butler, having received his instructions, set out for London, but by way of precaution he said it would be well to publish in the journals another announcement, which was as follows: John Butler, who has been arrested in Hamburg as an English agent and conveyed to Paris, is ordered to quit France and the territories occupied by the French armies and their allies, and not to appear there again until the general peace. In England, Butler enjoyed the honors of French prosecution. He was regarded as a victim who deserved all the confidence of the enemies of France. He furnished Fauvelet with a considerable amount of information, and he was fortunate enough to escape being hanged. Notwithstanding the pretended necessity of employing secret agents, Bonaparte was unwilling that, even under that pretext, too many communications should be established between France and England. Fauvelet, nevertheless, actively directed the evolutions of his secret army. ever ready to seize on anything that could give importance to the police and encourage the suspicions of the emperor, Fauvelet wrote to me that the government had received certain information that many Frenchmen traveling for commercial houses in France were at Manchester purchasing articles of English manufacture. This was true, but how was it to be prevented? These traveling clerks passed through Holland, where they easily procured a passage to England. Louis Bonaparte, conceiving that the King of Holland ought to sacrifice the interests of his new subjects to the wishes of his brother, was at first very lenient as to the disastrous continental system. But at this, Napoleon soon manifested his displeasure, and about the end of the year 1806, Louis was reduced to the necessity of ordering the strict observance of the blockade. The facility with which the travelers of French commercial houses passed from Holland to England gave rise to other alarms on the part of the French government. It was said that since Frenchmen could so easily pass from the continent to Great Britain, the agents of the English cabinet might, by the same means, find their way to the continent. Accordingly, the consuls were directed to keep a watchful eye, not only upon individuals who evidently came from England, but upon those who might by any possibility come from that country. This plan was all very well, but how was it to be put into execution? The continent was, nevertheless, inundated with articles of English manufacture, for this simple reason that, however powerful may be the will of a sovereign, it is still less powerful and less lasting than the wants of a people. The continental system reminded me of the law created by an ancient legislator, who, for a crime which he conceived could not possibly be committed, condemned the person who should be guilty of it to throw a bull over Mount Taurus. It is not my present design to trace a picture of the state of Europe at the close of 1806. I will merely throw together a few facts which came to my knowledge at the time and which I find in my correspondence. I have already mentioned that the emperor arrived at Warsaw on the 1st of January. During his stay at Posen he had, by virtue of a treaty concluded with the Elector of Saxony, founded a new kingdom, and consequently extended his power in Germany by the annexation of the new kingdom of Saxony to the Confederation of the Rhine. By the terms of this treaty, Saxony, so justly famed for her cavalry, was to furnish the emperor with a contingent of 20,000 men and horses. It was quite a new spectacle to the princes of Germany, all accustomed to old habits of etiquette, to see an upstart sovereign treat them as subjects, and even oblige them to consider themselves as such. Those famous Saxons, who had made Charlemagne tremble, threw themselves on the protection of the emperor. And the alliance of the head of the House of Saxony was not a matter of indifference to Napoleon, for the new king was, on account of his age, his tastes, and his character, more revered than any other German prince. From the moment of Napoleon's arrival at Warsaw until the commencement of hostilities against the Russians, he was continually solicited to re-establish the throne of Poland, and to restore its chivalrous independence to the ancient empire of the Jagiellons. A person who was at that time in Warsaw told me that the emperor was in the greatest uncertainty as to what he should do respecting Poland. He was entreated to re-establish that ancient and heroic kingdom, but he came to no decision, preferring, according to custom, to submit to events that he might appear to command them. At Warsaw, indeed, the emperor passed a great part of his time in fêtes and reviews, which, however, did not prevent him from watching with his eagle eye every department of the public service, both interior and exterior. He himself was in the capital of Poland, but his vast influence was present everywhere. I heard Duroc say, when we were conversing together about the campaign of Tilsit, that Napoleon's activity and intelligence were never more conspicuously developed. One very remarkable feature of the imperial wars was that, with the exception of the interior police, of which Fauvelet was the soul, the whole government of France was at the headquarters of the emperor. At Warsaw, Napoleon's attention was not only occupied with the affairs of his army, but he directed the whole machinery of the French government just the same as if he had been in Paris. Daily estafettes, and frequently the useless auditors of the Council of State, brought him reports more or less correct, and curious disclosures which were frequently the invention of the police. The portfolios of the ministers arrived every week, with the exception of those of the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Minister of the War Department. The former had first stopped at Mayence with the Empress, but had been called on to Warsaw, and the latter clerk was, for the misfortune of Berlin, governor of that city. This state of things lasted during the 10 months of the emperor's absence from Paris. Louis Roman XIV said, "I am myself the state." Napoleon did not say this, but in fact, under his reign the government of France was always at his headquarters. This circumstance had well-nigh proved fatal to him on the occasion of the extraordinary conspiracy of Mallet, with some points of which I alone, perhaps, am thoroughly acquainted. The emperor employed the month of January in military preparations for the approaching attack of the Russians, but at the same time he did not neglect the business of the cabinet. With him, nothing was suffered to linger in arrear. While Napoleon was at Warsaw, a battle was not the only thing to be thought about. Affairs were much more complicated than during the campaign of Vienna. It was necessary, on the one hand, to observe Prussia, which was occupied, and on the other to anticipate the Russians, whose movements indicated that they were inclined to strike the first blow. In the preceding campaign, Austria, before the taking of Vienna, was engaged alone. The case was different now. Austria had had only soldiers, and Prussia, as Blücher declared to me, was beginning to have citizens. There was no difficulty in returning from Vienna, but a great deal in returning from Warsaw in case of failure, notwithstanding the creation of the Kingdom of Saxony and the provisional government given to Prussia and to the other states of Germany which we had conquered. None of these considerations escaped the penetration of Napoleon. Nothing was omitted in the notes, letters, and official correspondence which came to me from all quarters. Receiving, as I did, accurate information from my own correspondence of all that was passing in Germany, it often happened that I transmitted to the government the same news which it transmitted to me, not supposing that I previously knew it. Thus, for example, I thought I was apprising the government of the arming of Austria, of which I received information from headquarters a few days after. During the Prussian campaign, Austria played precisely the same waiting game which Prussia had played cluing the campaign of Austria. As Prussia had, before the Battle of Austerlitz, awaited the success or defeat of the French to decide whether she should remain neutral or declare herself against France, so Austria, doubtless supposing that Russia would be more fortunate as the ally of Prussia than she had been as her ally, assembled a corps of 40,000 men in Bohemia. That corps was called an army of observation, but the nature of these armies of observation is well known. They belong to the class of armed neutralities, like the ingenious invention of sanitary cordons. The fact is that the 40,000 men assembled in Bohemia were destined to aid and assist the Russians in case they should be successful. And who can blame the Austrian government for wishing to wash away the shame of the Treaty of Pressburg? Napoleon had not a moment to lose, but this activity required no spur. He had hastened the Battle of Austerlitz to anticipate Prussia, and he now found it necessary to anticipate Russia in order to keep Austria in a state of indecision. The emperor, therefore, left Warsaw about the end of January and immediately gave orders for engaging the Russian army in the beginning of February. But in spite of his desire of commencing the attack, he was anticipated. On the 8th of February, at 7 in the morning, he was attacked by the Russians, who advanced during a terrible storm of snow, which fell in large flakes. They approached Preussischlau, where the emperor was, and the imperial guard stopped the Russian column. Nearly the whole French army was engaged in that battle, one of the most sanguinary ever fought in Europe. The corps commanded by Bernadotte was not engaged in the contest. It had been stationed on the left at Maringen, whence it menaced Danzig. The issue of the battle would have been very different had the 4 divisions of infantry and the 2 of cavalry composing Bernadotte's corps arrived in time. But unfortunately, the officer instructed to convey orders to Bernadotte to march without delay on Preussischlau was taken by a body of Cossacks. Bernadotte, therefore, did not arrive. Bonaparte, who always liked to throw blame on someone if things did not turn out exactly as he wished, attributed the doubtful success of the day to the absence of Bernadotte. In this, he was right. But to make his absence a reproach to that marshal was a gross injustice. Bernadotte was accused of not having been willing to march on Preussischlau, though, as it was alleged, General de Hautpolt had informed him of the necessity of his presence. But how can that fact be ascertained, since General de Hautpolt was killed on that same day? Who can assure us that that general had been able to communicate with the marshal? Those who knew Bonaparte, his cunning, and the artful advantage he would sometimes take of words which he attributed to the dead, will easily solve the enigma. The Battle of Eylau was terrible. Night came on. Bernadotte's corps was instantly, but in vain, expected, and after a great loss, the French army had the melancholy honor of passing the night on the field of battle. Bernadotte at length arrived, but too late. He met the enemy, who were retreating without the fear of being molested towards Königsberg, the only capital remaining to Prussia. The King of Prussia was then at Memel, a small port on the Baltic, 30 leagues from Königsberg. After the Battle of Eylau, both sides remained stationary, and several days elapsed without anything remarkable taking place. The offers of peace made by the emperor, with very little earnestness it is true, were disdainfully rejected, as if a victory disputed with Napoleon was to be regarded as a triumph. The Battle of Eylau seemed to turn the heads of the Russians, who chanted Te Deum on the occasion. But while the emperor was making preparations to advance, his diplomacy was taking effect in a distant quarter and raising up against Russia an old and formidable enemy. Turkey declared war against her. This was a powerful diversion and obliged Russia to strip her western frontiers to secure a line of defense on the south. Some time after General Gardin set out on the famous embassy to Persia, for which the way had been paved by the success of the mission of my friend, Amedee Jobert. This embassy was not merely one of those pompous legations such as Charlemagne, Louis Roman XIV, and Louis Roman XVI, received from the Empress Irene, the King of Siam, and Tipu Saib. It was connected with ideas which Bonaparte had conceived at the very dawn of his power. It was, indeed, the light from the east which fast enabled him to see his greatness in perspective, and that light never ceased to fix his attention and dazzle his imagination. I know well that Gardin's embassy was at first conceived on a much grander scale than that on which it was executed. Napoleon had resolved to send to the Shah of Persia 4,000 infantry, commanded by chosen and experienced officers, 10,000 muskets, and 50 pieces of cannon. And I also know that orders were given for the execution of this design. The avowed object of the emperor was to enable the Shah of Persia to make an important diversion with 80,000 men in the eastern provinces of Russia. But there was likewise another, an old and constant object which was always uppermost in Napoleon's mind, namely the wish to strike at England in the very heart of her Asiatic possessions. Such was the principal motive of Gardin's mission, but circumstances did not permit the emperor to give it all the importance he desired. He contented himself with sending a few officers of engineers and artillery to Persia, who on their arrival were astonished at the number of English they found there. Chapter 11. 1815. My departure from Hamburg. The king at Saint Denis Fauchet, appointed minister of the police delay of the king's entrance into Paris, effect of that delay Fauchet's nomination, due to the Duke of Wellington impossibility of resuming my post-Fauchet's language, with respect to the Bourbons his famous postscript character of Fauchet discussion, respecting the two cockades manifestations of public joy, repressed by Fauchet composition of the new ministry, kind attention of Blücher the English, at St. Cloud Blücher, in Napoleon's cabinet my prisoner, become my protector Blücher, and the innkeeper's dog my daughter's marriage contract trigid etiquette, my appointment to the presidentship of the Electoral College, of the yon my interview, with Fauchet my audience of the King His Majesty, made acquainted with my conversation with Fauchet the Duke of Otranto's disgrace Carnot, deceived by Bonaparte my election as deputy my colleague. Rodotmy returned to Paris regret caused by the sacrifice of nay noble conduct of Macdonalda drive with Rapp in the Bois de Boulogne Rapp's interview, with Bonaparte in the Duc de Berry, and Rapp my nomination to the office of Minister of State my name, inscribed by the hand of Louis Roman XVIII. Conclusion. The fulfillment of my prediction was now at hand, for the result of the Battle of Waterloo enabled Louis Roman XVIII to return to his dominions. As soon as I heard of the king's departure from Ghent, I quitted Hamburg, and traveled with all possible haste in the hope of reaching Paris in time to witness His Majesty's entrance. I arrived at St. Denis on the 7th of July, and notwithstanding the intrigues that were set on foot, I found an immense number of persons assembled to meet the king. Indeed, the place was so crowded that it was with the greatest difficulty I could procure even a little garret for my lodging. Having resumed my uniform of a captain of the National Guard, I proceeded immediately to the king's palace. The salon was filled with ladies and gentlemen who had come to congratulate the king on his return. At St. Denis, I found my family, who, not being aware that I had left Hamburg, were much surprised to see me. They informed me that the Parisians were all impatient for the return of the king, a fact of which I could judge by the opposition manifested to the free expression of public feeling. Paris having been declared in a state of blockade, the gates were closed, and no one was permitted to leave the capital, particularly by the Barrière de la Chapelle. It is true that special permission might be obtained, and with tolerable ease, by those who wished to leave the city. But the forms to be observed for obtaining the permission deterred the mass of the people from proceeding to St. Denis, which, indeed, was the sole object of the regulation. As it had been resolved to force Fauchet and the tricolored cockade upon the king, it was deemed necessary to keep away from His Majesty all who might persuade him to resist the proposed measures. Madame de Bourrienne told me that on her arrival at St. Denis, she called upon M. Hugh and M. Lefebvre, the king's physician, who both acquainted her with those fatal resolutions. Those gentlemen, however, assured her that the king would resolutely hold out against the tricolored cockade, but the nomination of the ill-omened man appeared inevitable. Fauchet, minister of the police. If, like Don Juan, I had seen a statue move, I could not have been more confounded than when I heard this news. I could not credit it until it was repeated to me by different persons. How, indeed, could I think that at the moment of a reaction the king should have entrusted the most important ministerial department to a man to whose arrest he had 100 days before attached so much consequence? To a man, moreover, whom Bonaparte had appointed at Lyon to fill the same office. This was inconceivable. Thus, in less than 24 hours, the same man had been entrusted to execute measures the most opposite and to serve interests the most contradictory. He was one day the minister of usurpation, and the next the minister of legitimacy. How can I express what I felt when Fauchet took the oath of fidelity to Louis Roman XVIII? When I saw the king clasp in his hands the hands of Fauchet. I was standing near M. de Chateaubriand, whose feelings must have been similar to mine, to judge from a passage in his admirable work, La Monarchie celle en la charte. About 9 in the evening, he says, I was in one of the royal antechambers. All at once the door opened, and I saw the president of the council enter leaning on the arm of the new minister. Oh, Louis le Desire, oh, my unfortunate master, you have proved that there is no sacrifice which your people may not expect from your paternal heart. Fauchet was resolved to have his restoration, as well as M. de Talleyrand, who had had his the year before. He therefore contrived to retard the king's entry into Paris for 4 days. The prudent members of the Chamber of Peers, who had taken no part in the king's government in 1814, were the first to declare that it was for the interest of France to hasten His Majesty's entrance into Paris, in order to prevent foreigners from exercising a sort of right of conquest in a city which was a prey to civil dissension and party influence. Blücher informed me that the way in which Fauchet contrived to delay the king's return greatly contributed to the pretensions of the foreigners, who, he confessed, were very well pleased to see the population of Paris divided in opinion, and to hear the alarming cries raised by the confederates of the faubourgs when the king was already at St. Denis. I know for a fact that Louis Roman XVIII wished to have nothing to do with Fauchet and indignantly refused to appoint him when he was first proposed. But he had so nobly served Bonaparte during the 100 days that it was necessary he should be rewarded. Fauchet, besides, had gained the support of a powerful party among the emigrants of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, and he possessed the art of rendering himself indispensable. I have heard many honest men say very seriously that to him was due the tranquility of Paris. Moreover, Wellington was the person by whose influence in particular Fauchet was made one of the counselors of the king. After all the benefits which foreigners had conferred upon us, Fauchet was indeed an acceptable present to France and to the king. I was not ignorant of the Duke of Wellington's influence upon the affairs of the Second Restoration, but for a long time I refused to believe that his influence should have outweighed all the serious considerations opposed to such a perfect anomaly as appointing Fauchet the minister of a Bourbon. But I was deceived. France and the king owed to him Fauchet's introduction into the council, and I had to thank him for the impossibility of resuming a situation which I had relinquished for the purpose of following the king into Belgium. Could I be prefect of police under a minister whom a short time before I had received orders to arrest, but who eluded my agents? That was impossible. The king could not offer me the place of prefect under Fauchet, and if he had, I could not have accepted it. I was therefore right in not relying on the assurances which had been given me. But I confess that if I had been told to guess the cause, why they could not be realized, I never should have thought that cause would have been the appointment of Fauchet as a minister of the King of France. At first, therefore, I was of course quite forgotten, as is the custom of courts when a faithful subject refrains from taking part in the intrigues of the moment. I have already frequently stated my opinion of the pretended talent of Fauchet, but admitting his talent to have been as great as was supposed, that would have been an additional reason for not entrusting the general police of the kingdom to him. His principles and conduct were already sufficiently known. No one could be ignorant of the language he held respecting the Bourbons, and in which he indulged as freely after he became the minister of Louis Roman XVIII, as when he was the minister of Bonaparte. It was universally known that in his conversation the Bourbons were the perpetual butt for his sarcasms, that he never mentioned them but in terms of disparagement, and that he represented them as unworthy of governing France. Everybody must have been aware that Fauchet, in his heart, favored a republic, where the part of president might have been assigned to him. Could anyone have forgotten the famous postscript he subjoined to a letter he wrote from Lyon to his worthy friend Robespierre? To celebrate the fate of the republic suitably, I have ordered 250 persons to be shot. And to this man, the most furious enemy of the restoration of the monarchy, was consigned the task of consolidating it for the second time. But it would require another Claudian to describe this new Rufinus. Fauchet never regarded a benefit in any other light than as the means of injuring his benefactor. The king, deceived, like many other persons, by the reputation which Fauchet's partisans had conjured up for him, was certainly not aware that Fauchet had always discharged the functions of minister in his own interest, and never for the interest of the government, which had the weakness to entrust him with a power always dangerous in his hands. Fauchet had opinions, but he belonged to no party, and his political success is explained by the readiness with which he always served the party he knew must triumph, and which he himself overthrew in its turn. He maintained himself in favor from the days of blood and terror until the happy time of the Second Restoration, only by abandoning and sacrificing those who were attached to him, and it might be said that his ruling passion was the desire of continual change. No man was ever characterized by greater levity or inconstancy of mind. In all things he looked only to himself, and to this egotism he sacrificed both subjects and governments. Such were the secret causes of the sway exercised by Fauchet during the Convention, the Directory, the Empire, the Usurpation, and after the second return of the Bourbons. He helped to found and to destroy every one of those successive governments. Fauchet's character is perfectly unique. I know no other man who, loaded with honors and almost escaping disgrace, has passed through so many eventful periods and taken part in so many convulsions and revolutions. On the 7th of July, the king was told that Fauchet alone could smooth the way for his entrance into Paris, that he alone could unlock the gates of the capital, and that he alone had power to control public opinion. The reception given to the king on the following day afforded an opportunity of judging of the truth of these assertions. The king's presence was the signal for a feeling of concord, which was manifested in a very decided way. I saw upon the boulevards, and often in company with each other, persons, some of whom had resumed the white cockade, while others still retained the national colors, and harmony was not in the least disturbed by these different badges. Having returned to private life solely on account of Fauchet's presence in the ministry, I yielded to that consolation which is always left to the discontented. I watched the extravagance and inconsistency that were passing around me, and the new follies which were every day committed, and it must be confessed that a rich and varied picture presented itself to my observation. The king did not bring back M. de Blocas. His Majesty had yielded to prudent advice, and on arriving at Mons, sent the unlucky minister as his ambassador to Naples. Vengeance was talked of, and there were some persons inconsiderate enough to wish that advantage should be taken of the presence of the foreigners in order to make what they termed an end of the revolution. As if there were any other means of effecting that object than frankly adopting whatever good the revolution had produced. The foreigners observed with satisfaction the disposition of these shallow persons, which they thought might be turned to their own advantage. The truth is that on the Second Restoration our pretended allies proved themselves our enemies. But for them, but for their bad conduct, their insatiable exactions, but for the humiliation that was felt at seeing foreign cannon planted in the streets of Paris, and beneath the very windows of the palace, the days which followed the 8th of July might have been considered by the royal family as the season of a festival. Everyday people thronged to the garden of the Tuileries and expressed their joy by singing and dancing under the king's windows. This ebullition of feeling might perhaps be thought absurd, but it at least bore evidence of the pleasure caused by the return of the Bourbons. This manifestation of joy by numbers of persons of both sexes, most of them belonging to the better classes of society, displeased Fauvelet, and he determined to put a stop to it. Wretches were hired to mingle with the crowd and sprinkle corrosive liquids on the dresses of the females. Some of them were even instructed to commit acts of indecency, so that all respectable persons were driven from the gardens through the fear of being injured or insulted, as it was wished to create disturbance under the very eyes of the king, and to make him doubt the reality of the sentiments so openly expressed in his favor. The agents of the police mingled the cry of "Vive l'Empereur" with that of "Vive le Roi," and it happened oftener than once that the most respectable persons were arrested and charged by Fauchet's infamous agents with having uttered seditious cries. A friend of mine, whose royalist opinions were well known, and whose father had been massacred during the Revolution, told me that while walking with two ladies, he heard some individuals near him crying out, "Vive l'Empereur." This created a great disturbance. The sentinel advanced to the spot, and those very individuals themselves had the audacity to charge my friend with being guilty of uttering the offensive cry. In vain, the bystanders asserted the falsehood of the accusation. He was seized and dragged to the guardhouse, and after being detained for some hours, he was liberated on the application of his friends. By dint of such wretched maneuvers, Fauchet triumphed. He contrived to make it be believed that he was the only person capable of preventing the disorders of which he himself was the sole author. He got the police of the Tuileries under his control. The singing and dancing ceased, and the palace was the abode of dullness. While the king was at St. Denis, he restored to General Dispels the command of the National Guard. The general ordered the barriers to be immediately thrown open. On the day of his arrival in Paris, the king determined, as a principle, that the throne should be surrounded by a privy council, the members of which were to be the princes and persons whom his majesty might appoint at a future period. The king then named his new ministry, which was thus composed: Prince Talleyrand, peer of France, President of the Council of Ministers, and Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs; Baron Louis, Minister of Finance; the Duke of Otranto, Minister of the Police; Baron Pasquier, Minister of Justice and Keeper of the Seals; Marshal Gouvion Saint-Cyr, War Minister; Comte de Jaucourt, Peer of France, Minister of the Marine; the Duc de Richelieu, Peer of France, Minister of the King's Household; the portfolio of the Minister of the Interior, which was not immediately disposed of, was provisionally entrusted to the Minister of Justice. But what was most gratifying to the public in the composition of this new ministry was that M. de Blocas, who had made himself so odious to everybody, was superseded by M. de Richelieu, whose name revived the memory of a great minister, and who, by his excellent conduct throughout the whole course of his career, deserves to be distinguished as a model of honor and wisdom. General satisfaction was expressed on the appointment of Marshal MacDonald to the post of Grand Chancellor of the Legion of Honor in lieu of M. de Pratt. M. de Chabrol resumed the prefecture of the Seine, which, during the 100 Days, had been occupied by M. de Bondy. M. de Mole was made Director General of Bridges and Causeways. I was superseded in the Prefecture of Police by M. de Cazes, and M. Bugnot followed M. Ferrand as Director General of the Post Office. I think it was on the 10th of July that I went to St. Cloud to pay a visit of thanks to Blücher. I had been informed that as soon as he learned I had a house at St. Cloud, he sent a guard to protect it. This spontaneous mark of attention was well deserving of grateful acknowledgement, especially at a time when there was so much reason to complain of the plunder practiced by the Prussians. My visit to Blücher presented to observation a striking instance of the instability of human greatness. I found Blücher residing like a sovereign in the palace of St. Cloud, where I had lived so long in the intimacy of Napoleon, at a period when he dictated laws to the kings of Europe before he was a monarch himself. The English occupied St. Cloud after the Prussians. My large house, in which the children of the Comte d'Artois were inoculated, was respected by them, but they occupied a small home forming part of the estate. The English officer who commanded the troops stationed a guard at the large house. One morning we were informed that the door had been broken open and a valuable looking-glass stolen. We complained to the commanding officer, and on the affair being inquired into, it was discovered that the sentinel himself had committed the theft. The man was tried by a court-martial and condemned to death, a circumstance which, as may naturally be supposed, was very distressing to us. Madame de Bourrienne applied to the commanding officer for the man's pardon, but could only obtain his reprieve. The regiment departed some weeks after, and we could never learn what was the fate of the criminal, Bourrienne. In that cabinet in which Napoleon and I had passed so many busy hours, and where so many great plans had their birth, I was received by the man who had been my prisoner at Hamburg. The Prussian general immediately reminded me of the circumstance. "Who could have foreseen," said he, "that after being your prisoner I should become the protector of your property? You treated me well at Hamburg, and I have now an opportunity of repaying your kindness. Heaven knows what will be the result of all this. One thing, however, is certain, and that is that the Allies will now make such conditions as will banish all possibility of danger for a long time to come. The Emperor Alexander does not wish to make the French people expiate too dearly the misfortunes they have caused us. He attributes them to Napoleon, but Napoleon cannot pay the expenses of the war, and they must be paid by someone. It was all very well for once, but we cannot pay the expense of coming back a second time. However," added he, "you will lose none of your territory. That is a point on which I can give you positive assurance. The Emperor Alexander has several times repeated in my presence to the king my master, 'I honor the French nation, and I am determined that it shall preserve its old limits.'" The above are the very words which Blücher addressed to me. Profiting by the friendly sentiments he expressed towards me, I took the opportunity of mentioning the complaints that were everywhere made of the bad discipline of the troops under his command. "What can I do?" said he. "I cannot be present everywhere, but I assure you that in future, and at your recommendation, I will severely punish any misconduct that may come to my knowledge." Such was the result of my visit to Blücher. But in spite of his promises, his troops continued to commit the most revolting excesses. Thus the Prussian troops have left in the neighborhood of Paris recollections no less odious than those produced by the conduct of Davoust's corps in Prussia. This an instance now occurs to my memory, which I will relate here. In the spring of 1816, as I was going to Chevreuse, I stopped at the Petit Bicetre to water my horse. I seated myself for a few minutes near the door of the inn, and a large dog belonging to the innkeeper began to bark and growl at me. His master, a respectable-looking old man, exclaimed, "Be quiet, Blücher." "How came you to give your dog that name?" said I. "Ah, sir, it is the name of a villain who did a great deal of mischief here last year. There is my house, they have left scarcely anything but the four walls. They said they came for our good, but let them come back again. We will watch them, and spear them like wild boars in the wood." The poor man's house certainly exhibited traces of the most atrocious violence, and he shed tears as he related to me his disasters. Before the king departed for Ghent, he had consented to sign the contract of marriage between one of my daughters and M. Massieu de Clerval, though the latter was at that time only a lieutenant in the navy. The day appointed for the signature of the contract happened to be Sunday, the 19th of March, and it may well be imagined that in the critical circumstances in which we then stood, a matter of so little importance could scarcely be thought about. In July, I renewed my request to His Majesty, which gave rise to serious discussions in the Council of Ceremonies. Lest any deviation from the laws of rigid etiquette should commit the fate of the monarchy, it was determined that the marriage contract of a lieutenant in the navy could be signed only at the petty levee. However, His Majesty, recollecting the promise he had given me, decided that the signature should be given at the grand levee. Though all this may appear exceedingly ludicrous, yet I must confess that the triumph over etiquette was very gratifying to me. A short time after the king appointed me a counselor of state, a title which I had held under Bonaparte ever since his installation at the Tuileries, though I had never fulfilled the functions of the office. In the month of August, the king having resolved to convoke a new Chamber of Deputies, I was appointed president of the Electoral College of the Department of the Yonne. As soon as I was informed of my nomination, I waited on M. de Talleyrand for my instructions, but he told me that, in conformity with the king's intentions, I was to receive my orders from the Minister of Police. I observed to M. de Talleyrand that I must decline seeing Fauvelet, on account of the situation in which we stood with reference to each other. Go to him, said M. de Talleyrand, and be assured Fauvelet will say to you nothing on the subject. I felt great repugnance to see Fauvelet, and consequently I went to him quite against my inclination. I naturally expected a very cold reception. What had passed between us rendered our interview exceedingly delicate. I called on Fauvelet at 9 in the morning and found him alone and walking in his garden. He received me as a man might be expected to receive an intimate friend whom he had not seen for a long time. On reflection, I was not very much surprised at this, for I was well aware that Fauvelet could make his hatred yield to calculation. He said not a word about his arrest, and it may well be supposed that I did not seek to turn the conversation on that subject. I asked him whether he had any information to give me respecting the elections of the Yonne. None at all, said he. Get yourself nominated if you can, only use your endeavors to exclude General Desfouinox. Anything else is a matter of indifference to me. What is your objection to Desfouinox? The ministry will not have him. I was about to depart when Fauvelet called me back saying, Why are you in such haste? Cannot you stay a few minutes longer? He then began to speak of the first return of the Bourbons and asked me how I could so easily bring myself to act in their favor. He then entered into details respecting the royal family, which I conceive it to be my duty to pass over in silence. It may be added, however, that the conversation lasted a long time, and to say the least of it, was by no means in favor of divine right. I conceived it to be my duty to make the king acquainted with this conversation, and as there was now no Comte de Blocas to keep truth and good advice from His Majesty's ear, I was, on my first solicitation, immediately admitted to the royal cabinet. I cautiously suppressed the most startling details, for, had I literally reported what Fauvelet said, Louis Roman XVIII could not possibly have given credit to it. The king thanked me for my communication, and I could perceive he was convinced that by longer retaining Fauvelet in office, he would become the victim of the minister who had been so scandalously forced upon him on the 7th of July. The disgrace of the Duke of Otranto speedily followed, and I had the satisfaction of having contributed to repair one of the evils with which the Duke of Wellington visited France. Fauvelet was so evidently a traitor to the cause he feigned to serve, and Bonaparte was so convinced of this that during the 100 Days, when the ministers of the king at Ghent were enumerated in the presence of Napoleon, someone said, "But where is the minister of the police?" Parbleu, said Bonaparte, that is Fauvelet. It was not the same with Carnot, in spite of the indelible stain of his vote. If he had served the king, His Majesty could have depended on him, but nothing could shake the firmness of his principles in favor of liberty. I learned, from a person who had the opportunity of being well informed, that he would not accept the post of Minister of the Interior, which was offered to him at the commencement of the 100 Days, until he had a conversation with Bonaparte, to ascertain whether he had changed his principles. Carnot placed faith in the fair promises of Napoleon, who deceived him, as he had deceived others. Soon after my audience with the king, I set off to discharge my duties in the Department of the Yonne, and I obtained the honor of being elected to represent my countrymen in the Chamber of Deputies. My colleague was M. Radat, a man who, in very trying circumstances, had given proofs of courage by boldly manifesting his attachment to the king's government. The following are the facts which I learned in connection with this episode, and which I circulated as speedily as possible among the electors of whom I had the honor to be president. Bonaparte, on his way from Lyon to Paris, after his landing at the Gulf of Juan, stopped at Avalon and immediately sent for the mayor, M. Radat. He instantly obeyed the summons. On coming into Napoleon's presence, he said, "What do you want, General?" This appellation displeased Napoleon, who nevertheless put several questions to Radat, who was willing to oblige him as a traveler, but not to serve him as an emperor. Napoleon having given him some orders, this worthy servant of the king replied, "General, I can receive no orders from you, for I acknowledge no sovereign but the king, to whom I have sworn allegiance." Napoleon then directed Radat, in a tone of severity, to withdraw, and I need not add that it was not long before he was dismissed from the mayoralty of Avellin. The elections of the Yonne being over, I returned to Paris, where I took part in public affairs only as an amateur, while waiting for the opening of the session. I was deeply grieved to see the government resort to measures of severity to punish faults which it would have been better policy to attribute only to the unfortunate circumstances of the times. No consideration can ever make me cease to regret the memory of Ney, who was the victim of the influence of foreigners. Their object, as Blücher intimated to me at St. Cloud, was to disable France from engaging in war for a long time to come, and they hoped to effect that object by stirring up between the royal government and the army of the Loire that spirit of discord which the sacrifice of Ney could not fail to produce. I have no positive proofs of the fact, but in my opinion Ney's life was a pledge of gratitude which Fauchet thought he must offer to the foreign influence which had made him minister. About this time, I learned a fact which will create no surprise, as it affords another proof of the chivalrous disinterestedness of Macdonald's character. When in 1815, several marshals claimed from the Allied powers their endowments in foreign countries, Madame Moreau, to whom the king had given the honorary title of Madame la Marechale, and who was the friend of the Duke of Tarentum, wrote, without Macdonald's knowledge, to M. de Blocas, our ambassador at Naples, begging him to endeavor to preserve for the marshal the endowment which had been given him in the kingdom of Naples. As soon as Macdonald was informed of this circumstance, he waited upon Madame Moreau, thanked her for her kind intentions, but at the same time informed her that he should disavow all knowledge of her letter, as the request it contained was entirely averse to his principles. The marshal did, in fact, write the following letter to M. de Blocas. "I hasten to inform you, sir, that it was not with my consent that Madame Moreau wrote to you, and I beg you will take no step that might expose me to a refusal. The King of Naples owes me no recompense for having beaten his army, revolutionized his kingdom, and forced him to retire to Sicily. Such conduct was well worthy of the man who was the last to forsake Napoleon in 1814 and the first to rejoin him, and that without the desire of accepting any appointment in 1815. M. de Blocas, who was himself much surprised at Macdonald's letter, communicated it to the King of Naples, whose answer deserves to be recorded. It was as follows: if I had not imposed a law upon myself to acknowledge none of the French endowments, the conduct of Marshal Macdonald would have induced me to make an exception in his favor. It is gratifying to see princes such scrupulous observers of the laws they make for themselves. About the end of August 1815, as I was walking on the Boulevard des Capucines, I had the pleasure of meeting Rapp, whom I had not seen for a long time. He had just come out of the house of Lagranny, the artist, who was painting his portrait. I was on foot, and Rapp's carriage was waiting, so we both stepped into it and set off to take a drive in the Bois de Boulogne. We had a great deal to say to each other, for we had not met since the great events of the two restorations. The reason of this was that in 1814 I passed a part of the year at Sens, and since the occurrences of March 1815, Rapp himself had been absent from Paris. I found him perfectly resigned to his change of condition, though indulging in a few oaths against the foreigners. Rapp was not one of those generals who betrayed the king on the 20th of March. He told me that he remained at the head of the division which he commanded at Écouen under the orders of the Duc de Berry, and that he did not resign it to the war minister until after the king's departure. "How did Napoleon receive you?" I inquired. "I waited till he sent for me. You know what sort of fellow I am. I know nothing about politics, not I had sworn fidelity to the king. I know my duty, and I would have fought against the emperor." "Indeed, yes, certainly I would, and I told him so myself." "How did you venture so far?" "To be sure, I told him that my resolution was definite." "Pshaw," replied he angrily. "I knew well that you were opposed to me. If we had come to an action, I should have sought you out on the field of battle. I would have shown you the Medusa's head. Would you have dared to fire on me? Without doubt, I replied. Ah, parbleu, this is too much, he said, but your troops would not have obeyed you. They had preserved all their affection for me. What could I do? Resumed I, you abdicated, you left France, you recommended us to serve the king, and then you return. Besides, I tell you frankly, I do not augur well of what will happen. We shall have war again. France has had enough of that. Upon this, continued Rapp, he assured me that he had other thoughts, that he had no further desire for war, that he wished to govern in peace and devote himself solely to the happiness of his people. When I hinted opposition on the part of the foreign powers, he said that he had made alliances. He then spoke to me of the king, and I said I had been much pleased with him. Indeed, the king gave me a very gratifying reception on my return from Kew, and I see no reason why I should complain when I am so well used. During the conversation, the emperor much extolled the conduct of the Duke of Orleans. He then gave me some description of his passage from the Isle of Elba and his journey to Paris. He complained of being accused of ambition, and observing that I looked astonished and doubtful what, he continued, am I ambitious then? And patting his belly with both his hands, can a man, he asked, so fat as I am be ambitious? I could not for my soul help saying, ah, sire, your majesty is surely joking. He pretended, however, to be serious, and after a few moments, noticing my decorations, he began to banter me about the cross of St. Louis and the cross of the Lily, which I still wore. I asked Rapp whether all was true that had been said about the enthusiasm which was manifested along the whole of Napoleon's route from the Gulf of Juan to Paris. Ma foi, he replied, I was not there any more than you, but all those who accompanied him have assured me of the truth of the details which have been published. But I recollect having heard Bertrand say that on one occasion he was fearful for the safety of the emperor, in case any assassin should have presented himself. At Fossard, where the emperor stopped to breakfast on his way to Paris, his escort was so fatigued as to be unable to follow, so that he was for some time almost alone on the road, until a squadron which was in garrison at Melun met him and escorted him to Fontainebleau. As to anything else, from all I have heard, the emperor was exposed to no danger. We then began to talk of our situation and the singular chances of our fortune. Rapp told me how, within a few days only, he had ceased to be one of the discontented, for the condition of the generals who had commanded army corps in the campaign of Waterloo was very different in 1815 from what it had been in 1814. I had determined, he said, to live a quiet life, to meddle with nothing, and not even to wear my uniform. I had, therefore, since the king's return never presented myself at court, when a week ago, while riding on horseback 200 or 300 paces from this spot, I saw a group of horsemen on the other side of the avenue, one of whom galloped towards me. I immediately recognized the Duc de Berry. How, monseigneur, is it you? I exclaimed. It is, my dear general, and since you will not come to us, I must come to you. Will you breakfast with me tomorrow morning? Ma foi. Continued Rapp, what could I do? The tone of kindness in which he gave this invitation quite charmed me. I went, and I was treated so well that I shall go again. But I will ask for nothing. I only want these Prussians and English rascals out of the way. I complimented Rapp on his conduct, and told him that it was impossible that so loyal and honest a man as he should not, at some time or other, attract the king's notice. I had the happiness to see this prediction accomplished. Since that time, I regularly saw Rapp whenever we both happened to be in Paris, which was pretty often. I have already mentioned that in the month of August, the king named me Counselor of State. On the 19th of the following month, I was appointed Minister of State and member of the Privy Council. I may close these volumes by relating a circumstance very flattering to me and connected with the last mentioned nomination. The king had directed M. de Talleyrand to present to him, in his official character of President of the Council of Ministers, a list of the persons who might be deemed suitable as members of the Privy Council. The king, having read the list, said to his minister, "But, M. de Talleyrand, I do not see here the names of two of our best friends, Bourrienne and Alexis de Noailles. Sire, I thought their nomination would seem more flattering in coming directly from your majesty." The king then added my name to the list, and afterwards that of the Comte Alexis de Noailles, so that both our names are written in Louis Roman XVIII's own hand in the original ordinance. I have now brought to a conclusion my narrative of the extraordinary events in which I have taken part, either as a spectator or an actor, during the course of a strangely diversified life, of which nothing now remains but recollections. I discharged the functions of Councillor of State until 1818, at which time an ordinance appeared declaring those functions incompatible with the title of Minister of State Bourrienne. Chapter 12. The Cent-Jours. The extraordinary rapidity of events during the Cent-Fours, or 100 days of Napoleon's reign in 1815, and the startling changes in the parts previously filled by the chief personages, make it difficult to consider it as an historical period. It more resembles a series of sudden theatrical transformations, only broken by the great pause while the nation waited for news from the army. The first restoration of the Bourbons had been so unexpected and was so rapidly carried out that the Bonapartists, or indeed all France, had hardly realized the situation before Napoleon was again in the Tuileries. And during the Cent-Jours, both Bonapartists and Royalists were alike rubbing their eyes, asking whether they were awake, and wondering which was the reality and which the dream, the empire, or the restoration. It is both difficult and interesting to attempt to follow the history of the chief characters of the period, and the reader must pardon some abrupt transitions from person to person and from group to group, while the details of some subsequent movements of the Bonaparte family must be thrown in to give a proper idea of the strange revolution in their fortunes. We may divide the characters with which we have to deal into 5 groups: the Bonaparte family, the marshals, the statesmen of the empire, the Bourbons, and the allied monarchs. One figure and one name will be missing, but if we omit all account of poor, bleeding, mutilated France, it is but leaving her in the oblivion in which she was left at the time by everyone except by Napoleon. The disaster of 1814 had rather dispersed than crushed the Bonaparte family, and they rallied immediately on the return from Elba. The final fall of the empire was total ruin to them. The provisions of the Treaty of Fontainebleau, which had been meant to ensure a maintenance to them, had not been carried out while Napoleon was still a latent power. And after 1815, the Bourbons were only too happy to find a reason for not paying a debt they had determined never to liquidate. It was well for any of the Bourbons in their days of distress to receive the bounty of the usurper, but there was a peculiar pleasure in refusing to pay the price promised for his immediate abdication. The flight of the Bonapartes in 1815 was rapid. Metternich writes to Maria Louisa in July 1815, "Madame Mir and Cardinal Fesch left yesterday for Tuscany. We do not know exactly where Joseph is. Lucien is in England under a false name, Jerome in Switzerland, Louis at Rome. Queen Hortense has set out for Switzerland, whither General de Flahault and his mother will follow her. Murat seems to be still at Toulon. This, however, is not certain." Was ever such an account of a dynasty given? These had all been among the great ones of Europe. In a moment they were fugitives, several of them having for the rest of their lives a bitter struggle with poverty. Fortunately for them, the Pope, the King of Holland, and the Grand Duke of Tuscany were not under heavy obligations to Napoleon, and could thus afford to give to his family the protection denied them by those monarchs who believed themselves bound to redeem their former servility. When Napoleon landed, Maria Louisa was in Austria, and she was eager to assist in taking every precaution to prevent her son, the young King of Rome, being spirited off to join his father, whose fortunes she had sworn to share. She herself was fast falling under the influence of the one-eyed Austrian general, Neipperg, just then left a widower, who was soon to be admitted to share her bed. By 1823, she seemed to have entirely forgotten the different members of the Bonaparte family, speaking of her life in France as a bad dream. She obtained the Grand Duchy of Parma, where she reigned till 1847, marrying a third time, it is said, the Count Bommelia, and dying, just too soon to be hunted from her duchy by the Revolution of 1848. There is something very touching in most that we know of the poor young King of Rome, from his childish but strangely prescient resistance to his removal from Paris to Blois on the approach of the Allies in 1814, to the message of remembrance sent in after years to the column of the Place Vendôme, his only friend in Paris. At 4 years of age, Meneval describes him as gentle, but quick in answering, strong, and with excellent health. Light curly hair in ringlets set off a fresh face, while fine blue eyes lit up his regular features. He was precociously intelligent and knew more than most children older than himself. When Meneval, the former secretary of his father, giving up his post in Austria with Maria Louisa, As he was about to rejoin, Napoleon took farewell of the prince in May 1815. The poor little motherless child drew me towards the window, and, giving me a touching look, said in a low tone, "Monsieur Meva, tell him, Napoleon, that I always love him dearly." We say motherless because Maria Louisa seems to have yielded up her child at the dictates of policy to be closely guarded as easily as she gave up her husband. "If," wrote Madame de Montesquieu, his governess, "the child had a mother, I would leave him in her hands and be happy, but she is nothing like a mother. She is more indifferent to his fate than the most utter stranger in her service." His grandfather, the Emperor Francis, to do him justice, seems to have been really kind to the lad, and while in 1814, 1816, and in 1830, taking care to deprive him of all chance of his glorious inheritance, still seems to have cared for him personally, and to have been always kind to him. There is no truth in the story that the Austrians neglected his education and connived at the ruin of his faculties. Both his tutor, the Count Maurice Dietrichstein, and Marshal Marmont, who conversed with him in 1831, agree in speaking highly of him as full of promise. Marmont's evidence being especially valuable as showing that the Austrians did not object to the Duke of Reichstadt, as he had been created by his grandfather in 1818, learning all he could of his father's life from one of the marshals. In 1830, one Marmont describes him, "I recognized his father's look in him, and in that he most resembled Napoleon. His eyes, not so large as those of Napoleon and sunk deeper in their sockets, had the same expression, the same fire, the same energy. His forehead was like that of his father, and so was the lower part of his face and his chin. Then his complexion was that of Napoleon in his youth, with the same pallor and the same color of the skin, but all the rest of his face recalled his mother and the House of Austria. He was taller than Napoleon by about 3 inches. As long as the Duke lived, his name was naturally the rallying point of the Bonapartes, and was mentioned in some of the many conspiracies against the Bourbons. In 1830, Joseph Bonaparte tried to get the sanction of the Austrians to his nephew being put forward as a claimant to the throne of France, vacant by the flight of Charles X, but they held their captive firmly. A very interesting passage is given in the Memoirs of Charles Greville, who says that Prince Esterhazy told him a great deal about the Duke of Reichstadt, who, if he had lived, would have probably played a great part in the world. He died of a premature decay, brought on, apparently, by overexertion and overexcitement. His talents were very conspicuous. He was pétri d'ambition, worshipped the memory of his father, and for that reason never liked his mother. His thoughts were incessantly turned towards France, and when he heard of the Days of July overthrow of Charles X, he said, "Why was I not there to take my chance?" He evinced great affection and gratitude to his grandfather, who, while he scrupulously observed all his obligations towards Louis Philippe, could not help feeling a secret pride in the aspiring genius of Napoleon's son. He was well educated, and day and night pored over the history of his father's glorious career. He delighted in military exercises, and not only shone at the head of his regiment, but had already acquired the hereditary art of ingratiating himself with the soldiers. Esterhazy went on to describe how the Duke abandoned everything at a ball when he met their marshals Marmont and Mason. He had no eyes or ears but for them. From 9 in the evening to 5 the next morning, he devoted himself to these marshals. There was the true Napoleonic ring in his answer to advice given by Marmont when the Duke said that he would not allow himself to be put forward by the sovereigns of Europe. The son of Napoleon should be too great to serve as an instrument, and in events of that nature, I wish not to be an advanced guard, but a reserve that is, to come as a succor, recalling great memories. His death in 1832, on the 22d of July, the anniversary of the Battle of Salamanca, solved many questions. Metternich visited the Duke on his deathbed. It was a heartrending sight. I never remember to have seen a more mournful picture of decay. When Francis was told of the death of his grandson, he answered, "I look upon the Duke's death as a blessing for him. Whether it be detrimental or otherwise to the public good, I do not know. As for myself, I shall ever lament the loss of my grandson." Josephine was in her grave at Rouen when Napoleon returned. She had died on the 29th of May 1814 at Malmaison while the Allies were exhibiting themselves in Paris. It seems hard that she should not have lived to enjoy a triumph, however brief, over her Austrian rival. She, at least, said Napoleon truly, would never have abandoned me. Josephine's daughter, Hortense, separated from her husband, Louis Bonaparte, and created Duchess of Saint-Leu by Louis Roman XVIII, was in Paris, much suspected by the Bourbons, but really engaged in a lawsuit with her husband about the custody of her sons. She had to go into hiding when the news of the landing arrived, but her empty house, left unwatched, became very useful for receiving the Bonapartists, who wished for a place of concealment, amongst them, as we shall see, being of all people Fauvelet. Hortense was met by Napoleon with some reproaches for accepting a title from the Bourbons, but she did the honors of the Élysée for him, and it is creditable to both of them that, braving the vile slanders about their intercourse, she was with him to the end, and that one of the last persons to embrace him at Malmaison before he started for the coast was his adopted daughter, the child of his discarded wife. Hortense's presence in Paris was thought to be too dangerous by the Prussian governor, and she was peremptorily ordered to leave. An appeal to the Emperor Francis received a favorable answer, but Francis always gave way where any act against his son-in-law was in question, and she had to start at the shortest notice on a wandering life to Aix, Baden, and Constance, till the generosity of the small but brave canton of Thurgau enabled her to get a resting place at the chateau of Ehrenberg. In 1831, she lost her second son, the eldest then surviving, who died from fever in a revolutionary attempt in which he and his younger brother, the future Napoleon, Roman III, were engaged. She was able to visit France incognito and even to see Louis Philippe and his queen, but her presence in the country was soon thought dangerous, and she was urged to leave. In 1836, Hortense's last child, Louis Napoleon, made his attempt at an émule at Strasbourg and was shipped off to America by the government. She went to France to plead for him, and then, worn out by grief and anxiety, returned to Ehrenberg, which her son, the future emperor, only succeeded in reaching in time to see her die in October 1837. She was laid with Josephine at Rouen. Hortense's brother, Prince Eugene, the Viceroy of Italy, was at Vienna when Napoleon returned, and fell under the suspicion of the Allies of having informed the emperor of the intention of removing him from Elba. He was detained in Bavaria by his father-in-law, the king, to whose court he retired, and who in 1817 created him Duke of Leuchtenberg and Prince of Eichstätt. With the protection of Bavaria, he actually succeeded in wringing from the Bourbons some 700,000 francs of the property of his mother. A first attack of apoplexy struck him in 1823, and he died from a second in February 1824 at Munich. His descendants have intermarried into the royal families of Portugal, Sweden, Brazil, Russia, and Württemberg. His grandson now, 1884, holds the title of Leuchtenberg. Except Louis, an invalid, all the brothers of the emperor were around him in the Cent-Jours, the supreme effort of their family. Joseph had left Spain after Vittoria and had remained in an uncomfortable and unrecognized state near Paris until in 1814 he was again employed, and when, rightly or not, he urged the retreat of the regency from Paris to Blois. He then took refuge at his chateau of Prangins in the Canton Vaud in Switzerland, closely watched by the Bourbonists, who dreaded danger from every side except the real point, and who preferred trying to hunt the Bonapartists from place to place, instead of making their life bearable by carrying out the engagements with them. In 1816, escaping from the arrest with which he was threatened, after having written to urge Murat to action with fatal effect, Joseph joined Napoleon in Paris and appeared at the Champ de Mai, sitting also in the Chamber of Peers, but, as before, putting forward ridiculous pretensions as to his inherent right to the peerage, and claiming a special seat. In fact, he never could realize how entirely he owed any position to the brother he wished to treat as an equal. He remained in Paris during the brief campaign, and after Waterloo was concealed in the house of the Swedish ambassador, where his sister-in-law, the Crown Princess of Sweden, the wife of Bernadotte, was living. Muffling, the Prussian governor of Paris, wished to arrest him, but as the governor could not violate the domicile of an ambassador, he had to apply to the Tsar, who arranged for the escape of the ex-king before the governor could seize him. Joseph went to the coast, pretty much following the route of Napoleon. He was arrested once at Saints, but was allowed to proceed, and he met his brother on the 4th of July at Rochefort. It is significant as to the possibility of the escape of Napoleon that Joseph succeeded in getting on the brig Commerce as M. Bouchard. And though the ship was thrice searched by the English, he got to New York on the 28th of August, where he was mistaken for Carnot. He was well received, and taking the title of Comte de Survilliers, he first lived at Lansdowne, Fairmount Park, Philadelphia, where he afterwards always passed part of the year while he was in America. He also bought the property of Point Breeze at Bordentown on the Delaware, where he built a house with a fine view of the river. This first house was burnt down, but he erected another, where he lived in some state and in great comfort, displaying his jewels and pictures to his admiring neighbors and showing kindness to impecunious nephews. The news of the Revolution of July in 1830, which drove Charles X from the throne, excited Joseph's hopes for the family of which he considered himself the regent, and he applied to Metternich to get the Austrian government to allow or assist in the placing his nephew, the Duke of Reichstadt, on the throne of France. Austria would not even answer. In July 1832, Joseph crossed to England, where he met Lucian, just arrived from Italy, bringing the news of the death of his nephew. Disappointed, he stayed in England for some time, but returned to America in 1836. He finally left America and again came to England, where he had a paralytic stroke, and in 1843 he went to Florence, where he met his wife after a long separation. Joseph lived long enough to see the two attempts of another nephew, Louis Napoleon, at Strasbourg in 1836 and at Boulogne in 1840, which seemed to have been undertaken without his knowledge and to have much surprised him. He died in Florence in 1844. His body was buried first in Santa Croce, Florence, but was removed to the Invalids in 1864. His wife, the ex-queen, had retired in 1815 to Frankfurt and to Brussels, where she was well received by the king, William, and where she stayed till 1823, when she went to Florence, dying there in 1845. Her monument is in the Cappella Riccardi, Santa Croce, Florence. Lucian had retired to Rome in 1804 on the creation of the empire and had continued embroiled with his brother, partly from his so-called republican principles, but chiefly from his adhering to his marriage, his second one with Madame Jauberthon, a union which Napoleon steadily refused to acknowledge, offering Lucian anything, a kingdom or the hand of a queen, if we take Lucian's account, if he would only consent to the annulment of the contract. In August 1810, affecting uneasiness as Napoleon stretched his power over Rome, Lucian embarked for America, but he was captured by the English and taken, first to Malta and then to England, where he passed the years till 1814 in a sort of honorable captivity, first at Ludlow and then at Thorngrove, not far from that town. In 1814 Lucian was released, when he went to Rome, where he was welcomed by the kindly old pope, who remembered the benefits conferred by Napoleon on the church, while he forgot the injuries personal to himself. And the stiff-necked republican, the one-time Brutus, Bonaparte, accepted the title of Duke of Musignano and Prince of Canino. In 1815, Lucian joined his brother, whom he wished to abdicate at the Champ de Mai in favor of the King of Rome, placing his sword only at the disposal of France. This step was seriously debated, but though it might have placed the Allies in a more difficult position, it would certainly have been disregarded by them, at least unless some great victory had given the dynasty firmer footing. After Waterloo, he was in favor of a dissolution of the Chambers, but Napoleon had become hopeless and almost apathetic, while Lucian himself, from his former connection with the 18th and 19th Brumaire, was looked on with great distrust by the Chambers, as indeed he was by his brother. Advantage was taken of his Roman title to taunt him with not being a Frenchman, and all his efforts failed. At the end he fled, and failing to cross to England or to get to Rochefort, he reached Turin on the 12th of July only to find himself arrested. He remained there till the 15th of September, when he was allowed to go to Rome. There he was interned and carefully watched. Indeed, in 1817, the Pope had to intervene to prevent his removal to the north of Germany, so anxious were the Allies as to the safety of the puppet they had put on the throne of France. The death of Napoleon in 1821 released Lucian and the Bonaparte family from the constant surveillance exercised over them till then. In 1830 he bought a property, the Croce del Biaco, near Bologna. The flight of the elder branch of the Bourbons from France in 1830 raised his hopes, and as already said, he went to England in 1832 to meet Joseph and to plan some step for raising Napoleon Roman II to the throne. The news of the death of his nephew dashed all the hopes of the family, and after staying in England for some time, he returned to Italy, dying at Viterbo in 1840 and being buried at Canino, where also his second wife lies. Lucian had a taste for literature and was the author of several works, which a kindly posterity will allow to die. Louis Bonaparte had fled from his Kingdom of Holland in 1810, after a short reign of 4 years, disgusted with being expected to study the interests of the brother to whom he owed his throne, and with being required to treat his wife Hortense with ordinary consideration. He had taken refuge in Austria, putting that court in great anxiety how to pay him the amount of attention to be expected by the brother of the emperor, and at the same time the proper coldness Napoleon might wish shown to a royal deserter. Thanks to the suggestions of Metternich, they seem to have been successful in this task. Taking the title of Comte de Saint-Len from an estate in France, Louis went first to Toplitz, then to Graz, and in 1813 he took refuge in Switzerland. In 1814 he went to Rome, and then to Florence, where the Grand Duke Ferdinand received any of the family who came there with great kindness. Louis was the least interesting of the family, and it is difficult to excuse his absence from France in 1815. After all, the present of a kingdom is not such an unpardonable offense as to separate brothers forever, and Napoleon seems to have felt deeply the way in which he was treated by a brother to whom he had acted as a father. Still, ill health and the natural selfishness of invalids may account for much. While his son Louis Napoleon was flying about making his attempts on France, Louis remained in the Roman palace of the French Academy, sunk in anxiety about his religious state. He disclaimed his son's proceedings, but this may have been due to the Pope, who sheltered him. Anyhow, it is strange to mark the difference between the father and his 2 sons who came of age, and who took to revolution so kindly. In 1846, Louis was ill at Leghorn when his son escaped from Ham, where he had been imprisoned after his Boulogne attempt. Passports were refused to the son to go from Italy to his father, and Louis died alone on the 25th of July, 1846. He was buried at Santa Croce, Florence, but the body was afterwards removed to the village church of Saint Leu Taverny, rebuilt by his son Napoleon Roman III. Jerome, the youngest of the whole family, the middy, as Napoleon liked to call him, had been placed in the navy, in which profession he passed as having distinguished himself, after leaving his admiral in rather a peculiar manner, by attacking an English convoy, and eventually escaping the English by running into the port of Concarneau, believed to be inaccessible. At that time, it was an event for a French man-of-war to reach home. Jerome had incurred the anger of Napoleon by marrying a beautiful young lady of Baltimore, a Micah Patterson, but more obedient than Lucian, he submitted to have this marriage annulled by his all-powerful brother. And in reward, he received the brand-new kingdom of Westphalia and the hand of a daughter of the King of Württemberg, the cleverest king in Europe, according to Napoleon. Jerome is said to have ruled rather more as a Heliogabalus than a Solomon, but the new kingdom had the advantage of starting with good administrators and with the example of the Code. In 1812, Jerome was given the command of the right wing of the Grand Army in its advance against Russia, but he did not fulfill the expectations of his brother, and Davoust took the command instead. Every king feels himself a born general. Whatever else they cannot do, war is an art which comes with the crown, and Jerome, unwilling to serve under a mere marshal, withdrew in disgust. In 1813, he had the good feeling and the good sense to refuse the treacherous offer of the Allies to allow him to retain his kingdom, if he joined them against his brother, a snare his sister Caroline fell into at Naples. On the downfall of Napoleon, Jerome, as the Count of Graz, went to Switzerland, and then to Graz and Trieste. His wife, the ex-Queen Catherine, fell into the hands of Maubreuil, the officer sent on a mysterious mission, believed to be intended for the murder of Napoleon, but which only resulted in the robbery of the Queen's jewels and of some 80,000 francs. The jewels were for the most part recovered, being fished up from the bed of the Seine, but not the cash. In 1815, Jerome joined his brother and appeared at the Champ de Mai. A true Bonaparte, his vanity was much hurt, however, by having a real king to sit on the back seat of the carriage, while his elder brother Lucian, a mere Roman prince, occupied a seat of honor by the side of Napoleon. In the Waterloo campaign, he was given the 6th Division, forming part of Rile's corps, General Guilleminot being sent with him to prevent any of the awkwardnesses of 1812. His division was engaged with the Prussians on the 15th of June, and at Quatre Bras he was severely wounded. At Waterloo, his division formed the extreme left of the French infantry, opposite Hougoumont, and was engaged in the struggle for that post. Whatever his failings may have been, he is acknowledged to have fought gallantly. After the battle, he was given the command of the army by his brother, and was told to cover the retreat to Laon, which he reached on the 21st of June, with 18,000 infantry, 3,000 cavalry, and 2 batteries which he had rallied. This, be it observed, is a larger force than Ney told the Chambers even Grouchy, none of whose men are included, could have, and Jerome's strength had swollen to 25,000 infantry and 6,000 cavalry when he handed over the army to Soult at Laon. Napoleon had intended to leave Jerome with the command of the army, but he eventually took him to Paris. When Napoleon left the country, Jerome was assured by the ambassador of Württemberg that he would find a refuge in the dominions of his father-in-law. But when he arrived there, he was informed that if he did not wish to be, according to the original intentions of the Allies, handed over to the Prussians, and separated from his wife, he must sign an engagement to remain in Württemberg under strict surveillance. He was then imprisoned at Göppingen, and afterwards at Ellwangen, where he was not even allowed to write or receive letters except through the captain of the chateau. Part of Jerome's troubles came from the conduct of his wife Catherine, who had the idea that, as she had been given in marriage by her father to Jerome, as she had lived for 7 years as his wife, and as she had borne a child to him, she was really his wife, and bound to remain with him in his misfortunes. The royal family of Württemberg, however, following the illustrious example of that of Austria, looked on her past life as a mere state of concubinage, useful to the family, and to be respected while her husband could retain his kingdom, but which should end the moment there was nothing more to be gained from Napoleon or his brother. It was all proper and decorous to retain the title of King of Württemberg, which the former Duke and then Elector had owed to the exile of St. Helena, but King Frederick, and still less his son William, who succeeded him in 1816, could not comprehend Catherine's clinging to her husband when he had lost his kingdom. "I was a queen, I am still a wife and mother," wrote the princess to her disgusted father. Another complaint against this extraordinary princess was that she actually saw Las Cases on his return from St. Helena, and thus obtained news of the exile. After constant ill treatment, Jerome and his wife, as the Count and Countess of Montfort, a rank the King of Württemberg afterwards raised to prince, were allowed to proceed to Hainburg near Vienna, then to Florence, and later to Trieste, where Jerome was when his sister Elissa died. In 1823 they were permitted to go to Rome, and in 1835 they went to Lausanne, where his true-hearted wife died the same year. Jerome went to Florence and lived to see the revival of the empire and to once more enjoy the rank of a French prince. He died in 1860 at the Château of Villegenies in France and was buried in the Invalides. The mother of the emperor, Laetitia, in 1814, had retained her title of Imperatrice Mère and had retired to Rome. She then went to Elba in June and stayed there with her daughter Pauline until Napoleon had sailed for France. On 2 March 1814, she went from Elba to San Vincenzo near Leghorn, and then to Rome. Her son sent a frigate for her, the Melpomene, which was captured by the English Rivali. Another vessel, the Dryade, brought her to France, and she joined Napoleon in Paris. We must have a regard for this simple old lady, who is always careful and saving, only half believing in the stability of the empire, and like a true mother, always most attentive to the most unfortunate of her children. Her life had been full of startling changes, and it must have been strange for the woman who had been hunted out of Corsica, flying from her house just in time to save her life from the adherents of Pauli, to find herself in grandeur in Paris. She saw her son just before he left, as she thought, for America, and then retired to the Rinuccini, now the Bonaparte Palace at Rome, where she died in 1836. She had been anxious to join Napoleon at St. Helena, and had refused, as long as Napoleon was alive, to forgive her daughter Caroline, the wife of Murat, for her abandonment of her brother. She was buried at Albano. Letitia's youngest daughter, the beautiful but frail Pauline, Duchess of Guastalla, married first to General Leclerc, and then to Prince Camille Bourgel, was at Nice when her brother abdicated in 1814. She retired with her mother to Rome, and in October 1814 went to Elba, staying there till Napoleon left, except when she was sent to Naples with a message of forgiveness for Murat. There was a characteristic scene between her and Colonel Campbell when the English commissioner arrived to find Napoleon gone. Pauline professed ignorance till the last of her brother's intentions, and pressed the colonel's hand to her heart that he might feel how agitated she was. She did not appear to be so, says the battered old colonel, who seems to have been proof against her charms. She then went to Rome, and later to Pisa. Her health was failing, and unable to join her brother in France, she sent him her only means of assistance, her jewels, which were captured at Waterloo. Her offer to go to St. Helena, repeated several times, was never accepted by Napoleon. She died in 1825 at Florence, from consumption, reconciled to her husband, from whom she had been separated since 1807. She was buried at Sta Maria Maggiore, Rome. Elisa, the eldest sister of Napoleon, the former Grand Duchess of Tuscany, which duchy she had ruled well, being a woman of considerable talent, was the first of all to die. In 1814 she had been forced to fly from her government, and accompanied by her husband, she had attempted to reach France. Finding herself cut off by the Austrians, she took shelter with Augereau's army and then returned to Italy. She took the title of Comtesse de Campignana and retired to Trieste, near which town, at the Château of St. Andrea, under a wearisome surveillance she expired in 1820, watched by her husband, Felix Bisiacchi, and her sister Caroline. Her monument is in the Bacciacchi Chapel in San Petronio, Bologna. Caroline, the wife of Murat, was the only one of the family untrue to Napoleon. Very ambitious, and forgetting how completely she owed her kingdom of Naples to her brother, she had urged Murat in 1814 to separate from Napoleon, and, still worse, to attack Eugene, who held the north of Italy against the Austrians. She relied on the formal treaty with Austria that Murat should retain his kingdom of Naples, and she may also have trusted to the good offices of her former admirer Metternich. When the Congress of Vienna met, the French minister, Talleyrand, at once began to press for the removal of Murat. A trifling treaty was not considered an obstacle to the heaven-sent deliverers of Europe, and Murat, believing his fate sealed, hearing of Napoleon's landing, and urged on by a misleading letter from Joseph Bonaparte, at once marched to attack the Austrians. He was easily routed by the Austrians under Neipperg, the future husband of Maria Louisa. Murat fled to France, and Caroline first took refuge in an English man-o'-war, the Tremendous, being promised a free passage to England. She was, however, handed over to the Austrians, who kept her in confinement at Hainburg near Vienna. In October 1815, Murat landed in Calabria in a last wild attempt to recover his throne. He was arrested and immediately shot. After his murder, Caroline, taking the title of Countess of Lipona, an anagram of Napoli, was permitted to retire to Trieste with Elisa, Jerome, and his wife. Caroline was almost without means of existence, the Neapolitan Bourbons refusing even to give up the property she had brought there. She married a General MacDonald. When Hortense was buried at Rouen, Caroline obtained permission to attend the sad ceremony. In 1838, she went to France to try to obtain a pension, and succeeded in getting one of 100,000 francs. She died from cancer in the stomach in 1839 and was buried in the Campo Santo, Bologna. Cardinal Fesch, the half-uncle of Napoleon, the Archbishop of Lyon, who had fallen into disgrace with Napoleon for taking the side of the Pope and refusing to accept the See of Paris, to which he was nominated by Napoleon, had retired to Rome in 1814, where he remained till the return of Napoleon, when he went to Paris and accepted a peerage. After Waterloo, he again sought the protection of the Pope, and he remained at Rome till his death in 1839, a few days before Caroline Bonaparte's. He was buried in S. Lorenzo in Lucina, Rome. He had for years been a great collector of pictures, of which he left a large number, 1,200, to the town of Ajaccio. The cardinal, buying at the right time when few men had either enough leisure or money to think of pictures, got together a most valuable collection. This was sold in 1840-40 for at Rome. Its contents now form some of the greatest treasures in the galleries of Dudley House and of the Marquis of Hertford, now Sir Richard Wallace's. In a large collection, there are generally some daubs, but it is an amusing instance of party spirit to find the value of his pictures run down by men who are unwilling to allow anyone connected with Napoleon to have even taste in art. He always refused the demands of the Restoration that he should resign his See of Leon, though under Louis Philippe he offered to do so and leave his pictures to France if the Bonaparte family were allowed to enter France. This was refused. It can hardly be denied that the fate of the Bonapartes was a hard one. Napoleon had been undisputed sovereign of France for 14 years. Louis had been king of Holland for 4 years. Jerome was king of Westphalia for 6 years. Caroline was queen of Naples for 7 years. If Napoleon had forfeited all his rights by leaving Elba after the conditions of his abdication had been broken by the Allies, still, there was no reason why the terms stipulated for the other members of the family should not have been carried out, or at least an ordinary income ensured to them. With all Napoleon's faults, he was always ready to shower wealth on the victims of his policy. The sovereigns of the continent had courted and intermarried with the Bonapartes in the fame of that family's grandeur. There was neither generosity nor wisdom in treating them as so many criminals the moment fortune had declared against them. The conduct of the Allies was not influenced simply by the principle of legitimacy, for the King of Saxony only kept his throne by the monarchs falling out over the spoil. If sovereigns were to be respected as of divine appointment, it was not well to make their existence only depend on the fate of war. Nothing in the history of the Cent-Jours is more strange than the small part played in it by the marshals, the very men who are so identified in our minds with the emperor, that we might have expected to find that brilliant band playing a most prominent part in his last great struggle, no longer for mere victory, but for very existence. In recording how the Guard came up the fatal hill at Waterloo for their last combat, it would seem but natural to have to give a long roll of the old historic names as leading or at least accompanying them. And the reader is apt to ask, where were the men whose very titles recalled such glorious battlefields, such achievements, and such rewards showered down by the man who, almost alone at the end of the day, rode forward to invite that death from which it was such cruel kindness to save him? Only 3 marshals were in Belgium in 1815, and even of them one did but count his promotion from that very year. So it is but natural for French writers to dream of what might have been the course of the battle if Murat's plume had waved with the cavalry, if Mortier had been with the Guard, and if Davoust or one of his tried brethren had taken the place of Grouchy. There is, however, little real ground for surprise at this absence of the marshals. Death, time, and hardships had all done their work amongst that grand array of commanders. Some were old men, veterans of the Revolutionary Wars, when first created marshals in 1804. Others, such as Massena, were now but the wreck of themselves. And even before 1812, Napoleon had been struck with the failing energy of some of his original companions. Indeed, it might have been better for him if he had in 1813, as he half resolved, cast away his dislike to new faces, and fought his last desperate campaigns with younger men who still had fortunes to win, leaving Berthier to hunt at Grosbois, and the other marshals to enjoy their well-deserved rest in their splendid hotels at Paris. Davoust, Duke of Auerstadt, Prince of Eckmühl, whose name should be properly spelt Devout, was one of the principal personages at the end of the Cent-Jours. Strict and severe, having his corps always in good order, and displaying more character than most of the military men under Napoleon, one is apt to believe that the conqueror at Auerstadt bade fair to be the most prominent of all the marshals. In 1814, he had returned from defending Hamburg to find himself under a cloud of accusations, and the Bourbons ungenerously and unwisely left him undefended for acts which they must have known were part of his duty as governor of a besieged place. At the time, he was attacked as if his first duty was not to hold the place for France, but to organize a system of outdoor relief for the neighboring population, and to surrender as soon as he had exhausted the money in the government chest and the provisions in the government stores. Sore and discontented, practically proscribed, still Davoust would not join in the too hasty enterprise of the brothers Lallemande, who wished him to lead the military rising on the approach of Napoleon. But he was with the emperor on the day after his arrival in Paris. Davoust might have expected high command in the army, but, to his annoyance, Napoleon fixed on him as war minister. For several years, the war minister had been little more than a clerk, and neither had nor was expected to have much influence with the army. Napoleon now wanted a man of tried devotion, and of stern enough character to overawe the capital and the restless spirits in the army. Much against his will, Davoust was therefore forced to content himself with the organization of the forces being hastily raised, but he chafed in his position. And it is characteristic of him that Napoleon was eventually forced to send him the most formal orders before the surly minister would carry out the emperor's unlucky intention of giving a command to Bourmont, whom Davoust strongly and rightly suspected of treachery. When Napoleon left, the capital, Davoust became its governor, and held his post unmoved by the intrigues of the Republicans and the Royalists. When Napoleon returned from the great disaster, Davoust gave his voice for the only wise policy resistance and the prorogation of the factious chambers. On the abdication of Napoleon, the provisional government necessarily gave Davoust the command of the army, which was concentrated round Paris. If Davoust had restricted himself less closely to his duty as a soldier, if he had taken more on himself, with the 100,000 men he soon had under him, he might have saved France from much of her subsequent humiliation, or at least he might have preserved the lives of Ney and of the brave men whom the Bourbons afterwards butchered. Outwitted by Fauvelet, and unwilling to face the hostility of the Chambers, Davoust at last consented to the capitulation of Paris, though he first gave the Prussian cavalry a sharp lesson. While many of his comrades were engaged in the great struggle for favor or safety, the stern marshal gave up his ministry, and, doing the last service in his power to France, stopped all further useless bloodshed by withdrawing the army, no easy task in their then humor, behind the Loire, where he kept what the Royalists called the brigands of the Loire in subjection till relieved by MacDonald. He was the only one of the younger marshals who had not been tried in Spain, and so far he was fortunate. But though he was not popular with the army, his character and services seemed to point him out as the most fit of all the marshals for an independent command. Had Napoleon been successful in 1812, Davoust was to have received the viceroyalty of Poland, and he would probably have left a higher name in history than the other men placed by Napoleon to rule over his outlying kingdoms. In any case, it was fortunate for France and for the Allies that a man of his character ruled the army after Napoleon abdicated. There would otherwise have been wild work round Paris, as it was only with the greatest difficulty and by the force of his authority and example that Davoust succeeded in getting the army to withdraw from the capital and to gradually adopt the white cockade. When superseded by MacDonald, he had done a work no other man could have accomplished. He protested against the proscription, but it was too late. His power had departed. In 1819, he was forgiven for his services to France and was made a peer, but he died in 1823, only 53 years old. Among the marshals who gave an active support to Napoleon, Ney takes the leading part in most eyes, if it were only for his fate, which is too well known for much to be said here concerning it. In 1815, Ney was commanding in Franche-Comté, and was called up to Paris and ordered to go to Besançon to march so as to take Napoleon in flank. He started off, not improbably using the rough brags afterwards attributed to him as most grievous sins, such as that he would bring back Napoleon in an iron cage. It had been intended to have sent the Duc de Berry, the second son of the Comte d'Artois, with Ney, and it was most unfortunate for the marshal that this was not done. There can be no possible doubt that Ney spoke and acted in good faith when he left Paris. One point alone seems decisive of this. Ney found under him in command, as general of division, Bourmont, an officer of well-known royalist opinions, who had at one time served with the Vendean insurgents, and who afterwards deserted Napoleon just before Waterloo, although he had entreated to be employed in the campaign. Not only did Ney leave Bourmont in command, but, requiring another divisional general, instead of selecting a Bonapartist, he urged Leclerc to leave his retirement and join him. Now, though Leclerc was a distinguished general, specially famed for mountain warfare, witness his services in 1799 among the Alps above Lucerne, he had been long left unemployed by Napoleon on account of his strong republican opinions and his sympathy with Moreau. These two generals, Bourmont and Leclerc, the two arms of Ney as commander, through whom alone he could communicate with the troops, he not only kept with him, but consulted to the last before he declared for Napoleon. This would have been too dangerous a thing for a tricky politician to have attempted as a blind, but Ney was well known to be only too frank and impulsive. Had the Duc de Berry gone with him, had Ney carried with him such a gauge of the intention of the Bourbons to defend their throne, it is probable that he would have behaved like MacDonald, and it is certain that he would have had no better success. The Bonapartists themselves dreaded what they called the wrong-headedness of Ney. It was, however, thought better to keep the Duc de Berry in safety. Ney found himself put forward singly, as it were, to oppose the man whom all France was joining. He found, as did every officer sent on a similar mission, that the soldiers were simply waiting to meet Napoleon. And while the princes sought security, while the soldiers plotted against their leaders, came the calls of the emperor in the old trumpet tone. The eagle was to fly Ney, it was flying from tower to tower, and victory was advancing with a rush. Was Ney to be the one man to shoot down his old leader? Could he, as he asked, stop the sea with his hands on his trial his subordinate Bourmont, who had by that time shown his devotion to the Bourbons by sacrificing his military honor, and deserting to the Allies, was asked whether Ney could have got the soldiers to act against the emperor. He could only suggest that if Ney had taken a musket and himself charged, the men would have followed his example. "Still," said Bourmont, "I would not dare to affirm that he, the marshal, would have won." And who was Ney to charge? We know how Napoleon approached the forces sent to oppose him. He showed himself alone in the front of his own troops. Was Ney to deliberately kill his old commander? Was any general ever expected to undergo such a test? And can it be believed that the soldiers who carried off the reluctant Audinot and chased the flying MacDonald had such a reverence for the Rougeot, as they called him, that they would have stood by while he committed this murder? The whole idea is absurd. As Ney himself said at his trial, they would have pulverized him. Undoubtedly, the honorable course for Ney would have been to have left his corps when he lost control over them, but to urge, as was done afterwards, that he had acted on a preconceived scheme, and that his example had such weight was only malicious falsehood. The emperor himself knew well how little he owed to the free will of his marshal, and he soon had to send him from Paris, as Ney, sore at heart, and discontented with himself and with both sides, uttered his mind with his usual freedom. Ney was first ordered to inspect the frontier from Dunkirk to Bâle, and was then allowed to go to his home. He kept so aloof from Napoleon that when he appeared on the Champ de Mai, the emperor affected surprise, saying that he thought Ney had emigrated. At the last moment, Marshal Mortier fell ill. Ney had already been sent for. He hurried up, buying Mortier's horses, presumably the ill-fated animals who died under him at Waterloo, and reached the army just in time to be given the command of the left wing. It has been well remarked that the very qualities which made Ney invaluable for defense or for the service of a rear-guard weighed against him in such a combat as Quatre Bras. Splendid as a corps leader, he had not the commander's eye to embrace the field and surmise the strength of the enemy at a glance. At Bautzen in 1818, his staff had been unable to prevent him from leaving the route which would have brought him on the very rear of the enemy, because seeing the foe, and unable to resist the desire of returning their fire, he turned off to engage immediately. At Quatre Bras, not seeing the force he was engaged with, believing he had the whole English army on his hands from the first, he let himself at the beginning of the day be imposed upon by a mere screen of troops. We cannot here go into Ney's behavior at Waterloo, except to point out that too little importance is generally given to the fact of the English cavalry, having, in a happy moment, fallen on, and destroyed the artillery which was being brought up to sweep the English squares at close quarters. At Waterloo, as in so many other combats, the account of Ney's behavior more resembles that of a Homeric hero than of a modern general. To the ideal commander of today, watching the fight at a distance, calmly weighing its course, undisturbed except by distant random shots, it is strange to compare Ney staggering through the gate of Königsberg all covered with blood. Smoke and snow, musket in hand, announcing himself as the rear guard of France, or appearing, a second Achilles, on the ramparts of Smolensk to encourage the yielding troops on the glacis, or amidst the flying troops at Waterloo, with uncovered head and broken sword, black with powder, on foot, his fifth horse killed under him, knowing that life, honor, and country were lost, still hoping against hope and attempting one more last desperate rally. If he had died, there what a glorious tomb might have risen, glorious for France as well as for him, with the simple inscription, "The bravest of the brave." Early on the 19th June, a small band of officers retreating from the field found Ney asleep at Marchiennes, the first repose he had had for 4 days, and they did not disturb him for orders. And indeed, what order could Marshal Ney have given? The disaster of the day, the overwhelming horror of the flight of the beaten army, simply crushed Ney morally as well as physically. Rising in the chambers, he denounced all attempt at further resistance. He did not know, he would not believe that Grouchy was safe and that the army was fast rallying. Fresh from the field with all its traces on him, the authority of Ney was too great for the government. Frightened friends, plotting royalists, echoed the wild words of Ney brave only against physical dangers. Instead of dying on the battlefield, he had lived to ensure the return of the Bourbons, the fall of Bonaparte, his own death, and the ruin of France. Before his exception from the amnesty was known, Ney left Paris on the 6th of July, and went into the country with but little attempt at concealment and with formal passports from Fauvelet. The capitulation of Paris seemed to cover him, and he was so little aware of the thirst of the royalists for his blood that he let his presence be known by leaving about a splendid saber, presented to him by the emperor on his marriage, and recognized by mere report by an old soldier as belonging to Ney or Murat. And Ney himself let into the house the party sent to arrest him on the 5th of August, and actually refused the offer of Excelmans, through whose troops he passed, to set him free. No one at the time, except the wretched refugees of Ghent, could have suspected, after the capitulation, that there was any special danger for Ney, and it is very difficult to see on what principle the Bourbons chose their victims or intended victims. Drouot, for example, had never served Louis Roman XVIII. He had never worn the white cockade. He had left France with Napoleon for Elba and had served the emperor there. In 1815, he had fought under his own sovereign. After Waterloo, he had exerted all his great influence, the greater from his position, to induce the Guard to retire behind the Loire and to submit to the Bourbons. It was because Davoust so needed him that Drouot remained with the army. Still, Drouot was selected for death, but the evidence of his position was too strong to enable the court to condemn him. Cambronne, another selection, had also gone with Napoleon to Elba. Savory, another selection, had, as was eventually acknowledged, only joined Napoleon when he was in full possession of the reins of government. Bertrand, who was condemned while at St. Helena, was in the same position as Drouot. In fact, if anyone were to draw up a list of probable proscriptions and compare it with those of the 24th of July 1815, there would probably be few names common to both except Labdier, Mouton Duvernet, etc. The truth is that the Bourbons, and, to do them justice, still more the rancorous band of mediocrities who surrounded them, thirsted for blood. Even they could feel the full ignominy of the flight to Ghent. While they had been chanting the glories of the Restoration, the devotion of the people, the valor of the princes, Napoleon had landed. The Restoration had vanished like a bad dream, and the princes were the first to lead the way to the frontier. To protest that there had been a conspiracy, and that the conspirators must suffer, was the only possible cloak for the shame of the royalists, who could not see that the only conspiracy was the universal one of the nation against the miserable men who knew not how to govern a high-spirited people. Ney, arrested on the 5th of August, was first brought before a military court on the 9th of November composed of Marshal Jourdan, president, Marshals Massena, Augereau, and Mortier, Lieutenants General Gazin, Clapard, and Villat members. Moncey had refused to sit, and Massena urged to the court his own quarrels with Ney in Spain to get rid of the task, but was forced to remain. Defended by both the barriers, Ney unfortunately denied the jurisdiction of the court-martial over him as a peer. In all probability, the military court would have acquitted him, too glad at the moment to be free from the trial of their old comrade. Not understanding the danger of the proceeding, the court, by a majority of 5 against 2, declared themselves non-competent, and on the 21st of November Ney was sent before the Chamber of Peers, which condemned him on the 6th of December. To beg the life of his brave adversary would have been such an obvious act of generosity on the part of the Duke of Wellington that we may be pardoned for examining his reasons for not interfering. First, the Duke seems to have laid weight on the fact that if Ney had believed the capitulation had covered him, he would not have hidden. Now, even before Ney knew of his exception from the amnesty, to appear in Paris would have been a foolish piece of bravado. Further, the royalist reaction was in full vigor, and when the royalist mobs, with the connivance of the authorities, were murdering Marshal Brune and attacking any prominent adherents of Napoleon, it was hardly the time for Ney to travel in full pomp. It cannot be said that, apart from the capitulation, the Duke had no responsibility. Generally, a government executing a prisoner may, with some force, if rather brutally, urge that the fact of their being able to try and execute him in itself shows their authority to do so. The Bourbons could not even use this argument. If the Allies had evacuated France, Louis le Désiré would have ordered his carriage and have been at the frontier before they had reached it. If Frenchmen actually fired the shots which killed Ney, the Allies at least shared the responsibility with the French government. Lastly, it would seem that the Duke would have asked for the life of Ney if the king, clever at such small artifices, had not purposely affected a temporary coldness to him. Few men would have been so deterred from asking for the life of a dog. The fact is, the Duke of Wellington was a great general, he was a single-hearted and patriotic statesman, he had 1,000 virtues, but he was never generous. It cannot be said that he simply shared the feelings of his army, for there was preparation among some of his officers to enable Ney to escape, and Ney had to be guarded by men of good position disguised in the uniform of privates. Ney had written to his wife when he joined Napoleon, thinking of the little vexations the royalists loved to inflict on the men who had conquered the continent. "You will no longer weep when you leave the Tuileries." The unfortunate lady wept now as she vainly sought some mercy for her husband. Arrested on the 5th of August, sentenced on the 6th of December, Ney was shot on the 7th of December, and the very manner of his execution shows that, in taking his life, there was much more of revenge than of justice. If Ney were to be shot, it is obvious that it should have been as a high act of justice. If neither the rank nor the services of the criminal were to save him, his death could not be too formal, too solemn, too public. Even an ordinary military execution is always carried out with grave and striking forms. There is a grand parade of the troops, that all may see with their own eyes the last act of the law. After the execution, the troops defile past the body, that all may see the criminal actually dead. There was nothing of all this in the execution of Ney. A few chance passers, in the early morning of the 7th of December 1815, saw a small body of troops waiting by the wall of the garden of the Luxembourg. A fiacre drove up, out of which got Marshal Ney in plain clothes, himself surprised by the everyday aspect of the place. Then, when the officer of the firing party, for such the spectators now knew it to be, saw whom it was he was to fire on, he became, it is said, perfectly petrified, and a peer, one of the judges of Ney, the Duc de la Force, took his place. Ney fell at the first volley with 6 balls in his breast, 3 in the head and neck, and 1 in the arm, and in a quarter of an hour the body was removed. Plain Mitchell Ney, as he had said to the secretary enunciating his title in reading his sentence, plain Mitchell Ney, soon to be a little dust. The communists caught red-handed in the streets of Paris in 1870 died with hardly less formality than was observed at the death scene of the Prince of the Moskwa and Duke of Elchingen, and the truth then became plain. The Bourbons could not, dared not, attempt to carry out the sentence of the law with the forms of the law. The government did not venture to let the troops or the people face the marshal. The forms of the law could not be carried out, the demands of revenge could be. And if this be thought any exaggeration, the proof of the ill effects of this murder, for its form makes it difficult to call it anything else, is ready to our hands. It was impossible to get the public to believe that Ney had really been killed in this manner, and nearly to this day we have had fresh stories recurring of the real Ney being discovered in America. The deed, however, had really been done. The marshals now knew that when the princes fled they themselves must remain to die for the royal cause, and Louis had at last succeeded in preventing his return to his kingdom amongst the baggage wagons of the Allies from being considered as a mere subject for jeers. One detail of the execution of Ney, however, we are told nothing of. We do not know if his widow, like Madame Lebedier, had to pay 3 francs a head to the soldiers of the firing party which shot her husband. Whatever were the faults of the Bourbons, they at least carried out their executions economically. The statesmen of France, distinguished as they were, certainly did not rise to a level with the situation either in 1814 or in 1815. In 1814, it is true, they were almost stunned by the crash of the empire, and little as they foresaw the restoration of the Bourbons, still less could they have anticipated the extraordinary follies which were to be perpetrated. In 1815, there was less excuse for their helplessness, and overwrought as they were by the mass of foes which was pouring on them to complete the disaster of Waterloo. Still, it is disappointing to find that there was no one to seize the helm of power and, confronting the Allies, to stipulate proper terms for France and for the brave men who had fought for her. The steady Davoust was there with his 100,000 men to add weight to their language, and the total helplessness of the older line of the Bourbons had been too evidently displayed to make their return a certainty, so that there is no reason to doubt that a firm-hearted patriot might have saved France from much of the degradation and loss inflicted on her when once the Allies had again got her at their mercy. At the least, the Bourbons might have been deprived of the revenge they sought for in taking some of the best blood of France. Better for Ney and his comrades to have fallen in a last struggle before Paris than to be shot by Frenchmen emboldened by the presence of foreign troops. Talleyrand, the most prominent figure among the statesmen, was away. His absence at Vienna during the First Restoration was undoubtedly the cause of many of the errors then committed. His ability as displayed under Napoleon has been much exaggerated, for, as the Duke of Wellington said, it was easy enough to be foreign minister to a government in military possession of Europe, but at least he was above the petty trivialities and absurdities of the Bourbon court. On the receipt of the news of the landing of Napoleon, he really seems to have believed that the enterprise would immediately end in disaster, and he pressed on the outlawing of the man who had overwhelmed him with riches, and who had, at the worst, left him when in disgrace in quiet possession of all his ill-gotten wealth. But as the power of Napoleon became more and more displayed, as perhaps Talleyrand found that the Austrians were not quite so firm as they wished to be considered, and as he foresaw the possible chances of the Orleans family, he became rather lukewarm in his attention to the king, to whom he had recently been bewailing the hardships of his separation from his loved monarch. He suddenly found that, after a congress, the first duty of a diplomatist was to look after his liver, and Carlsbad offered an agreeable retreat where he could wait till he might congratulate the winner in the struggle. Louis deeply resented this conduct of his foreign minister, and when Talleyrand at last joined him with all his doubts resolved, the king took the first opportunity of dismissing him, leaving the calm Talleyrand for once stuttering with rage. Louis soon, however, found that he was not the free agent he believed. The Allies did not want to have to again replace their puppet on the throne, and they looked on Talleyrand and Fauvelet as the two necessary men. Talleyrand was reinstated immediately and remained for some time at the head of the ministry. He was, however, not the man for parliamentary government, being too careless in business and trying to gain his ends more by clever tricks than straightforward measures. As for the state into which he let the government fall, it was happily characterized by M. Bugnat. "Until now," said he, "we have only known three sorts of governments: the monarchical, the aristocratic, and the republican. Now we have invented a new one, which has never been heard of before: paternal anarchy." In September 1815, the elections to the chamber were bringing in deputies more royalist than the king, and Talleyrand sought to gain popularity by throwing over Fauvelet. To his horror, it appeared that, well contented with this step, the deputies next asked when the former bishop was to be dismissed. Taking advantage of what Talleyrand conceived to be a happy way of eliciting a strong expression of royal support by threatening to resign, the king replaced him by the Duc de Richelieu. It was well to cut jokes at the Duke and say that he was the man in France who knew most of the Crimea. The Duke had been long in the Russian service, with the approval of Napoleon, but Talleyrand was overwhelmed. He received the same office at court, which he had held under Napoleon, Grand Chamberlain, and afterwards remained a sardonic spectator of events, a not unimposing figure attending at the court ceremonials and at the heavy dinners of the king, and probably lending a helping hand in 1830 to oust Charles X from the throne. The monarchy of July sent him as ambassador to England, where he mixed in local politics, for example, plotting against Lord Palmerston, whose brusque manners he disliked. And in 1838, he ended his strange life with some dignity, having, as one of his eulogists puts it, been faithful to every government he had served as long as it was possible to save them. With the darker side of Talleyrand's character, we have nothing to do here. It is sufficient for our purposes to say that the part the leading statesman of France took during the Cent-Jours was simply nil. In 1814, he had let the reins slip through his hands. 1815, he could only follow the king, who even refused to adopt his advice as to the proper way in which to return to France, and though he once more became chief minister, Talleyrand, like Louis Roman XVIII, owed his restoration in 1815 solely to the Allies. The Comte d'Artois, the brother of the king, and later king himself as Charles X, was sent to Lyon, to which place the Duc d'Orléans followed him, and where the two princes met Marshal MacDonald. The marshal did all that man could do to keep the soldiers true to the Bourbons, but he had to advise the princes to return to Paris, and he himself had to fly for his life when he attempted to stop Napoleon in person. The Duc d'Orléans was then sent to the north to hold Lille, where the king intended to take refuge, and the Comte d'Artois remained with the court. The court was very badly off for money. The king and Clark, Duke of Feltre, the war minister, were the only happy possessors of carriages. They passed their time, as the Abbé Louis once bitterly remarked, in saying foolish things till they had a chance of doing them. The Comte d'Artois, who, probably wisely, certainly cautiously, had refused to go with de Vitrolles to stir up the south until he had placed the king in safety, had ended by going to Ghent too, while the Duc de Berry was at a loss, close by, with a tiny army composed of the remains of the Maison du Roi, of which the most was made in reports. The Duc d'Orléans, always an object of suspicion to the king, had left France with the royal party, but had refused to stay in Belgium, as he alleged that it was an enemy's country. He crossed to England, where he remained, greatly adding to the anxiety of Louis by refusing to join him. The end of these princes is well known. Louis died in 1824, leaving his throne to his brother, but Charles only held it till 1830, when after the rising called the 3 Glorious Days of July, he was civilly escorted from France and took shelter in England. The Duc Angoulême died without issue. The Duc de Berry was assassinated in 1820, but his widow gave birth to a posthumous son, the Duc de Bordeaux, or, to fervid royalists, Henry V, though better known to us as the Comte de Chambord, who died in 1883 without issue, thus ending the then eldest line of Bourbons and transmitting his claims to the Orleans family. On the fall of Charles X, the Duc d'Orléans became king of the French, but he was unseated by the Revolution of 1848 and died a refugee in England. As the 3 princes of the House of Condé, the Prince de Condé, his son, the Duc de Bourbon, and his grandson, the Duc d'Enghien, all died without further male issue, that noble line is extinct. When the news of the escape of Napoleon from Elba reached Vienna on the 7th of March 1815, the 3 heads of the Allies, the emperors of Austria and Russia, and the King of Prussia, were still there. Though it was said that the Congress danced but did not advance, still a great deal of work had really been done, and the news of Napoleon's landing created a fresh bond of union between the Allies which stopped all further chances of disunion, and enabled them to practically complete their work by the 9th of June 1815, though the treaties required cobbling for some years afterwards. France, Austria, and England had snatched the greater part of Saxony from the jaws of Prussia, and Alexander had been forced to leave the King of Saxony to reign over half of his former subjects, without, as he wished, sparing him the pain of such a degradation by taking all from him. Russia had to be contented with a large increase of her Polish dominions, getting most of the Grand Duchy of Westphalia. Austria had, probably unwisely, withdrawn from her former outlying provinces in Swabia and the Netherlands, which had before the Revolution made her necessarily the guardian of Europe against France, preferring to take her gains in Italy, gains which she has gradually lost in our days, while Prussia, by accepting the Rhine provinces, completely stepped into the former post of Austria. Indeed, from the way in which Prussia was, after 1815, as it were, scattered across Germany, it was evident that her fate must be either to be crushed by France, or else, by annexing the states enclosed in her dominions, to become the predominating power in Germany. It was impossible for her to remain as she was left. The Allies tightly bound France. They had no desire to have again to march on Paris to restore Louis to the subjects, who had such unfortunate objections to being subjected to that desirable monarch. By the Second Treaty of Paris, on the 20th of November 1815, France was to be occupied by an Allied force in military positions on the frontier, not to exceed 150,000 men, to be taken from all the Allied armies, under a commander who was eventually the Duke of Wellington. Originally, the occupation was not to exceed 5 years, but in February 1817, the army was reduced by 30,000 men, one-fifth of each contingent. And by the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle of 9th October 1818, France was to be evacuated by the 30th of November 1818. The three monarchs were probably not sorry to get the Congress over on any terms. Alexander had had his fill of displaying himself in the salons in his favorite part of an Agamemnon generous towards Troy, and he had worn out his first popularity. He was stung by finding some of his favorite plans boldly opposed by Talleyrand and by Metternich, and indeed was anxious to meet the last in open combat. Francis had required all the firmness of what he called his Bohemian head to resist the threats, entreaties, and cajoleries employed to get him to acquiesce in the dethronement of the King of Saxony, and the wiping out of the Saxon nationality by the very alliance which professed to fight only for the rights of nations and of their lawful sovereigns. All three monarchs had again the satisfaction of entering Paris, but without enjoying the full glories of 1814. Our friends, the enemies, were not so popular then in France, and the spoliation of the Louvre was not pleasant even to the royalists. The foreign monarchs soon returned to their own drained and impoverished states. The Emperor Francis had afterwards a quiet reign to his death in 1835, having only to assist his minister in snuffing out the occasional flashes of a love of freedom in Germany. The King of Prussia returned in a triumph well won by his sturdy subjects, and, in the light of his new honors, the Countess von Voss tells us he was really handsome. He was now at leisure to resume the discussions on uniform and the work of fastening and unfastening the numerous buttons of his pantaloons, in which he had been so roughly interrupted by Jena. The first institution of the Zollverein, or commercial union with several states, gradually extended, was a measure which did much for the unification of Germany. With his brother sovereigns, he revisited Paris at the end of the military occupation in 1818, remaining there longer than the others, because, said the Parisians, he had discovered an actor at a small theater who achieved the feat of making him laugh. He died in 1840. His queen, heartbroken, it was said had died in 1810. Alexander was still brimming over with the best and most benevolent intentions towards everyone. The world was to be free, happy, and religious, but he had rather vague ideas as to how his plans were to be carried out. Thus it is characteristic that when his successor desired to have a solemn coronation as King of Poland, it was found that Alexander had not foreseen the difficulties which were met with in trying to arrange for the coronation of a sovereign of the Greek Church as king of a Roman Catholic state. The much-dreaded but very misty Holy Alliance was one of the few fruits of Alexander's visions. His mind is described as passing through a regular series of stages, with each influence under which he acted. He ended his life, tired out, disillusioned, deceived in everything, weighed down with regret, obliged to crush the very hopes of his people he had encouraged, dying in 1825 at Taganrog, leaving his new Polish kingdom to be wiped out by his successors. The minor sovereigns require little mention. They retained any titles they had received from Napoleon, while they exulted at being free from his heavy hand and sharp superintendence. Each got a share, small or great, of the spoil except the poor King of Denmark, who, being assured by Alexander on his departure that he carried away all hearts, answered, "Yes, but not any souls." The reintroduction of much that was bad in the old system, one country even going so far as to re-establish torture. The steady attack on liberty and on all liberal ideas, Württemberg being practically the only state which grumbled at the tightening of the reins so dear to Metternich. All formed a fitting commentary on the proclamations by which the sovereigns had hounded on their people against the man they represented as the one obstacle to the freedom and peace of Europe. In gloom and disenchantment, the nations sat down to lick their wounds. The contempt shown by the monarchs for everything but the right of conquest, the manner in which they treated the lands won from Napoleon as a gigantic pool, which was to be shared amongst them, so many souls to each. Their total failure to fulfill their promises to their subjects of granting liberty all, these slowly bore their fruits in after years, and their effects are not even yet exhausted. The right of a sovereign to hold his lands was now, by the public law of Europe, to be decided by his strength. The rights of the people were treated as not existing, truly, as our most gifted poetess has sung. The kings crept out, the peoples sat at home, and finding the long invocated peace. A pall embroidered with worn images of rights, divine, too scant to cover doom such as they suffered, nursed the corn that grew rankly to bitter bread on Waterloo.